All right. Come around the hour now, and I'll admit that I'm incredibly hungry, and I don't think anybody wants to see me play any more Elden Ring and just cheese bosses. There we are.
Hey, there we go. You hear me all right?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Perfect.
All right. What do we have coming up?
Coming up, we got just a low effort editing stream. I'm going to be going over some photos, editing some work I have done previously, and maybe some writing and stuff. And then
Sweet.
2 hours in, we're going to be playing some JAKEBOX with a couple guests, so we're going to have some fun later on too.
Sweet. All right. I will. I'll probably be back for the Jackbox then. I've got to go get some food. I am starving.
Yeah, go ahead.
All
Hop
right.
off, man.
Thanks. Have fun.
All right, have a good one, man. Okay, now it's my turn. I'm all alone here, so I don't know exactly what to do. I don't have YouTube up anywhere, which is the most stressful part of this, so I don't know what's going on. Like I said, we're going to have a couple hours with just low stakes, low effort, chilling out, listening to some lo-fi beats and stuff like that. I'm going to be editing a few pictures, going over my process for photo editing and stuff like that. Maybe I'll go through something I'm writing right now, try and go through a little bit of edits for that. We're really just going with the flow and seeing what's happening. If anyone has questions or anything, or if you just want to chit chat, go ahead and talk in the chat, and I will try and pop over into that. There is a little bit of a delay, so it might be a second before I see your questions, but I will be peeking over to see if I can do anything, which is going to be funny because you will see how chaotically I run through tabs and stuff like that. I just kind of go, get distracted real easily. So this should be fun and chaotic. I just want to thank everyone who's been on stream for the past however many hours. This is a huge undertaking. This is the first time Jake has done this, especially as an editorial team that we have now. So it's really great to see everyone come in and have fun and talk with everything. So a reminder to everyone why we're here. We are putting out 4 amazing chapbooks. And we initially did this stream because we wanted to raise money to get these printed. Our first batch of pre-orders actually did a whole lot of that work. So it's not as dire right now, but if you want to help out and help the cause a little bit, in the YouTube description, we have a couple links for Jake stuff. First off, there is the Patreon link. You can become a patron, get a couple rewards, see what's going on in there. It's a lot of cool stuff going on Patreon. You can also check out the Jake merch that we've got, which is now live. So you can go ahead and buy yourself a shirt or something, rep Jake while you're out on the street, and just help us out. Make sure we can get these authors' amazing words published. If you've been on the stream, you know we already had a couple people come on and read from their chapbooks and and doing everything. Sorry, I'm getting distracted by the side chats already. This is going to be bad for me talking, but we already had a couple people come on and read from their chapbooks and everything. We're going to have more later on, so you get to hear just how amazing these chapbooks are going to be, and hopefully it will push you to get some of them for yourself. We got pre-orders up right now, so you can go ahead and make sure you have a copy of all of those. We got digital, we got physical. You can bundle some for a discount. Just keep an eye on everything that we've got going on. So now is the hard part. Now is where I have to figure out how to get everything working, because I've never done Discord streaming before. I've never done YouTube streaming before, so I don't know how to go about sharing all this with you guys. So let me go ahead and share my screen. And I think I'm going to share my whole screen because it will not let me do just the Lightroom edits. So I'm going to have to pop in and out here, just making sure everything is good. I'm going to be on my phone, double checking everything. I don't know if something is not showing up. If you can't see the Lightroom edit right now, if it's not going through to YouTube, maybe let me know. One of the mods, I have my phone open, so I'll be able to see messages and see what's up. I'm actually going to go ahead and put myself on the TV screen right now. Oh, look at that. There it is. Okay. So I see the screen is up. I've got the Jake stream on my television right now. And I'm going to go ahead and just start through this. So, I need to... The lo-fi beats I have here is actually a little specific. We've got Lord of the Rings lo-fi going on because I did just finish binging Lord of the Rings over like a week with my buddy. So this has been in our heads for a while, and I've been going through this a little bit. So let me know if you can hear this. I'm just going to play it. I don't know if you can hear it. It's going to be on in the background while I do this. I'm going to lower that. Let's do that. Okay, guys. So I went back into my folders for a couple of the pictures I took just around the neighborhood. So I am in South Philly. We got a lot of stuff going on, a lot of colorful places. Some of these were closer to Center City, where it's like the heart of the city, the thick city. Of course, we got the iconic Love statue going on. Got a couple baseball murals in the city. And this is honestly how you can tell how old this is. This is a a little miniature artist mural of Nick Foles. And if you don't know who Nick Foles is, Nick Foles is a quarterback for the Eagles. So Nick Foles in 2018 actually took over for our starting quarterback and led the Eagles to a Super Bowl. So that is why his face gets painted around. That's why his face gets painted around town. Sorry, I'm fiddling. I'm fiddling with the volume of the music because I want to make sure you guys can hear it in the background. I don't want to make sure it's overpowering me. And I am constantly looking down at the mod chat to make sure it's even working. So I'm going to start editing with Nick Foles here. I'm a little disappointed in myself that I didn't get to do this. I didn't edit this one back when this was a little more relevant because because it is a good little mural. I think it showcases part of the city pretty good. And I think we need more little sports art, little independent sports art. What I'm gonna do right now is try to take out there we go. A little bit louder for you guys. Okay, I'm going to That's super important, but sometimes we're going to get rid of that. Get rid of people's information. Probably going to cut that out and cut to Nick anyway, but, you know, just for stream. We don't want people's info on screen, right? Okay, so let's crop this down immediately. We're going to get to the important parts. We're going to get right to Nick. And this doesn't need to be too big. It doesn't need to be anything because, honestly, where's it going? It's not going anywhere. This this mural, actually, I walked by it the other day and it got painted over. So Nick Foles is no longer in the consciousness of Philadelphia, I think. And this got replaced by Bryce Harper. Got replaced by Bryce Harper. So we're moving into we're moving into baseball kind of thought processes right now. It's baseball just started. We got our lineups, and Bryce Harper is the big man in town. Okay, so what do I want to do? Do I want to make this brighter? Because it does look right now like it got shot in the dark. I kind of want... I want that yellow... I want that halo to be a little more visible. Let me turn those highlights down. We don't need anything. Trying to make sure there's as little glare as possible. Make it too bad. Make that ink stand out. Make sure that's something there. Now, I think another reason this one got painted over and not with another football mural is because the Eagles, our Philadelphia team, have been kind of pissing people off lately. So that's fun. Everyone is kind of way more invested in baseball. All right. I'm looking at the chat and looking at the mod chat, making sure everything's okay. Looking up a couple inches at my television screen, seeing that I am still in the corner there. Which I did not expect, but yeah, so I guess I can't be picking my teeth or anything right now, guys. Hey, okay, how do we make this bright? And the reason I'm asking all of these questions to myself while I edit this is because I am not a professional. I don't really know too much about actual photo editing terms or anything. What I do is I come in here, I come into Lightroom, and I screw around a little bit to see what happens with everything. So a lot of the times it ends up all right. Sometimes I just have to scrap a picture because I cannot figure out what the hell's going on with the balance. For something like this where there's no person in it, I do want there to be more texture on it. The clarity a little bit. So if I'm editing photos of like an actual person, which maybe I'll poke around in a little later, depending on how long I do photo edits and stuff like that. Texture and clarity kind of make people look very weird. Clarity, if you put it all the way down, you see it smooths it out. It makes people look so smooth. It is the cheap version of one of those Instagram smoothing apps, and it really makes people look weird, but it is funny. So now that we don't have like a person to screw around with, we can either make this wall look a little more jagged and make it look a little more crusty, because it is a crusty little side street. Brighten it up and everything. I don't know. I don't like that so much because that blue is creeping up the more I edit, and I don't want that to get taken over. So maybe. Yeah, we just make it Nick. There we go. Little sticker. Little sticker print. Nope, not the vignette. Don't want a vignette on this, I don't think. Okay, so we dehaze that. Get all the noise out. That halo is looking way nicer. You can see there's more detail in it than when we originally started. There's not a whole lot I'm gonna do with this, just because it's just a little wall art, little wall mural. Mural. I don't think that counts as a mural, actually. So for that, we're just gonna save it as is. And then you can get a sense of what the edit went from. Different versions, everything. So we got it. It was very bright, not the center of attention here. And this, we're just gonna cut it up for this. There's not a whole lot interesting going on in this photo, and since this was a couple years ago, I definitely could have shot this better, so that the composition was just a little better. But you know, what are you gonna do? This was maybe 2019 I took this. I don't have an actual date, so you would hope I've improved, but who knows. Okay, thanks, Nick. We're gonna move on. Another thing about my editing process is I don't go straight down the line. For some, I just kind of go to what catches my eye first, which is detrimental in some ways because then I forget what I have and haven't edited already. But let's do something with the love statue. Because who doesn't love love? It is February, it's Valentine's Day. Valentine's month, I should say. But we love it. Okay, I think this is a good one. And truth be told, I already edited this one closer to when I took it. I think this was maybe 2021. In Center City, we got the love statue, and one of the big problems here you can see is this sky is all white. So obviously I don't know how to white balance or light balance with my actual camera. I rely pretty heavily on editing, which is, good, bad, depending on how you look at it. Gets the job done either way. Maybe someday I'll learn how to actually take photos in the actual camera, but for now, who the hell knows? They got Sam talking in here. Okay, so first off, first thing I do is screw around with exposure, which is going to bring how much light is in down or up. As you can see, it drastically changes it. We get a little bit more sky in here, but that is not going to show a little more until some of these get messed with. I think in the original edit I did, I was playing with the exposure like up for some reason, because I thought, brighter is better. But for this, we're going to bring the exposure a little bit down, bring the contrast down a little bit. And this one does a lot of work for me, is highlights, which is usually those overexposed areas get pretty changed. So it depends on how much you want that sky showing up. I don't want too many shadows in this. Is already, with the exposure down, it's already a little dark, so I don't want to especially mess with that. we can bump the whites a little bit. Gonna make it look a little crisper. Okay. Don't want to mess with the temperature too much because then it becomes, you know, a movie set in Texas or Mexico with its very, very stereotypical sepia tone. So we're gonna leave it a little warmer than it actually came out. And then we're gonna screw around with the tint of these. We don't want it to be too much. Again. I think for this especially, turning the vibrance up really makes it feel like a city poster where that red is bold and really blends together and blends everything out. I don't want to do too much of that. I'm trying to remember what I did, because in my original edit, I did get the sky much clearer than that. Oh, I think I actually know. And it's going to be in effects. It might be. Now that is not... That's not what I wanted to do, but... Boy, is it an effect, huh? Okay, so let's do this. And this is a good one where you can see what the clarity actually does. So if we focus on like the bars, the details in the buildings, you turn that clarity up and it starts to get, you know, very detailed. You can see the shadows of the buildings behind it in the love statue. We turn it down and all that's gone. Very smoothed out, very transient, very like hazy vibes. So let's not do too much clarity here. Let's turn that texture down a little bit. Now with something like this, I know I may be tricking myself into thinking this is a different picture, so that sky is going to get on my nerves. And I don't remember what I did for that. It's definitely not contrast. I definitely did something weird here, because this is the waving texture here. I'm really showing how dumb I am, and my friend Heather would definitely have a lot to say about all of this. Yeah, I'm definitely not the professional of the group. Friend Heather Barry does photography for the sports teams around the city, so she would definitely have a lot of complaints into how I'm doing this, and I don't think I made this better. Well, yeah, I did. Okay, so we made it more vibrant, made the colors stand out a little more. You can see the sky a little bit. You can see that red is brighter, the green is brighter. Everything is just a touch more colorful, which is, you know, sometimes it ends up that way. You spend 4 or 5 minutes editing a photo just to get it a little clear, a little more crisp. And that is something that just happens. It looks very bright, looks very lovely. What we can do is try a different one. So this is something else where the framing, for everything, I think got a little bit better. I was thinking a little more about this. It's crooked. It's not exactly centered. There's nothing interesting going on around the photo. Here, a little more dynamic angle. We got some of the city in behind it. We got little more slant, but that actually follows how the statue is going. I think it's a little better. This one too. Would it be better centered? Maybe. But I do like the little bit of somewhat rule of thirds going where we have a mild background. We got the focus over here. I think it is a little better. Not perfect because one of the things that I have struggles with is photographing scenery. When I see photographs of everyone else doing scenery, like when I see street photography and people who do photography in places like Tokyo with like neon lighting and just San Francisco and stuff like that, you can see their photos of the area, of the picture, or the places are very interesting. They feel like there's a lot going on. It feels like there's a lot to look at. When I get behind a camera and go to the street, I feel like I am not looking at anything. I don't know what to focus on. I don't know what looks cool. I don't know what would interest people. So I end up taking up 500 photos, and some of them just end up like nothing. But like these houses. These, when I originally took them, felt like a nothing picture. They are very interesting houses, right? But I did feel like, I don't know, I didn't capture them well enough. I got this man in here. Sorry to this man. But when I was looking at them originally through the edits, I never edited them because I just didn't feel like it was interesting, if that makes sense. It's just houses, right? But look at the colors. Look at the way this slants. Wow, I think it is more interesting than I gave it credit for initially. And just kind of the colorful neighborhoods end up being good scenery in themselves. They pop. There's a lot to look at. It's interesting. So I guess I'm just talking to me in saying, shut up, dude. Just take photos. Okay, let's go back and edit one of these. Let's do this one because it's closer to the center. So this one I had the same problem. I don't know. I didn't know. I still kind of don't. How to control how much light comes into the camera lens. So I end up with very overblown skies like this. And I don't know if there is anything that will do too much for it right now. So we're going to do this. Contrast. We'll turn that contrast up a little bit. A habit I have since I take a couple pictures outside. In the last year, I've been doing a lot of photos of our friends tailgating and stuff like that. So a habit I have for that is just taking the highlights and turning them all the way down and seeing if we can get some details of the sky behind them and everything. For that, I don't know if it works so much, but this is... I just took that directly into the sun. Turn those shadows up a little bit. Make sure that everything going on here is not too... Now, another thing I could do is I could put a masking layer over this and try and screw around with it independently of the buildings, of the love statue, of everything like that. I don't... If I were to do this for, like, actual social media posting or for attention, as I do a lot of things, I probably would do that. I don't know if I want to go around and screw around with it too much today, although, hell, we have a whole hour and a half to get through before we get to play video games with people. So maybe I will come back to it and see what is up. Again, don't want to go too crazy with the temperature of this. Then again, we could always like try and stylize this in such a in just any weird way we feel like it. Do real intense vibrance on that statue. You know, and I think it deserves it. Saturation, my love. That is another thing I get that people criticize a lot on, at least my photography buddies, is the saturation of colors on some photos. And every time I edit, I am very worried that I've turned the saturation up too much without kind of realizing it, and I will be told eventually. I don't like, but you know, like, I like colors. Saturation is good sometimes. Oh yeah, spread that light. Whoa. Okay, so this is one of the ones I think the dehazing works. So the dehazing kind of filters out any kind of like smoke, any hazy elements of the photo. In something like this, it's not going to get it really great because, as you see, it's waving off. Because this is not smoke, this is not haze, this is just light. This is just how the camera took the picture. And it's really not going to go away too much. I don't know why I'm touching the vignette on these. These don't need a vignette. I'm not going to spend too much time on all of these. I'm not going to get these perfect today, just because this is, you know, low stress stream. And if I do look at these too long and try to think about what I can do better and what is ugly about it, I will drive myself crazy. So I'm not gonna do that. 1 second, guys. Just checking on the stream real quick. Let me hop over, see if we saturation 100. Yeah. Yeah, sorry, Elliot. I'm looking at your comments right now on the television. Yeah, everything is just screwing around with everything until something clicks, until something looks good. And sometimes I'll do all of this. I'll do all the color editing. I'll do all the effect editing, and then I'll come back and just turn the exposure up and see how it changed it, or turn it down and see how it changed it. See what really got into it, and then I'll have to start all over again. Because I've done something a little differently. Yes. So I definitely have done for specific items, and I wonder if I have any on my older stuff. This is from that. I don't think I have any in this version of the... I don't think I have anything in this version of Lightroom that I have. Just because I lost access to Lightroom on someone else's account, and then I had to start all over again. But yes. But if sometimes I will, especially with stuff like the what the hell is the word? I'm a writer, guys. The tailgate edits. My focus will go. Okay, so I have a tab up. You know what? Never mind. Let's not risk that, huh? So for the tailgate edits, we'll take pictures. I'll take pictures of a grill specifically, and the meat and stuff like that. And I will have to definitely edit the background, like the sky and the background and everything else. And the foreground, which would be the meat, I have to edit them differently. I did way back. I did edits with with a model where we were outside in like a gazebo thing. There was like a gazebo in a park, a wooden gazebo in a park, and that definitely had way different background and foreground, or background and don't dox myself. This is the problem with me having multiple tabs open. I keep kind of jumping around and going like, what do I do? Okay. But yeah, the way the light caught the gazebo, there was shadows under the gazebo on the model that weren't on the whole background. So the whole park was lit up. The whole park was very bright. And then the gazebo and this model were in shadows a little bit. So I had to go in and definitely put a masking layer over the subject and the background and just make them different. So let me see if there's something. I wonder if there is anything in this batch that I can kind of do that with. I guess I can do that with the love statue. Let's do that. Let's do that here. Let's see what I'm talking about. So it has a little automatic section where you can pick out like what it thinks the subject is, what it thinks the sky is, what it thinks the background of the image is. So let's see what this thinks the subject is here, because I would love to know. Okay, it's not exactly. That's not exactly correct there, Photoshop. But what we can do with this is we can subtract stuff with the brush, and I'm going to make that brush a little bigger. We can get rid of all this. You get this out of here. Get all this gone, and I've chosen the hardest way to do this. So I'm going to take the base out too. I'm just going to screw with just the love statue here. Gonna mess with just love. And then we have our own little, and we have the same editing menu here, but this is going to be just applied to this mask. And then for that, so the exposure changes, and it's just on the statue itself. So we can make this pop against the background way differently than if we're doing the whole picture itself. And I can make this really stand out. So we can even make it like look way different than the background, make it look like it's in a different, like it should be a different style. Which I do love doing with some stuff. I honestly haven't done it enough with a lot of stuff, just because I don't like going too hard, because if I end up making an edit that just kind of goes too deep with it, and I don't know how to get back to a part where I wanted it, I'll just be like, never mind, and give up and move on to the next one. So I don't screw with it a lot unless it is necessary. I was also going to go through some of the pictures by date, but I don't know what's on here, and since I am sharing this account with 2 other people, I'm just not going to do that. So sorry to everyone that I cannot go through those too much, but I am broke. I am a broke guy. So we can make this look like this. And I actually like how this is looking right now, where we can make this stand out a whole lot more. Ah, not that. Let's not. There we go. Okay. So that's looking good. You can see how much different the love statue itself actually looks from the background and everything. And I could make that kind of blend in more with everything, but what we can do is go right back to the main edit, and through the main editing window, if anything we do in here will affect everything. So that'll go over the masking layer, it'll go over the background, it'll go everything. So this, like that, it'll make it a little more intense for the layer, which is another thing that, like, editing with people and stuff really can go crazy if it's wildly different, which is why I don't like to mess with the exposure after. I usually so what I'll do is I'll go through one pass with the main thing, get everything kind of to a point where I like it, and then go ahead and add a masking layer on top of everything, and then kind of futz around with everything so that it looks a little clearer, a little crisper, a little more stylized, and I don't have to worry about anything. So let's see what this actually. So we go from that to a little more bold statue. Everything else kind of, stayed exactly the same, but what's important here? The statue is important. that wild shadow. I don't know why that's so much. It doesn't. I don't know. I don't know if it's done that, and it's been so long since I've completely yanked everything in a single direction. But that is honestly such a wild look for that to do. Okay. So yeah, that's the center city block of this. We got well, that's not center city. That's center city. Which again, this is another one where and I took maybe 4 dozen from this viewpoint, where the city is in different spaces on the different spots in focus, and I don't know why this one is the one that survived. Honestly, I feel like I probably got a little better spacing in this one, but it is the one that survived. And this is another one where I was like, I don't know that this is super interesting, because okay, it's a skyline photo, but the skyline's not lit up. It's not particularly well framed. There's not a lot going on. I still don't feel great about it, but this was, like I said, 2019. I think if I went back out there now, it'd probably be a little easier to do. Here I go, spilling on myself. Okay. So while I got that staring in the background, I'm gonna go to Twitter real quick and bug people I know to come in and chit chat. So maybe we could get a couple more people in here. Okay. I'm gonna send people in, bug people a little bit. This was an interesting one from basically the garbage. Someone threw out a child's school desk. Yeah, honestly, if we get some people in here, bug them. I've been bugging them for 2 days. They're all busy. They all got work. So this was from the garbage. Someone threw out a children's school desk that just had this on it. I don't know what this means. I feel like it's French. Don't know what it is. I thought it was an interesting picture. I actually like how it is right now, so I don't know how much I want to screw around with it. Make it a little more moody, more dark, because after all, it's in the garbage. We're at a weird time, sports wise, because if this had been during the season, I would have had like some actual like crazy meat photos to go over and edit and everything, like tailgate stuff to go over. But I don't have anything currently because there's not a lot of tailgates going on because all of the sports are basically dead. So we have a lot of street photography stuff. We're coming up on the end of the hour, and that is what we had. We had a live editing, or not live editing, live response scheduled, but we didn't get any nonfiction responses, which is, entirely fair. People submit nonfiction that is very personal. And it's stuff that is close to them, so I wouldn't especially expect anyone to want to have to go through that live on air. But that does leave me with another hour to fill, and since this is going way quicker than I expected, maybe I'll go through this. I might take a 10-minute screen break just so I can collect some other photos to edit, maybe something that's a little more interesting, and that way I don't dox myself or show stream anything that shouldn't be on stream, like anyone else's personal information. But yeah, this has been going very smoothly. It means the crossbow? Huh. That's interesting. That makes me like it more. Okay, so we want to keep that a little warm because, like we said, it does look like it's something in a harb. This is a harb game item. Let's do that. Okay, we'll make it a little more pink, a little more red. We don't want it too vibrant because that I think is messing with the overall vibe of it. There's not a lot to saturate here, but I do think it looks a little more yellowed, a little more worn in this kind of way with the saturation up a little bit. This. Texture. Okay, so this is where texture would actually be funny to have. You can see the page is a little more torn, a little more beaten up. You don't want to go too texturized because while this area looks a little better, it looks a little more detailed, I think we lose a little bit here. This is looking like PlayStation 2 graphics. It's part of how the light is, part of how the dirt is, but it's just kind of pixelized everything on this edge here, so we don't want to jack it up too much. We want to make it look like actually real. Clarity is there we go. We got a nice new book, nice and smooth. So we don't like that. There is great there. Sometimes I like to screw around with the dehaze just to see what it does with the light on it. Because sometimes it'll make stuff brighter, blow it out like this, or sometimes it'll make it look a little more creepy, a little more Silent Hill. I think I want to go a little more art school with it, not lean completely into the horror. I don't know why I keep messing with vignettes on these. These are not vignette photos. Okay. I think this is actually like a good little... Now let's see the... Okay, so the original is like a little smooth, a little light. Definitely got a little more detail on here. A little more to see. It makes it a little more interesting, right? PS3 mode activated. Yeah. You really crank the graphics up. 2 gens. Okay, let's make sure we see it. Okay. Okay, let's do maybe one more, and then I'm going to put on a filler screen, try and find some more photos, try and find some more interesting photos, and maybe get myself another energy drink for the rest of this. This one's confusing. This one, so I kind of like everything. I like what this is doing here, but as you can see, I took it crooked. I took it a little off balance. The step is not straight. The door frame is, we got brick on the side where, like, ideally it would line up with the frame. The colors on this one are really good, but like I said, it's not exactly straight. So maybe we straighten it out. See how that looks without it. Looks a little better. I still don't love how I took this. I don't know what the hell I was thinking. This one's even earlier back, so this is probably in that 2017, 2018 bunch. And this is kind of when I had freshly gotten this camera, and I wasn't sure how to focus. So you can see the leaves, the ivy that's growing on this building are out of focus, and the door is not. So I don't know what I did here. I don't know if I feel like messing with it, honestly. And this is the whole thing. So again, this is something I was like, I don't know that this is interesting until I brought it back up. So here we kind of have like, damn, okay. I was going to say we have a straight line with the post there, but if we crop it in close enough to the post, you can see it's not completely straight. So we'll leave a little space there. So it tricks your eyes a little bit into thinking there is a straight edit line. And this everything is like in better focus. Maybe the door is not a little bit because it's focusing on the bench, the door. But, you know, it's still better than whatever's going on with the ivy here. I don't know why it did that. I think I really got infatuated with this door because this is all Doctor Who blue. This is all TARDIS blue, man. And this was a very interesting house to come up on, especially when I was rewatching all of the David Tennant stuff. So, yeah, I had to definitely go through this. Let me screw around with this one then. Let's see what we can do. So we can turn the exposure up a little bit on here. It's a nice bright day. We'll be able to get everything working. Contrast, yeah, we want it brighter. Most of the time I end up turning down the whites, just because everything kind of gets blown out a little bit like that. And the way I take pictures is I just let the auto settings do a lot of work, which sometimes they don't do that great, especially in a very old camera. So yeah, like I said, I lean heavily on Lightroom and editing, and just kind of hope to God that I've taken a picture that edits well. And that requires, and most of the time that requires, turning the white levels down so that everything is not crazy blown out. Yeah, that lamp is cool. I don't know what's going on with that, but that is a very cool, like, outdoor front door lamp. With a blue door, I don't know why. Well, I guess because it's in the ivy. I was gonna say I don't know why you'd pick green, but you know, it's in the ivy, green light in there. I think I'd still match the door, but yeah, to each their own. Okay, so we got all the balance stuff. Oh wait, let's see. Okay. Yeah, we don't want it too bright. Yeah, make it a little warmer. A lot of the time when I'm going through the light tab with editing, if it doesn't look good, just with all of these, I get frustrated and give up, because I'm like, well, I've done all the light balancing stuff. What is the color balancing gonna do? That's before. That's after. So made it a little brighter, make it a little pop a little bit, but we still have work to do with the color balances. And there are a lot. I don't know if you've noticed, but there are a lot of things I don't touch here, because, as I said, I'm not a professional and I don't know what they do. I am the definition of a hobby photographer, in that if you ask me what any kind of color grading or curve did, I don't know. I'm not 100% sure. I could maybe bullshit something to you, but if anyone who actually knows how to edit something took a look at this, they would have something to say. Let's make this a little warmer. Yeah, we're gonna lean into the purple a little bit, because I like it's got a little summery vibe. Vibrance. Okay, let's not. Maybe take this tint down, since we made it a little more vibrant. For something like this, I do like a little more saturation, which I know, some of my friends give people shit about, but it's a nice deep blue. The green is nice. It's like a summer vibe day. So get those colors popping. Get them like crazy out there. Okay, for this, the texture, this is a house. There are a lot of textures going on. We got the brick wall, we got the flowers, we got the leaves, we got the storm door. Something like texture here, I think, makes everything a little more clear. So especially with the ivy, you get a little more sense of the leaves. Let me turn it down. So everything kind of blurs out. And we don't want these details blurred out. On something that's like scenery like this, we want those details up. Clarity, I really don't fuck with clarity a lot. It kind of warps stuff in a weird way, and I don't know why. Like I said, I'll keep saying I'm dumb. But yeah, all I know is clarity down, make smooth. Clarity up, make weird. So we bounce it a little bit. We do a little clarity, make it a little clearer. I think that helps some of the details, especially with the bench and everything. Like I said, I like to fuck around with dehaze just to see what it does to a picture. With this one, not much. There we go. Vignette. Maybe I'll vignette this. Very subtle. Not a lot going on. Makes the corners darker. So, like, I think up here. Yeah, so, like, the storm door, the corners are a little, like, reflective. And just a little bit with the type of paint they used here. So we put a little vignette on it. Just make it a little less. It makes the corners a little less reflective. So it can have a little bit of clarity. Yeah, Clarity does weird stuff, and one of these days I will look into it and learn what all of these things do. I'm currently like trying to get more professional with photography, so I am looking into like mentoring and stuff like that to actually learn the craft. But in the meantime, I'm just doing this for my silly little Instagram that people can go to. Okay, so there we got the original. It's a little dull, not a whole lot of color going on, very blah. And then we just punch those colors up, get them popping a little bit. Would my photography friends like this? I don't know, but no one has said, hey, that's ugly to my face yet. So I think for now we are all right. Okay. So for now, I'm gonna put this Spotify up on screen and see. Well, actually, I would have to go to the Discord. Let me see what that looks like. Actually, no, because you know what? It's going to stream my whole screen. So let me change what I'm streaming. Change window. And you guys are going to see just the Spotify for a second. So I'm watching the YouTube right now to make sure that actually... Oh, you can switch to intermission. You can switch to intermission if you want to do that. Yeah, there we go. The one moment I took my eyes off my phone where the Discord is actually up. I get that. So I'm going to be right back, guys. I'm going to go grab something to drink real quick. I'm going to go grab myself another energy drink. And when I come back, I'll just be talking while I find some more interesting photos to edit. Oh, did that stop? Wait, did that stop the music? Okay. I don't know. Wait, I don't know what happened. My music just stopped. Never mind. I don't know what happened. Sorry, guys, I'm scrambling. Okay, I'll be right back. Give me 1 minute. Go through some of my photos to see if we can get anything a little more interesting. because I do want to do, you know, something different here. I think I'll grab one or two photos that I've already done and just try and go over them again, just to see if I can do anything different, or just go over the process, really. And I'm not still okay. Yeah, my stream paused. Okay, great. Yeah, I'm looking for a couple more pictures to do. Let's see if we have any unedited photos, because I know there are a couple really good ones. And let me just look at all the old photos too, because I know I could swear I had other. Okay. Okay, so we do have more photos in here, but I don't want to go through. Obviously, I don't want to go through 200 of them to pick on good instances of anything. So, what I'm going to do is just re-upload these. Going to put a batch of a few, and I'm going to try and get some that are, you know, where I can really show what the different masking techniques do. Let me just find some of these. Okay, so this was a really good one. That and do these. I know I've got some interesting photos here, so we got that, get that, and try and decide if I want pictures of my buddies. That, and that's a good one. Okay. So we're going to import a couple of those. Okay, so we can go ahead and go off intermission if we're paying attention. And I'm going to, how do I stream paused? And I'm going to change windows. And we've got the, oh, okay, you got it back already. I'm looking at the delay. Okay. All right, so now I've got the Lightroom window up, and I don't know if that affects the Spotify. So if you guys can't hear Yeah. Spotify's paused. Okay, so Spotify paused because I am only sharing Lightroom and not the whole thing. So give me 1 second. I will share that. Hello, goodbye. Okay. Is it good? Okay, so we should be good right now. I hope you all are hearing it. But here are the tailgate. Here are some of the tailgate pictures I'm talking about. So first off, meat. Obviously, we've got a very.
It's showing Discord, not the Lightroom.
Oh, it's not showing anything. Oh, what? Oh, Jesus! God damn it! Hold on. Okay, did that work? Great. Okay. Oh, guys. Guys. I am not technologically great at everything. Sorry about that. I was showing the wrong screen. Okay, so Lightroom is up now. We've got what I was talking about is some of the tailgate photos. So obviously with something like this is a very white background with our focus right here. Our main focus is going to be the meat. So what I do is, yeah, the wonders of technology. It's really, really great. So what I'm going to do is, first things first, I'm going to screw around with everything before I touch any of that plating or anything. So since my main focus is the meat, the sauce, the herbs, I kind of go by what they're looking like. So exposure up, normally you'd be like, well, that's bad. That plate is getting exposed. Right now, I don't really care about it. I need to focus on how the meat looks. And my main priority is making this look as picture perfect as it can be. I don't really care about the background right now. If it's overblown, whatever. Your focus is not going to the plate. And again, this is one of the instances where something like highlights actually does a little bit for what I'm editing. If you see that the highlights turn down and we get a little more detail in the plate, the exposure kind of drops down a little bit. So it is something that's helpful here. Okay. That. Shadow's also playing around with this. Like, you can see more detail on the meat. You can see what it's like actually seasoned with, the crusting and everything. But everything else is getting a little more blown out. So the shadows we don't screw around with a whole lot, but we do want to make sure they're up enough where you can get the detail on the searing of the meat. Shadows. Now again, this is where something like the white comes in a whole lot. So we turn the white down, and it doesn't really, you notice it doesn't really affect the meat. In fact, it actually makes the meat look better. We get a little more color on the meat. We get less blowout on the plate. Everything looks good, and that is where it really is, trust in the process. So kind of hoping that one of these sliders will fix the issues that happened up here, and if by the time we get to the bottom here nothing happened, or it still doesn't look the way I want it to look, or something still looks bad, then we go back, we change everything up, and try again. But in this case, it does look a little better now. And this one was taken toward the end of 2023. So this is, the Thanksgiving tailgate. I should say this was during Thanksgiving, so it was toward the end of the year. This is one of the bigger things that we got going on. And this too is... this is where I don't want to get lost, because I'm looking at... When I start touching around with these, I'm focusing on making sure the plate is not blown out, making sure the background is visible. But if I turn it too far down, you see, like, the truck bed looks all right, the plate looks a little better, but I'm losing some of the detail in the meat, and I don't want to do that. So I would rather have our star, I would rather have the focus be visible, be as detailed as possible. So this is, I think this is in a good spot where you get a lot of detail, a lot of coloring on everything, and it looks really nice. This was one of the more popular meats that went up on Instagram. So this was, I took a lot of time editing this. And by a lot of time, I mean like 20 minutes. Just making everything. The reason I'm able to do this so quickly now is because I already know what I did the first time I did this. So it's it's really kind of just like muscle memory, revisiting this and, you know, making sure, remembering what it looked like when I did the good edit. So temperature, we don't really mess with the temperature here. Turn it down a little bit, turn it up a little bit, but we want to keep that meat a little pink. We want to keep the color and everything. And so we don't want to mess with it. Oh yeah, so these tailgates are actually, this is bison. This cut of meat here is bison tips. The guy who runs the tailgates spends a lot of money on the meat that he serves, and we get little tiny portions. You get little tiny portions that are full of flavor, and he does ridiculous cooking techniques all in a parking lot. And I think it's just to show off a little bit. I mean, it's definitely to show off, but he makes the meat so well. And there we go. We futz with the colors a little bit. We don't want to make it too, like, the saturation going up on this is very obvious where the tipping point is, because it doesn't look like real meat anymore. The herbs, the sauce, everything looks good, but the meat is looking a little strange. So pull that saturation back. Make sure it looks real. And that is what we get. Now, I don't want to... So we can bump the texture a little bit here. But again, we don't want to make it look too fake or anything, because when we bump the texture a whole lot, it starts looking like too much detail and everything. We're getting a lot of detail here. We're losing detail in the back. We want everything to kind of be at the same level. Clarity. You know, I never screwed with clarity here, but oh boy. Oh boy. See, I don't like that. I don't know what clarity does, but it doesn't do anything, you know, too useful. All right. Dehaze we screw around with. Yeah, not really a lot to dehaze in this photo. So there's no reason to touch that. Go back to 0. Thank you. This is another one where a lot of the tailgate ones I'll vignette, just because vignetting, darken up the corners, and it kind of pulls your attention a little bit into the area where it's not vignetted, where we're focusing on, because, you know, the details around here, they're not important. This was, like I said, this was one of the more like popular photos I've taken, but as I'm looking at it now, it's actually getting on my nerves, because there's a lot of corner space here, and this whole part of the plate is cut off. I don't know why I did that. I guess probably just because I was rushing and people wanted their food, but whatever. Whatever. So that is the final. That is what's going to be the final. dark. And the funny thing about editing with these is by the time I'm done editing, I always forget how kind of dark they were. Like this is so much different than this. I did not think I did that much. I did not think I changed that much in it. But, you know, that's a huge, huge change. Okay, I'm going to go to... So these are some of the fun photos, too. We had a whole lot of people, a whole lot of confetti, a whole lot of dancing. So we've got people in here dancing their ass off. So we're gonna crop this a little bit so we've got my man in the center. He's gonna be the focus here. He's gonna be inside that third. Booty popping out to the other third. It's all good. And we are gonna edit this up. So I mean, at first it doesn't look like there's a whole lot to do. It doesn't look like there's a whole lot to do here because it's a normal daytime picture. Nothing's like really overexposed. Nothing feels too dark. But what I love to do with the tailgates, especially with the Eagles Kelly green uniforms, which are very bright, they're very, very good color. I like to fuck around with the colors a little bit. So we do this, and after this editing, all of the colors kind of pop a little bit more. Match people's skin tones to like whatever kind of day we want to make it look like. I usually end up making it look a little more summery. I don't know why. I don't like putting everything in blue. It kind of screws with it. So we'll just do this. We do the exposure up. I always like to put the exposure up a little bit because it will help with the colors on the jersey and on the jacket. It'll make that color pop a little more going into it. The more light you get into it, the more it's going to work. Dynamic. Yeah. Okay, so bump that contrast just a little bit. Turn the contrast down. Highlights, again, highlights here is something that I like to turn down because I don't like where it focuses the light. So we get that down just so everything is kind of even. Shadows, we could turn the shadows up a little bit because so shadows helps in stuff like definition with the jacket here. We can see a little more detail in the jacket. We can see a little more detail in the jeans. And I like seeing a little more detail in everyone's clothing because they put a lot of thought into these outfits. So we should see what they look like, right? The whites don't really matter here. Except when I turn them down, you do notice differences like this patch, this elbow patch is a little bit of a different color. It's a little more bright than the actual sleeves. So yeah, that's what you get when you screw around with some of the sliders on here. I caught her in the middle of deciding what she's doing. I think she's about to get up and she's kind of already she's already in the headspace to not be doing this anymore. This. I think part of the style I've kind of leaned into is a little more, while everything pops and stuff, I do a little more muted, so you see how deep and rich the black gets when we turn the slider down. I kind of bump it up just so it makes it feel a little more. Now I know there is a way to make it look way more like Polaroids, like a film camera and stuff like that, but I don't go fully into that style. But I think what I've ended up doing is going a little more toward the film style, where it's a little more muted, stuff like that. Unless I go crazy with the color, then it's nothing. So like I said, I don't mess with the temperature too much, but I will see what one way or the other does. Like going too blue doesn't do anything for the greens. Going too yellow doesn't hurt, but it, like, if you go too yellow, it does. So I'll bump it a little bit, make it a little warmer. I think it also makes people's skin tones look a little more normalized. Tint. I'm trying to remember what I did here. It's so funny because if you go all the way green, that messes it up, even though it's a very green heavy photo. So we do a little bit toward the magenta. Vibrance. Now this is, we get vibrant with these because we want that Kelly green to go crazy. We want that Kelly green to be up there. Saturation. Now, depending on how I'm feeling with the vintage look, saturation can go down, make it a little more muted, make it a little more film camera-y. And then, but for these, I do just a little bit of saturation, which really makes it like pop. It makes it more lively, more active than what it was originally. Wow, this will actually show you what clarity does with people's faces and bodies. So like I said, I don't want texture too much up on stuff with people as a focus because it'll make skin look weird. It'll make the shading on people's like eyes and cheeks look very strange. Clarity, smooth them out. Make them real smooth. Sometimes I will do a little clarity just to make sure people don't look like, you know, more more like this, more leathery, more crazy. So I'll bump the clarity down a little bit, just to go a little smoother with people's skin tones and everything. Make sure they look, you know, how they'd like to look. I think. Dehaze for these actually when I'm doing the tailgate photos. If I want to go a little more vintage, I do throw a dehaze on there, make it look a little hazy. Make it look a little older, or in this case, I'll bump it up a little bit, make it look a little more crisp. Yeah, they are smooth. Okay, and then, like I said, vignette. We do a small vignette, almost so you don't even notice it. It's there, but it's not there, you know. Okay, and this will be kind of the final effect for this. So the original, like I said, it's very wild how different it gets by the end of the editing process because you forget what you're actually coming from. You forget what it actually looked like. There's a lot of darkness here. Colors aren't crazy, and then get those colors bright. Get those saturated. That's another reason I love the tailgate photos because there's a lot of color in them. There's a lot of color in them, a lot of expressions, a lot of people doing crazy shit. So I love getting the color out of these. This was another really good one. Just because of the action that's going on in the photo. We don't know this guy. We don't know who he is. We don't know where he came from. He came in, you know, you could see complete bird costume, started dancing, and we just managed to get photos of him. So this was a very fun time. Guys, this part of the stream is going pretty quickly. It's a little crazy how quick that's going. Before I start editing on this, I'm just going to check in on the streams and stuff and chat like that. Oh god, yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'm just checking through everything. Just checking through the Discord right now, seeing if there's any important updates that I need to see. Before we get to this, I will remind everyone, whoever's here, whoever's watching, the Jake stream. We are doing this live stream for 24 hours. We'll be doing it for another 5, 6 after. And by 1, I think we're going till 7. At the end, it's going to be a big Jake stream where all of our editors will be doing readings and stuff like that. So it'll be a big party with Jake at the end. If you check the YouTube description, we have a couple links for y'all to check out. We have the Jake website. We have our Jake Patreon where you can help us, just become a patron, help us survive day to day as a indie lit mag. Get good rewards, cool bonuses, stuff like that. We're always cooking stuff up for you, especially for our patrons. And under that, we have merch. We got Jake merch. So go grab yourself a Jake shirt, Jake mug. And, just rep the magazine and help us out for a little bit. We are 6.5 hours. Okay, there you go. We are doing this to make sure that we are able to publish these amazing chapbooks by 4 amazing writers. If you go to the site, you can pre-order these chapbooks now. You can get them individually, you can get them physical, you can get them digital. You can also bundle them together for a little bit of savings. So you can, if you want to grab all of them, save yourself a little bit of money. We would appreciate it. Our authors would appreciate it. And all the money we're raising is going towards putting those chapbooks out and helping the magazine run. All right. Wanted to make sure I remind y'all of that before I continue going, because we'll be getting into a section where we're going to be playing a lot of games, so we're going to have a lot of voices, and I don't want to cut everyone off for that. So let's do this one. Let's do this dancing guy. Let's do the party. So again, I think we want to cut a little bit out here just to make it a little more focused on these guys as much as we can, right? Now, I know the sky here is pure white, and normally you wouldn't bump the exposure for that, but I'm going to do it anyway because this is my process with the tailgate photos. We bump the exposures because we want light on our subjects, and as we found out the last few photos, everything looks darker when you go back to it. So we're gonna do that. Contrast. Always put the contrast down for the tailgate photos. Highlights down. So part of the thing with the sky here, when we put the highlights down, it was a cloudy day. It was all gray. It was all cloudy. So the exposure's not going to do a whole lot. There's nothing interesting to look at back there. The sun is not blotting out anything super interesting. So we're just going to keep it the way it is. And whatever it goes with, it goes with. And whatever it doesn't, it doesn't. Let's see, we turn the whites down too. A little more cloud coverage. We don't want to go too crazy with it. For this, I think I am going to make it a little more, make those blacks pop a little more. Because these guys are in direct gray. And like everything with light has become kind of a quick, just a little like touch of the thing, just to make sure, like test it over here. Okay, that's not great. Test it over here. Okay, that's a little more what I want. So it's really especially with the tailgate photos, it's a little bump, little edit. We'll focus like that. But here is where it gets real fun. So since it is a gray day, we bump it a little more, make it a little more warm. And let me test. Yeah, this makes it look too rainy to everything. But if we bump it a little bit down to the blue, it looks a little more normal. Whereas here, it kind of emphasizes how gray the sky is because it feels warm, but there's no sun. So here we bump this down a little bit, just a little bit, and it feels like everything kind of normalized. You know what the sun feels like. You see the sky is gray. You know what it feels like. That's fine. It doesn't need to be warm. Yeah, this we're not touching. We're not touching the tint here. That's not anything. Vibrance is where we're really going. And then saturation. And see, like, there's a very slight difference where our overalls here, the color just starts popping with those. And I've done the edit here, and I've gone through with the saturation, and I went through with the vibrance, and this side of the photo is kind of not, the Kelly green's not popping as much as I want it to. So what I'll do here is I'll go back, and that kind of equalizes it out. So everything is, it's doing something, doing everything till you get it to a point, and then going back and seeing if undoing stuff works better. In this case, putting the temperature down to like a little more blue to make it match the weather a little more didn't affect this in a way that I wanted. So I only know that by getting to the saturation and vibrance. So everything is getting to the bottom of the sliders and then going right back up and changing them up again. But this is one of the more fun photos that I've played around with. Something like this, I don't want to screw with the effects too much because this is people moving, this is people dancing. If you mess with the effects, you're gonna mess with how it feels. So their faces, like, they're already moving, so we have a certain kind of smudging with their bodies, their hands. You can see his hand is a little blurry. You don't want to fuck it up too much because it makes it look unnatural. So we're going to put this actually back at 0. And then we're going to have fun. Oh my god. I don't know. I don't know what that is. And that's even worse. So yeah, we don't want to mess around with clarity too much. Like I said, I'll do a little bit just to see what it looks like. That's not really playing with our main man here in exactly the way I want it. So we're just gonna leave it there. Now dehazing is another one with the cloudy weather that usually has an effect on it. Like, I don't want to take it off too much because that's bringing out the light that's not there. We already handled that, so we don't want to do that. This is making everything else a little too dark, a little too red. So we bump it a little bit. Makes it look a little bit brighter. I'm gonna leave it there. Do I vignette this? Let's see. Nah. This doesn't need a vignette. You know where it is. I don't have to pull your focus from the corners for this because these guys are right here. You see them. Yeah, just really mess it up. Just really bonk this image up. Oh boy. This is some old like Microsoft photo editor stuff. Really, oh my god, this is all like iMovie filters that like no one used at all. Like, why would you use it? What the hell? Settings. Okay, there we go. we got everything back. Oh yeah. All right, and there we go. Okay, and then this is what we ended up with, and we can see that original darker color's not popping. Sky is completely just nothing. And then we got a little more context for the scene, I think, with you can see the cloud detail in the sky. We got the colors popping. It looks good. It looks good. What I could do, I'm gonna make another version. we've got the bonked up versions. We get the real boofed up version. Jake edit. We'll call this the Jake edit. I'll post these on the Jake thread later on when we're done stream, just so we can get a little weird with it. Let's make an edit of the meat too. Let's make a weird meat edit too. Let's make that meat clear. This is like the holy meat. Just borf it up. We're making this biblically accurate meat, and you want to only focus on the meat. Don't look anywhere else. Look at this god meat. Let's see what we can do with the color here. Oh, okay. A little blue. Make it a little blue. Very, very artistic. We can make it a French film. Okay, I'm actually gonna save this black and white one because this one's making me laugh. BMW. You just got a tunnel vision. If you're looking at anything besides the meat, I don't know what you're doing. Okay, and they're gonna make a saturated vision. Ooh, doesn't that just burn your eyes? Like a wonderful weird shirt. And this is the Jake edit. It does kind of look okay, right? It does kind of look like somewhat normal. If someone presented that in like a photography class, I would not be surprised. Like, this is something that this feels like an assignment where someone said, like, okay, go ahead and edit a black and white photo, make it edgy, make it artsy, make it real emotional. And someone only had a picture of me, and they're like, this is my emotional meat. All right, so let's go through the versions of this one we got. Okay, so we got meat right out of the camera, right? Nothing special. We've got the edit for social media, which is, that'll go on a menu. We've got French, art, film school, black and white, perfect. And then we've got the Jake edit. like burn your eyes. Okay, I'm gonna stop with that. Let's go back to a normal one. Okay, what else can we? Should we borf up these people? Let's borf these guys to hell. Okay, let's not fuck with the color. Let's go full effects. Turn that texture down. Look at that smooth boy. Oh, this man's smooth as hell. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. It's a little vignette film. Like, someone is remembering the meat they had. Make it grainy too. Let's make it grainy. There we go. This one is you found a photo of your grandparents, and it should be black and white sepia tone, but it's just this. This is Grandpa throwing it back. Peepaw throwing it back. Peepaw throwing it back. I'm gonna keep that one. I'm actually gonna make. I'm gonna go screw with the color. I'm gonna screw with the colors of this. So maybe we can make this. We can make this a little more peepaw. Oh, there we go. There we go. There's your grandpa. There's your grandpa, kids. Grandpa knew how to. The edges of the photo are a little flamed out, or a little burnt out. This one's going on the mantle, guys. We are seriously cooking. This one's going on the mantle, man. This one's going right above the fireplace. I gotta send that to Taylor. He's gonna love that. Oh my god. Okay, what else? Should we morph some of these other ones that we did? Let's screw with the love. Let's screw with the love. This is gonna be the last like 10-15 minutes of the stream. Is me just borking up some photos. So we're gonna turn that texture all the way up. We're gonna turn that clarity all the way down, baby. Oh yes. I like this idea of the old-timey photos that are just not old-timey at all. I love you. There we go. Put a little green in that sky. Make it look good. Yeah, that's his going away. That's his going away. Wartime photo. Grandpa throwing it back. Grandpa knew how to twerk, kids. This is the ending of my student film, where the ending it focuses on love, and then it vignettes all the way in until you can't see it no more. Mighty Porkin Power Rangers. Yeah, man, nothing better than taking some photos and just borking it. Especially if you don't love the photos, because you do this shit and it will, honestly, it'll make it funny as hell. Original, not inspiring. It's fine. This is a tourist photo. This is something your mom has in her photo album from the time she went to Philly. Fine. Borked. It's not even like that borked. That's true. If you bork the whole film, that's just a stylistic choice. That's not even, you didn't even bork it then. You just did it. That's just what you did. Okay. We can't bork fulls too much because that's just not gonna happen. Nothing's gonna happen with this, unfortunately. I don't think. We could try. Wait, is this not my edit? Where'd my edit? Oh, well, no, I don't want to do. Let's do the not edited. Let's do the not edited version. Oh, get Nikki smooth. Look at Nikki smooth there. Now, an interesting thing happens where if you go this way, it makes the halo green, which is the Eagles colors. So maybe that's good. I don't know. You see what I mean? Not a lot of borking happening here. Not a lot to fuck with here. Kind of not feeling the same, honestly. So, oh, I think my video stream is borking itself. My computer can't handle me screwing with these photos in the way that I'm screwing with them, and also my video. Can't do it. That's fine. If no one sees me, who cares? I certainly don't. Okay, so we're gonna go. Yeah, it is. Okay, so I'm gonna go to City Hall, and we're not even gonna do a good edit of this. We're just gonna do the boofed, the borked, the dum edit. We're gonna see what we can do with this. So we're gonna turn that exposure down. We're gonna turn that contrast down. Some of those highlights up. Shows up. Make sure everything is like, you know, visible. The computer, honestly, is always trying to take me down. If I got more than 4 tabs open, it's like, that camera is, I'm looking at the YouTube stream. I'm looking at the stream on my YouTube. And it is just going, I don't even know why it's going green. It's green screening everything. Okay, it's fine. Everyone look at the editing and not my face. You don't need to look at me. The graphics card is really not doing well. I hope you guys can hear me. If you can't hear me, that's an actual issue, so let me know. Anyway, let's do this. Oh, the sound is funky. Uh-oh. Guys, it doesn't like this. Maybe I'll close that out. Okay. Well, okay. See, I'm seeing some is funky, nothing's wrong. Whatever. Focus on the Photoshop. Yeah, focus on the photos, guys. Okay. I'm realizing now everything I'm saying is in response to like 3 minutes ago, so the YouTube stream might get a little confused. Okay. Let's boof this. Let's beef it up. Now, I do like this. I like where this is going already. Okay, that is not. Yeah, we got 7 minutes, so this will be the last one we do, and I'll just like chill and talk. I'll close the stream. I like how I turned the vibrance down. It just made it back to normal. We just got back to normal. We've unboofed it. Okay, I don't want to unboof it too much, so I'm gonna keep it. I'm gonna keep it a little. I'm gonna keep it a little blue. I like how I did all that work just to make it a little blue. It's fucking stupid. All right, here we go. Now we're making it crunchy. Now we're making it crunchy. We got a little bit of crunch. We get a little bit of crunch. There we go. And that's our Jake edit. Original, normal photo, crunchy. Crunchy blue. It's very good. He went off to war with Peepaw. Yeah, he did. He's hailing a bus so he can get off. He can get off with Peepaw. Okay. That is everything for that. I'm going to stop streaming now. Let's stop streaming. So y'all have to focus on my face, and I'm going to close Lightroom. So hopefully that clears up some space and my camera starts working again. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, I just got a peek at the Discord. It looks bad. Guys, I don't know. And then I think I might have completely borked my shit. Yeah, that's what I was about to do.
Yeah,
I'm gonna
try
see
to the call and see if that fixes it. We're just sticking on the animation screen for now, so
yeah, okay. I'm gonna dip out real.
All right.
Oh no, what happened? Oh no, what happened? Oh, what's going on? Okay. Ooh, okay, I'm better. It appears as if I'm better.
You're no longer over your slideshow.
I was gonna say, I don't know what the hell happened.
That was great. No, that was good. I
It was-
graphics card.
Oh, 100%. I did not know that could happen. So that's... Okay, I'm back. Okay, who's jumping in here? Also, what is Oh, we're not muting on the tech difficulties. That's fine. Hello everyone. So I don't know how we are going forward with the JAKEBOX stuff. Does someone else have JAKEBOX that they're gonna host with everything? Nice.
We could do, was it Gartic phone listed? I practiced that,
phone?
so we could do that, because no one has to host it.
You practice Gartic phone.
I'm ready, I'm ready.
Oh my god. Is that something we can do on, is that like a computer thing, or is that a phone one?
I mean, you can do it just like through the browser on your phone.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, because I can't draw on my computer.
Yeah.
Do that. Let me... Hello, everyone. If you can still hear us on YouTube, we're just figuring everything out to get to the next part of the stream. We're going to play some games in a minute. We're just figuring out what we do with that. Who's on deck, who's going to run it. We're just figuring out. While we figure that out, why don't you check out the links in the YouTube bio, in the description right down there. You can go check out our Patreon. You can support us, become a patron, donate a little money to an indie lit mag, get some cool rewards. You can also go ahead and check out our merch. We got a bunch of cool merch that you can get. And remember, we're doing all of this for our chapbooks coming out in April. And you can get all of those in physical or digital. You can bundle them up and get a little discount. Just make sure you go check out what we got going on. In the meantime, we are trying to play some games. So stick around. We'll be having fun in a minute. Just as soon as we figure out everything that's going on, who's got the games, who's got everything right now. I'll tell you what, Gartic phone scares me. Because I cannot draw.
JAKEBOX, but I gotta reboot Steam. Give me a sec. Stand by.
Okay, yeah, cool. I was gonna say I also have JAKEBOX 3, but
I have
seeing as my
so.
seeing as my computer doesn't like me, I don't know how that would go.
Yeah, your computer is very upset at you right now.
It's very angry. I'm gonna close the other tab I have. I'm gonna close as many tabs as possible. So I don't burn through the computer right now.
Burn through the goodwill that you have.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Alright. It's not installed on this computer, but it is installing now. So we have 2 minutes and 33 seconds.
That shouldn't take too long.
No, it'll be fine. But
Because I haven't played the JAKEBOX games in a while, and I love those. So those are definitely the most fun I have with groups of people. Is seeing how dumb some people can get, and the goofy shit that people make up. So it'll be fun. Now we can try Gardic Phone and see how bad my drawing skills are.
Gardic Phone would also be very funny.
Gardic Phone, any drawing thing scares me to death.
That's part of the joy of Gardic Phone.
I know, but I'm so like
being bad.
Yes, let's do bios for everyone. Who's in here?
Oh, you're so
Eli.
right. Yeah, we should do that.
Alex, Sorry, everyone. Let me pull up your bios.
Easy time killer.
Yeah, easy peasy. All right, everyone. Joining us for the games, for the Gardic, for the JAKEBOX. We've got Alex Carrigan, Katherine Schmidt, Lee Faulk, or Lie. Tell me if I'm Lie. Okay, yeah, I was gonna say and Ellie Anton. So let's start off with everyone's bios. We'll start off with Alex. Alex is a Pushcart nominated editor, poet, and critic from Alexandria, Virginia. He is the author of Now Let's Get Brunch, a collection of RuPaul's Drag Race Twitter poetry by Querencia Press, and May All Our Pain Be Champagne, a collection of Real Housewives Twitter poetry by Alien Buddha Press. He has had fiction, poetry, and literary reviews published in Quail Bell Magazine, Lambda Literary Review, Barrel House, Sage Cigarettes, where he was a Best of the Net nominee, Stories About Penises from Guts Publishing, and more. For more information, you can visit carriganAKWordpress.com or on Twitter at carriganAK. And Alex was actually started our live stream, read from those books that we mentioned, and it was a fun time. They're so fun. They're great reads. If you have the chance, go grab them because they're absolutely delightful to read. Next up, Lie Faulk also was on the stream later yesterday, and was reading some amazing stuff. Lie Faulk has loved reading and writing for as long as they can read and write. Could read or write. They still believe in the power of written word to change lives. They can be reached on Twitter at Whimsical Raven. Next up, we have Katherine Schmidt. And Katherine Schmidt's work is published in Jake, Icebreakers, Roy Fanat Press. I'm definitely saying that wrong. Annie Heroine Chic, and elsewhere. She's a co-founder of Spark to Flame Journal, and you can find her on Twitter at KTON Twitter, TWITR, and on Blue Sky at KTON BSKY. Katherine, I don't know if you read, because I've been off for a while. So if you did read, the schedule is gone, and I don't remember.
I did not read, so you're good.
Okay.
You're good.
I feel I don't want to upset anyone. I wasn't on, and the schedule has been deleting as we've finished it. So if you did read, speak up so I can say something about it. And finally, Ellie Anton is a PhD student in materials science working to make the world a greener place using hydrogen, and is the one running the tech for this stream. They live in Southern California with their spouse and cat. Ellie has been doing amazing work behind the scenes. We've had so many things going on, and our moderation chat has just been, going wild all day for the past however many hours we've been doing this. So
live for just over 18 hours.
18 hours. Woo!
I only passed out once for 20 minutes.
That in and of itself is a feat. It is amazing. So thank you all for being here. I hope you're ready to have some fun. I can't wait to get this going because, as I've said before, two of you guys have read already, and I've already seen what you guys come up with. So this should be exciting.
All right, y'all who are in the chat, the code and the URL are in there. So pull up your phones and.
Yep.
Or your computer, I guess, if you want to do that. We got 3 of us in. We're waiting on Sauce, Katie, and Laurel.
Yeah, definitely me.
I'm not seeing where to look. Oh, okay.
Oh yeah, it's in the chat. If you
Got it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Sorry, I realize that not everyone has that open. I've just had it open the entire evening.
Okay, I should be in. And do you want to
I will share my screen in a sec. So once we're all
Okay.
in, we'll start the round, and then I'll share my screen, and then the audience will be able to join into the audience. So it's
Great.
gonna be a little bit of a process, but once we get rolling, it'll be fine.
You're right. Yeah.
Who are we missing still?
Now, how out there are we allowed to be as we play this game?
I mean, the stream is marked not for children, so technically, I think we
Here
can
we go.
be as out there as we want to be. I don't know, Ben.
Perfect.
Do you have an opinion on this? I guess Ben's not in the call.
Let's stay within the Jake submission
Yeah,
guidelines.
like maybe like PG-13 or like
Wait.
I don't know what I don't know. Yeah, Jake's submission guidelines, sure. Laurel, are you playing? Or are you in?
I wasn't sure if what the plan was for that. I can join.
Yeah, you're welcome
Yeah,
to play if you want. We have slots still, or you can join the
Yeah,
audience.
we don't have to ping anyone else to come in, so I've also got the YouTube up on my television, so if anything weird happens in chat and you don't see it, I'll just yell.
If you're not gonna join, I guess I think Alex, you were the first one in, so you have to hit the everyone's in. Oh, there we go.
Oh,
We're
okay.
good.
Oh, I just tried.
You're good. You're in. So Alex, if you hit
Dope.
the, it
Alright.
should be on your device. Just hit the everyone's
Yep.
in button.
We're all good?
Yep. Send it.
All right. 3, 2, 1. Everybody's in.
Alright. Now let me share my screen.
Here we go.
Here we go. Oh, let me stop the... I still have the goddamn chill beats going, too.
Let's see what we got. Okay, folks, welcome to your worst nightmare, but in a good way.
The game is kind of quiet.
This is round 1. You'll get 2 prompts on your
Round
I just have to
Answer
deal with it
them
for now,
however you
and I'll
want.
mess with it
Your
next time.
responses or
That's
clips will be
fine.
picked against someone else's, and everyone will vote on their favorite. You score based on the percentage of players who like your answer. Plus, there are winners' bonuses at stake. Go.
This is where my giant thumbs are hindering. I'll be typing extra C's and B's all up in my answers.
That's okay.
Yep.
Chat, you can see the game, right?
Yeah, I'm looking at the screen. The game is up.
Alright.
Yeah.
Why is really thinking? Serious business over here.
It is.
We got serious answers, all right?
4, 3, 2, 1.
Oh.
Let's take a look.
No.
The first prompt is
Oof.
a
Alright, here we go.
horrible pickup line. Okay, everyone.
This is
You post to your office. That's a DM slide. That's definitely how you go after Twitter pickups.
You just carry it around with you, your pantry skeleton.
Next in
Just in
line.
case you need it.
What happens
Just in
when you
case.
finally make eye
He's
contact
in the
with crazy
pantry.
person on the subway? Time to vote.
What happens when you finally make eye contact with a crazy person on the subway? A sexually charged tango, definitely. I whisper, I know what you did, and run. I don't know where you're running on the subway.
You just run to the next car.
You just run. You just run until you can't.
You run and then you hit the wall that separates the two.
I was gonna
cars.
say, you just run and then calmly sit down at the other end of the
Yeah.
train.
It's voting time.
If at first you don't succeed, resubmit or cry about it. How many
Although
times?
If you're on a
Go
New
ahead.
York or Tokyo subway train, you can't run anywhere. There's too many people on it.
I was gonna say you're stuck there. How many times do you resubmit before you do cry about it?
3 times.
Maybe they're not mutually exclusive.
Fuck handle those
Yeah.
Something inappropriate.
Take any well-known restaurant and slightly change its name to something inappropriate. Ugly.
Okay, next one. What would make baseball more entertaining to watch?
What would make baseball more entertaining to watch? Meteors or dancing? Now, I don't know if you guys have seen, but there is a baseball team that does do dancing out on the field.
Really?
Yeah,
What?
they're the Savannah Bananas.
Why do I
They-
feel like I've heard of them before?
You probably have. They're kind of like the
Here during your surgery.
the Globetrotters, in that it's not like real baseball. But they do like fun stuff on the field and everything. They do like dancing, they light bats on fire, stuff like that. So they get crazy with it.
Round 1 is in the books. Let's see the scores.
Let's see those points. Ooh. Okay.
It's
Not surprised.
I was gonna say I wasn't like paying attention to the scoring.
Reminder people in chat, you can also go to
Okay, here we go.
jakebox.tv. Oh,
First
there we
one.
go. The
A
other person got
crazy
it
thing
too.
to find during a colonoscopy. Okay, voting time. Pick your favorite.
A crazy thing to find during a colonoscopy. A second smaller camera and acceptance from TVQ.
Excellent.
These are so great.
Yes. I love the writer ones.
Mhm.
If that's how you got your acceptances from Taco Bell Quarterly, that would take a step above had.
Next.
That's kind of
Yeah.
that would be disturbing.
It's like a magic trick.
Like, Mick, how did you get in here?
A great gag gift would be an exploding pacemaker.
No.
Guys.
It's a funny joke, haha.
No, yeah. It was a real funny joke.
An idea for Lady Gaga's next crazy outfit, a blank dress. Time to vote.
Those are surprisingly similar in that they both start with G. Wow, I'm tired.
I was gonna say you just saw the same word
I
twice.
just saw G and was like, they're the same word.
I was gonna say G and they end with E,
Yeah,
so
they-
your
they
brain
both
just
have an
doesn't
R
read
in
it.
them. I saw G, R, and ends in E, and I'm like, those
And an
clearly
A.
the same word.
And the I, yeah.
Filled with which to make a snowman.
The worst material with which to make a snowman. Coconut flakes or concrete?
They look the same too.
My concrete. My
My
concrete snowman.
will not be defeated.
You can't take this hard man down.
No, No.
How do you
Don't say it
roll
like
concrete?
that.
Toy surprise and an unhappy meal.
The toy surprise and an unhappy meal. Spiky dildo laxative.
The sad face.
Okay, one of these is actually a toy.
A
Mm.
laxative can be a toy if you believe hard enough.
If you have a Joker spirit.
Anything can be a toy if you try hard enough.
Yes.
Next
Believe in
You
yourself.
just gotta define
bad
play
tourism
correctly.
slogan for the Old Faithful guys.
I'm up with a bad tourism slogan.
This-
Old
this-
faithful
this
guys.
Quiplash is so old. They don't
She
know
squirts
how to-
white cream.
What?
It be farting. What is the cream?
This Quiplash
What
is
is
so
the
old.
cr- what is the
That's
cream?
so funny.
It just kept going.
Can you see why I
Just
asked about
committed.
What is the cream?
And that's all for round two.
Well,
Fire up the-
she's squirting your
I get
cream,
that.
so it's your choice.
I'll be honest. I did almost put for that answer. It do be squirting. So
Oh.
And now
Amazing.
round three, the last
Go with your gut.
values are
I know.
Trust
You just
your
gotta
gut.
follow.
the same
Decide.
prompt this time.
Good job.
Your prompt is
George W. Bush.
Cheney's
Change
rap
rap
duo.
duo name?
Really
No.
Holy shit.
No.
Oh, God.
Not their rap duo name. I don't know. Oh boy, can't wait for this one.
Okay, in round three, you get to award 3 votes.
Bush and D.
Jet
Jet fuel and steel beams. Oh.
Excellent.
Oh my god. That's so good.
Oh yeah, important note, you can vote for the same one more than once if you really like it.
Right,
Oh.
yeah.
They keep changing how the last lash works with every game. It's really annoying.
Yeah.
No.
Oh,
Nar.
Oh, we get 3 votes.
Yes, 3.
The flushing sound is rude.
Bush and D. Right. It's like, okay, you didn't have to do that.
It was right there.
You're right.
But yeah, also fair.
Oh god. All right, didn't expect that one.
It was so
Oh.
good.
It was really good,
It's
yeah.
over. Let's take
Yes.
a look at the final scores.
Ugh.
Ooh.
yay!
Whoa, Alex.
Alex.
All right.
Again,
Excellent.
we can just hit again with the same players. We can do this a couple times and then we can
Yeah.
swap it up.
Okay. Same players.
I still think someone should try and implement that from Taco Bell Quarterly, like somehow. They send you a taco and it says if you're accepted or not, and you have to eat it and pass it and see what happened.
Yeah, you won't know until it passes completely through your digestive tract.
Yeah, you won't know. Did it come out red or blue? Hmm.
Getting into chemistry.
It's a lot of
Yeah.
effort for sure.
I was gonna say they definitely put a lot of effort into it. Sorry, we can't pay our authors anymore. We put all our money into
Spend
R&D.
all of our money on consumable acceptance letters.
Real chemical shit. Oh my god.
Oh god.
Out of interest, how much do the other box?
Okay, it's time for some
They're like
flashing.
You said you
up
have-
to
you have
up to
four.
20, I think.
Jackbox party pack was cute.
I think I have 3.
The
Double
Jackbox party
check.
Okay, pick your
Yeah, I have party pack 3.
3 has TKO. I love TKO.
TKO is good. Chutch Nars, no! What did I do? God damn it.
Person.
This is what I'm talking about. My thumbs. I didn't even.
line for an elderly singles
The
mixer.
best pickup line for an elderly singles mixer. Dorothy in the streets, Blanche in the sheets. Hell yeah! I'm not wearing a diaper. Oh no!
Dead heat.
AJ Lowe, thanks for being a friend.
Next in line, where missing socks go.
Where missing socks go?
Vote on your
My dog's stomach. That sounds personal. Inside the Taco Bell quarterly taco
How
acceptance.
they make the edible acceptance.
That's how they do it. That's how they do it.
The only way.
You have you have to eat the whole sock.
Yeah.
Coming up next, an image that would make the Sistine Chapel
An image that would make the Sistine Chapel ceiling look more badass. Squirt and Geyser. Dick butt. I love
I
dick
do
butt.
agree. Dick butt would improve the Sistine Chapel.
Dick butt. There's not a lot that dick butt doesn't improve.
Another dead heat.
And next is a bad substitute.
A
for
bad
surfboard.
substitute for a surfboard. A copy of Taco Bell Quarterly or a shark.
We're just gonna get to the point where everything's Taco Bell Quarterly.
I was gonna say, how do we get here?
The pandering it works.
If it works.
I'm gonna start tagging MM right now.
Yeah.
It's Taco Bell quarterly hour.
Matt, get the hell in here.
I know this is an extreme, but you know.
Where's the end go?
I appreciate the answer, but I think
That's the
I gotta be realistic here.
reasonable people can disagree. Look. It's how Quiplash works. You identify a meme, and then you just keep doing.
And then you just
callbacks.
keep going with it. You run with it.
It just spirals.
Doesn't work anymore.
This one's tough.
Let's start this show. Starting things off, a sign that you're
A sign that you're a bad teacher. No apples, or you got tenure.
Rough.
someone's having some personal disputes.
Possibly not.
I had to give it. It was simple, it was clean, it was elegant.
You know there's one person who doesn't deserve it.
vote on your devices.
The worst things to juggle. John Sarah posting poems that are pretty good, to be honest. Simultaneous submissions.
God.
Thank you for explaining what sim subs meant.
Yeah. And I also missed the button to vote.
Oops.
You're doing the.
I just missed it.
What's wrong with these kids today?
What's wrong with these kids today? Kids are all right. Not enough Taco. Honestly, have you seen the delivery prices for Taco Bell? It's insane. Listen, the kids are all right.
The kids are alright, but also.
But also, what's wrong with them?
Considered.
Feed them more ground beef.
A good catchphrase to yell every time you finish pooping.
Fuck's
Let's talk about quarterly acceptance.
God damn it.
Jake, can you wipe my ass? Jake, get in here. This is the service we offer. This is a service we offer when we accept your work.
Sign up for our Patreon now.
Sign up for our Patreon.
And
We won't
send
shut up
enough
about
for
Taco Bell
someone to
quarterly.
come wipe your ass.
Patreon link in description. A popular TV show with the word poop inserted. Dr. Poop? Breaking Poop? What is Dr. Poop?
Doctor Who.
Oh, Doctor Who. Okay.
I was thinking like Dr. Pimple Popper.
I don't know what that is.
Dr. Poop Popper?
Or Dr. Pole, the veterinarian.
There's so many
that's right.
doctor shows. That's a veterinarian who only checks the animal's poop.
I mean, someone's got to.
My sister's studying right now, and she tells me so much about birds' cloacas.
Oh, God. The worst 1960s teen movie.
That's good.
I need to be in on
Taco
that
Bell
group chat.
Beach. Taco Bell Beach. Honestly, that...
Does it grammar? Mm,
Taco
Oh, I
Bell
missed it.
Beach. The beach where the Taco Bell is.
The beach where the Taco Bell. The beach that makes you Taco Bell.
The beach that makes you Taco Bell. So true. I went to the beach that made you Taco Bell.
AJ, Ben put in chat, Jake only wipes his own ass. Thank you very much.
Fuck's sake. I think I am gonna buy JAKEBOX 3 because it has the other Quiplash that I'm pretty sure has the audience mode. And it has TKO, and I love TKO.
Right. Yeah, I was gonna say TKO is funny.
I will be right back, so I gotta get my wallet.
A good name for an elderly nudist colony.
A good name for an elderly nudist colony. Now. This is gonna be stupid.
Here's what everybody wrote. Vote with your votes now.
A good name for an elderly nudist cop. Saggy Scrotum Sanctuary. God. Rotting Wood. Ooh, God. The beach that makes you old and naked. Prunes and Raisins. Naked and Aged. Gramp and Graham's Green Gables. I love the alliteration.
Oh, did I break YouTube? Oh, that's so funny. Alright,
Uh-oh,
everyone
what
bear with me for a little bit. I'm
Oh,
committing,
we broke you too.
it's probably
Did we
because,
get-
like, it's probably because I'm like buying JAKEBOX, so it's like, oh my god, we can't have this be streamed.
Yeah.
Which is very valid of them.
I was about to say,
Yeah,
did
no.
we get like content? Did we get like age restricted in the stream?
No, it's almost definitely because I have like a billing information thing. Nobody copy my card. Thank you.
Prunes and Raisins. Really.
Fabulous.
That's good.
Really hitting them where it hurts.
Let's see the final
Right,
scoreboard.
are we back? Did I fix it?
Give it
There we go.
a second.
Sorry.
yay.
Yeah, good job.
Nice.
Alright.
Okay, there we go.
We got 8 minutes supposed. Oh, 5 minutes. 5 minutes until the new one. 4. It keeps going down way faster than time moves. All right.
Hell yeah, that's how it goes.
I do love like download estimates. They're like one of my favorite things about computers.
Mm-hmm. They're truly all over the place. Very
like it's gonna take
very
you
wild.
6 years to download this file. And it's like, psych, it's gonna take you like 2 minutes.
Oh shit! Wait, guys, this happened way faster than I thought. 2 minutes.
Oh, actually, never mind.
Actually, it's already downloaded.
Yeah, it's done. But no, it has like 2 minutes left. So we can just sit here and vamp. Oh, actually, I can exit the game and stuff.
Okay. Yeah, there we go.
Stop streaming.
Covered it.
How's OBS doing? OBS. Silence by Taco Bell. Thank you.
Yeah. They came in, they took us down.
They're like, we can't have this much free promotion. Illegal.
Should stop talking about us. The Parish Review is going to hear you. I bugged Mac last night. I was like, hey, I don't know what I'm doing for stream. Get on in here and talk to me. And he was like, I'm working. Damn it, Mac. Damn,
why you gotta be working?
What's with everyone working? It's a Saturday, isn't it? Come on. What the hell?
Because like the people in my lab have no chill. It's so funny.
It's like you guys gotta work on it. Hello, YouTube. While we wait, make sure you're checking the links in the description, in the video description. You know what we're doing. We got a whole bunch of links for you. Patreon, merch, go buy some books. You know what it's about. Tears don't fall. I'm wondering why. Oh. I was looking through the other JAKEBOX editions earlier today too, and some of the games were very. Oh, what happened?
It's just so loud.
We went from one end of the noise spectrum to the other one.
I'm so sorry for everyone on stream who also had to hear that. Right. That's like more, a little bit less. Okay. Right, new code is in the chat. It's still like I need to go back and drop the settings. Hang on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because JAKEBOX doesn't let you mess with things once you're like in a game.
Fair.
I typed the code, it said room not found.
Yeah, I closed it, my bad, because it was still too loud.
Okay.
We could always scream over it.
That's true. We just all picked really loud.
Welcome to the late night bar stream. We will be...
For your auditory pleasure, we will be screaming as loud as we can for 4 hours. I hope
You're falling asleep.
Yeah, now it's actual bar trivia.
The authentic rooftop vibes. So they put the speakers
Yeah,
over
exactly.
the door and they just blast your ears as soon as you get there.
Why didn't we pick a table further from the thing? This is the only one that was available.
All right, Alex. Once again, you are the leader. So everyone's in.
All right.
Oh, Ellie, are you
Alright.
Are you streaming it?
Not yet, because otherwise people.
Okay.
I guess it doesn't-
Oh yeah, I'm gonna say.
Yeah.
But are you gonna
Alright,
share your
I'll-
screen?
I will.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, is everyone ready?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Go.
Hey.
No more.
Welcome to Quiplash. I'm Schmitty, as if you didn't recognize me.
Quiplash 2, Revenge of the Taco
I've
Bell
already
Quarter.
come up with a plan. I remember all your names.
We're leveling up here.
Let's get started.
They can't keep getting away with it.
This is round 1. Two
Now
prompts
it's
will appear on
now
your
it's have
device
had
that you
and
can
skull
answer in any
jokes.
clever or not clever way you want.
Now, when I
accepted.
did that,
Between your answer and
when I
someone
did that
else's.
acceptance from
Decide
Taco
who
Quarterly,
wins.
I very
The more
nearly
people
did
who
Paris
vote for your
review.
answer, the better your score. Let's go.
Then I was like, no, TVQ, that's for the crowd.
Funnier.
Are the prompts messed up for anyone else, or is that just a me problem?
I think that's a you problem.
I was gonna say I'm getting the prompt.
You see my prompt, yeah.
You just blindly enter whatever.
Gunning to win an Oscar. Let's say.
There it is.
Think of anything nice.
Sometimes you just say things and it makes no sense. That's what I did.
Sometimes you make no sense right now, so that it pays off in round
Yeah.
2.
Oh, yeah.
I had to
We're
do-
setting it up.
I had to do so much editing on my answers.
All right, let's get to it. Prompt number 1 is the perfect thing to yell to make a Pee-wee basketball player miss a free
Oh,
throw.
damn, my prompt's not gonna make any sense.
No.
Use your device to pick your favorite.
I can only see from the second line down. I had no idea what was going on.
Miss a free. I like the non.
Thank you for the votes. I appreciate it.
Thank you for appreciating where I was going with that.
Next in the hopper, the name of the upcoming
Well, I think it's just the
show
confusion will
starring
get
men
you.
with big arms.
Yeah. What the hell?
Okay,
Sorry,
vote.
men with big arms and tiny legs. What's this skull?
Jake unveil. Finally, Jake body reveal.
Jake body reveal.
This is what the fans have been clamoring
Hey, we got Katie fans in Switzerland in the chat.
And next,
Hi, Emily.
a terrible thing to say while testing out a mattress. Put in your votes.
Yeah. Yep. Where's my Taco Bell acceptance?
Next, a line you'd see on the Wolfman's online dating profile.
Online dating profile. Oh.
Moving on.
They're like, don't even bother reading this.
Clearly gunning to win an Oscar. Vote now.
Okay.
I feel we can't see half the prompt.
That was good.
When you have to guess the prompt,
When you
you.
have to do your best.
Next in line, what the
Doctor,
California
it's a
raisins
poop.
do for work now. Time to vote.
These are both correct.
Eaten by the elders. They don't do anything
I had a
anymore.
guy in my class the other day who was just like, I'm like eating some like really good California raisins. I'm like, what are you talking about? That's just what the raisins are. Like,
I'm just eating some really good ones.
Like, what?
That's all.
The
for
vintage
round
on
one.
these
Here's the
raisins is
scoreboard.
nuts. It's so good.
No, he was clearly having a great time, and I love that for him. It's just a mystifying moment to me.
Really, I was gonna say, really focused on those raisins.
Like, you're in
Here
California.
comes round 2.
They're all
If you like
California
round
raisins.
1,
They're all raisins
one
there.
should be doubled.
Like, what are you
I got the
talking
round for
about?
you.
The same thing.
Oh, that one I just can't see at all. Oh no.
Oh no. Is it who's the boss?
It looks like it's 4 words, maybe 5 words. Though. It's kind of unclear.
Well, maybe not.
I'm just gonna type some shit.
Let's just type some stuff.
Fine. Yeah, thanks, Chad. I think also the extra weirdness is like because I grew up in Southern California as a child, like they would just give us boxes of raisins sometimes. So like to me, it's just completely. It's like for like test snacks.
Let's
or
see how you
whatever.
did. Our
To me, it's
first
just
You're-
round
completely
is
normal. It was like,
life
yeah,
hack.
just some
If you don't have a
raisins,
wine
stuff like
rack,
that.
You were part of a
Just
focus
use
group
that
for your
rack.
whole life. Life hack, if you don't have a wine rack, simply use a bottle shelf. It was like
I like
very
period
One
with
of these
shelf.
is a normal answer. And one
With a
of them is
period.
crazy.
shelf period.
Yeah,
Like, come on, guys. Come on.
the period got me.
Thank you,
I
thank you.
respect the commitment, though. Imagine eating it.
Your next prompt is why are printer ink cartridges
Why are
so
printer ink
expensive?
cartridges so expensive?
Ready?
Godly
Yeah.
nectar, milking the beast.
These are the same answer.
Yeah, they are. God is not a man or a woman. God is a beast. Great open.
And next is
All right, now I have to roll with that. I gotta get off stream, guys. I gotta go write something.
Wedding.
The most important part of a hillbilly wedding, the shunting. What's that? What's
I'm
that?
hoping any. I was really thinking someone had seen Society.
Oh. I listen.
Okay, one of you did. Okay. Because it's like, oh, a hillbilly wedding. Yeah, let's have
Okay,
the
next
giant,
one.
like,
Who's the
incestuous, like,
boss?
mutant orgy.
Vote away.
Battle Royale to find out.
Oh,
Honestly,
someone saw the poster behind me.
Coming up next, a family heirloom.
family
you probably
heirloom.
shouldn't
You
pass
probably
down to your
shouldn't pass
children.
down to your children. Shelf.
And vote.
I mean, yeah, that's fair.
Yeah.
Oof. Okay.
I at least guessed the answer, the question correctly.
Next one, what God probably smells like.
Oh God, we got
Printer ink, apparently.
yeah, printer.
Great.
Jake face reveal when?
I-
It's like I don't care.
Yeah.
I don't
No.
care what God smells like.
I don't care. Tell me what
Jake face reveal. We're all on stream.
What? What are you talking about?
Is
No,
Is
not
Jake
that.
on stream?
Jake, where's Jake?
You know we're hiding
Where's
him.
Jake?
Two's at an end. Let's sneak a peek at the scoreboard.
Jake's milking the beast.
Yeah.
We love that for him.
We love that.
We love it when Jake milks the beast.
How else are we gonna print
Round
all
three,
these
the last
chapbooks?
flash.
True.
Everybody's getting the
So
same
true.
prompt, so don't hold back.
Someone had to say it.
Make up the full name for this acronym.
I mean, it's obvious. That's just a real name.
so bad.
just don't even know what to do.
I mean, there's a correct answer to this question, but it is definitely not the funniest. But like all good TLA, there's always 6 different ways you could put them.
Time to take a look. You get 3 medals to award to your top 3 quips.
Okay, full
Give 'em
acronyms for
gold, silver, and
APC. We
bronze.
got armored personnel character, anti-Paris review comic book. There we go. A Paris review chastisement. Atlanta P crown. You got to do a lot for that. Anti-Paris review tweeting. And assessing penis committee. That's
Oh, remember,
that's like,
this one is bronze, silver, gold, I think. Oh,
Oh,
it's
right.
gold the other way. Gold, silver, bronze? I don't know. We'll see.
Oh.
I don't remember. Oh, yeah, it's gold, silver, bronze. Well. Oh, well.
whatever.
It's fine.
All right, let's see where those
Assessing
medals
penis
went.
committee is
First,
kind of like the federal body inspector of the early 2000s.
and gold.
Assessing
Let's
penis
sell off
committee is
those
what
medals for
Terps want,
points.
Let's be real.
Yeah. True.
It's still funny.
Oh god. Oh my god.
It's
Okay, I
over.
saw a
Let's see the
P and I
final
was like,
scores.
well, I got one idea.
Nah, you're good.
I got one idea.
I
I got one
all you
thought.
need.
had empty one thought. It's fine.
All right, do we want to do one more of these and then switch to TKO?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can do that.
All right, same players. Here we
Yep.
go.
Is the audience working, by the way? People in the chat?
You shall know in a minute.
I know there's at least
Welcome
a
to
couple
Schmitty. I'm Quiplash. I'm sorry. Can we start over? No?
I can put in
Yeah.
chat to like go to the
A
link.
mysterious old woman told me I'd meet a group
Yeah.
of strangers who would change my life. So keep an eye out for those guys. In the meantime, why don't we play? Here's round 1. You score based on the percentage of players who like your answer. Plus, there are winners bonuses at stake. Go!
Oh, okay.
Oh no. Hell. One of these is a layup.
All right, let's have a look. Number 1 on the list, the anti-drug Just Say No campaign should be updated
The
to
Just Say No
blank
campaign.
campaign.
Just say yes or come
Now.
on.
Come on.
Come on. to the no one's actually gonna offer you drugs, nerd.
Next on the list, the weirdest song that
The
could
weirdest
play
thing.
during a father-daughter
Oh, no.
dance.
Wins brick house. What's the stalker song?
Every breath you take.
That one,
Yeah.
for sure.
Next on deck,
But I'll be watching
the
you
worst
song.
time to tell
I'll be
someone
watching
what a
you.
divorce is in the middle of blank.
The stalker's handbook.
Vote now.
Maybe that's the best time to let someone down. They're really happy they got that They're really happy they
Yeah,
got that.
it's like a nice,
You can
like a nice counterbalance. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm feeling good about it. I don't really care that you're divorcing me. You never supported my Taco Bell.
Rum might be gone, but
What
at least they
NASA
have Taco
doesn't
Bell.
tell us is that for years they've observed blank through a powerful telescope. Vote away.
God.
Moving on. A perplexing.
They
pair
definitely got
of
black holes on the
still
telescopes.
dashed
They
on
know.
And blank.
I bet there's some pole out there
Time to
too.
vote.
There's definitely a planet that's just a pole.
I long since there. I think there is actually something that's weird like that.
Yeah, wasn't there something that they were like, we think it's aliens, and it's just like a very long, like
Next
cylindrical
up,
object that they don't
great way to
know what the
cheat on
fuck
a
it
It's
is.
like some
certification
object
test.
out in the Kuiper Belt that's like going so fast that it's like
And
literally
vote.
an oval.
Yeah. Be a Greek god. You're just gonna kill this one. What do you mean?
I couldn't see the prompt. I just saw education test.
You fucked up, man.
Round
You
one.
not being able to see the
See how
prompt
you
makes
scored.
it better.
I have no idea what is happening.
Oh my god.
It's really easy to write shit when you have no idea.
Now
what the
round
prompt
two.
I was gonna say, you should
All
just, like,
points and
make
bonuses
shit up.
are
Just
doubled.
say stuff.
Oh, the drama.
Oh god. It's just- Hmm.
Why do I feel like the music just gets better and better? I'm into it now.
I was gonna say, the longer you listen to it, the more you're like, yeah.
It's like, yeah, actually, this like really simple pop thing. This is good.
She's given Kahoot.
Mm.
Elevator music is peak performance.
Let's see those quips. First one. A good name for a very cheap brand of whiskey.
Good name, cheap brand of whiskey.
Okay,
Irish
voting time.
asshole.
Pick your favorite.
Not water, maybe. I think the most distressing thing I see in like media or something is people who, when a character is portrayed as not realizing a bottle of vodka is a bottle of vodka and just chugging it like water.
Yeah, that's weird.
No.
That's like
Yeah.
my immersion is gone. There's no way.
You gotta
I don't
yeah,
believe
no.
The
you.
person is suffering from all sensory
And next
deprivation.
is
Yeah.
a way to keep your ears warm.
Can't do anything.
Vote on your devices.
Keep your ears.
Wow. Same energy.
I was
Oh,
gonna
yeah.
say we're really.
That's hard.
Gas.
Yeah.
Kind of hard to work Taco Bell into that.
One very tired brain cell.
Chalupas.
Oh.
Yeah.
Devil's in the details. I like the idea that there is an unlit flame.
I mean,
Moving on. An appropriate song to be playing at a sperm bank.
Oh boy.
Put in your votes.
An appropriate song.
I was really hoping it was inappropriate.
Right.
Did not pan out the way I was hoping.
Back to Every Breath You Take.
Yeah. Yeah. you take
Your
would
next
actually...
prompt is...
Elections
would be a whole
Is that both?
Instead of debates, we made the candidates blank.
I don't know.
He's going
Honestly,
watching me?
It's voting time.
we just go through every line. It's called every step you take.
Every move you make.
Caress each other softly.
I would be down for the caress each other softly. I think that'd be very fun.
I think that'd be very healing for the country.
Explore each other's bodies before they can
Next one,
talk about it.
the name of a support group
Exactly.
for men who can't grow beards. Ready, set, vote.
All face sad committee. I almost put for this wouldn't know, which I felt would be too mean.
I know, right? I like it because committee is misspelled.
I'm so tired, I didn't even notice.
Next on deck, a good sign that Congress doesn't
I'm such a
like
bad speller, I didn't notice.
you. Okay, vote.
Plus Richie, plus you suck.
Incredible.
You are breathing. Plus Richie, plus you suck.
All I saw was
It's not even like a sign. It's just what they do every day.
That's it for round two. Let's see those scores.
L plus ratio plus you suck plus didn't ask.
Did everyone knows that every congressperson is required to hold their hand like this for at least 6 hours a day, every day on the set floor?
they got it.
We've made
What is
it
your
to
statement
round
to the
three,
people?
the last flash. Focus up because you're all answering the same prompt.
Extended fart noise.
Complete this word lash task.
Write a hit song with the word buns. Baby game plus L.
Oh, fucking no.
Get that weak shit out of here.
Yeah. Where's the Dark Souls of the like, when are we gonna get that? Oh, fuck. I'm so tired.
All right,
Where's
we're
the
ready.
Dark Souls of
Choose the
Quiplash?
medal winning buns.
Duraboss buns.
Oh fuck, I spelled hot cross.
Every buns you take.
Every buns you make is really good.
Bun sentence.
Easy game.
Easy game. If only I could spell. Hot cross buns, it already
Easy
exists.
game.
Everyone
Easy
knows
game. Easy game. Follow up with
Easy
spelling.
game, I
It's so funny.
I cannot spell, but the game is so easy.
It's even better because it feels like it's supposed to be hot cross buns.
It is.
Yeah.
Let's see where those medals ended up. First, the bronze, silver, and the gold. All right, let's turn that into cold, hard points.
That's some weird calculation.
Yeah, I have no idea how it works.
I
No.
hate,
That's the
I hate
game.
Quiplash
Let's see the
too,
final
Flash.
scores.
I was gonna say the grading system on there is very odd.
I don't know why they changed it. The one in the first game is so good.
Yeah, I was gonna say it was decent.
They're like, what if we made it way more confusing and also more
It's just little drugs.
Yeah.
I will say too, one of the benefits of TKO that I have now is I have a phone with a stylus.
Nice.
Oh wait, did you draw?
Huh?
There's a little bit of drawing in TKO, yeah.
It's
Yeah.
like drawing, but
It's
it's
text
okay.
and
You don't have to
Wait.
do good. It's fine.
It's baby drawing for babies.
Yeah.
No, I'm gonna swap quick because I'm doing Discord for my iPad versus then I can just do that way easier on my iPad. So I'm gonna drop the call and be right back.
Okay.
Okay.
This is probably a
That's
good
good.
point then. We'll switch to intermission for a sec, because I have to...
Okay, yeah, let me go to the bathroom too. I'll be right
Yeah.
back.
yeah, I'll do that.
Sounds good.
Let me...
Bathroom break.
Bathroom break.
All right.
Where are the music?
I will chill and hang out with whoever's sticking around. Why are you sticking around?
And entertain everyone, Ben.
Yeah, I'll entertain.
Got
What's
your-
going on,
got your
guys?
loyalty for music, just vamp. I'll be back.
Happy Saturday.
Yeah, Jerubi.
What's up? Well, looks like you're back connected, right?
I am just now getting to the game.
Nice. Stuff. I just meant you were back on the call.
Oh yeah.
Good stuff. That was a fun round. I was watching like pretty much from the beginning. That was great.
Never played any of these games before, just by the way. I'm
Yeah,
completely new to this.
Yeah. I mean, it's supposed to just say a thing you think is funny, right? Which I think most of us
Yeah.
have some experience with.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. So this one, I'll explain, I guess, the rules of the game then while everyone's in the bathroom and getting everything set up or whatever, right? It works kind of similarly to the previous game, except instead of just writing like a word response, you'll be given a prompt for a word response, and you'll be given a prompt for like a drawing response. And then all of everyone's answers are gonna get mixed up randomly, and then you have to pick the funniest like pairing of them to make like a t-shirt. So you'll get like a random phrase from someone that someone else wrote, you'll get a random drawing that someone else drew. And then you gotta figure out like what makes the best t-shirt out of it.
Excellent.
Yeah. But yeah, then it does a similar kind of like head-to-head thing. We vote and see which one we like the best. Yeah, should be a good time. Wait, is Ellie running to the bathroom, or is she just like setting it up? I don't remember what happened there.
I don't remember.
Okay, no worries.
I'm sorry.
It's all good. All good. Yeah. How are you guys doing this morning? Good to see you all.
Doing well. Doing well. Are you like, is this hour? Are you awake, or are you kind of just like?
I'm awake. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I took off for a few hours. Starting at I guess it was like 8:30 a.m., 9:30 a.m. here. I don't remember what time it was, but I took a couple hours to like sleep and get like refreshed or whatever.
Nice.
Yeah. Get back on to the end. Welcome back, AJ. We were shooting the shit.
I don't know why I didn't think of this before for my whole time in stream, but I'm wearing Jake merch now.
Hey,
Yeah,
good
reppin'.
stuff.
Hey.
That looks
Cowabunga.
great.
Went to the bathroom. I was like, wait, why am I not wearing that shirt? Good job, dummy.
It's all good, yeah. Yeah, super fun.
I saw you guys have t-shirts, sweatshirts too, right? Or is it just
Yeah,
t-shirts?
I'm actually wearing one of the hoodies right now. This is
There you go.
one of the designs. Yeah, it's super comfy.
Nice.
Yeah.
Do you have hats or no hats?
Don't have hats yet. Yeah, the supplier we're using doesn't have hats. So as soon as they do, we'll definitely put some on because I think it'll be fun.
I need a new everyday hat, so
Yeah.
it's fine.
So AJ, if you're an everyday hat kind of guy, do you have like opinions on like different styles of hats? Because I know like folks who wear hats a lot like are like, okay, I only wear snapbacks, or I only wear like dad hats, or whatever, like, or I only want the fitted hat, or
Yeah, I mean, I definitely have opinions on them because I feel like my head also doesn't fit in most hats. So as much as I need hats, they don't need me. So I like so what I got on now is kind of like a mesh trucker hat. they fit kind of easy. I don't like anything with a flat brim because those kind of they feel too crazy wide. I also got
that was the same way kind of. Yeah,
like a little more structured, something that'll has like the bent brim, a little more structure to it, but not a whole lot. I feel like a lot of them, for some reason, have like a lot of extra space on my head, like they're up here for some reason. I'm like, what the hell's going on? My head's already long enough as it is. I don't need another 3 inches up here. I don't need that. So yeah, anything like a trucker hat or a dad hat, I think they're called.
Yeah.
Do you dabble into beanies at all?
I do, but another
yeah, Laurel, you're a beanie expert. With a bunch here.
I was gonna say, I got a weird thing where hats just kind of, like beanies, just kind of keep creeping up on my head until they're off. And I have yet to find one that doesn't do that, so I'm like, I need the hat. I'm all out of hair. I need the hat.
Beanie's top tier. Beanie's great.
Oh my god, Ellie, you probably don't know this. I literally have a tattoo of a ghost with a beanie on it. Because, like, ever since I turned 16.
Laurel, try again.
Literally.
Wow.
But,
You were like super robot.
You sound possessed.
Lauren, what happened? Laurel.
Why is my phone...
What happened to your mic?
What it is, because my
you're
computer
better.
has some issues. It's like I'm trying to use headphones, but I think it's then trying to connect my other devices at the same time.
Yeah, that makes sense.
But I'm gonna try and do that.
What the fuck? It literally, you know what? It's fine. I'm just gonna. It's like worse than it was on the other one, though. Why is it so bad?
What the hell?
Yeah, I don't know. Okay, hang on. I'm sorry. I'm gonna reboot the room.
What about the rest of you guys? Are you guys like hat people, or are you guys like no, I don't want to.
I'm a hat for warmth person, not a hat for style.
I'm really sorry.
I like hats, but I don't wear them for style. No. Yeah.
Only for necessity.
Yeah. It's like, I'm going to a soccer game tonight, so I should probably bring a beanie. It's like that kind of thing. Yeah. There it is.
Okay, this time I'm on my computer, so hopefully.
Yeah. What's up?
We're gonna get some mouse drawing.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Some good old MS Paint kind of stuff.
Yeah. One of the forum sites I'm on, I have like a running thing where I do like really bad MS Paint, and that was part of why I got like a wireless mouse, was just so I could be better at doing terrible art.
You gotta make it weirder, guys.
Really commit to the bit.
Yeah.
Fun fact: the original logo for the mag was drawn in MS Paint in I think about 30 seconds, and it stayed that way for almost a year.
Nice. Right.
Yeah. It was literally just like, all right, that's kind of like the letters of the word. That's gonna be the thing.
That's fine.
It's fine. That's good enough. Yeah. Don't need to think more about that.
We got it. We got it.
All right. We're missing 2 people, I think. Who are we missing?
Oh, is there a code?
Oh yes. It's,
I'm sorry, that's me. Yeah.
I rebooted the room like 3 times.
That is a code. Ah, okay.
You're understandably.
Yeah.
I didn't realize that was a code. I just thought that was
here.
like
No,
not
I
sure what
just-
the
I kept
what she was clicking there. Oh, okay. Let's put
It's like not centered on the screen, so that it's like impossible for me to play.
There we go.
There.
Welcome to TKO. I am the tournament master. If you're wondering what I look like, think young Patrick Dempsey. I have brought you all here to T-Shirt Island because you are the Earth's last hope for survival. No. Can you imagine? No, we're just going to make some funny T-shirts.
I love that they've put like a whole lore
Yeah.
in some of these games.
It's great. TKO is
Every
such a
epic
good
tale starts somewhere.
Yeah, they get really intense with the like
you will
the like
use your device
science
to draw
sometimes.
3 drawings.
Yeah.
Feel free to draw anything.
It's like that would be a
that strikes
great
your
voice
fancy.
acting gig
And if
to
your fancy isn't
be the
your
narrator for
fancy,
one of
hit the
these.
suggestion button. It's time for your first drawing right now.
All right, draw as many as you can, guys.
Oh, we're just drawing shit? Okay.
Yep.
Oh. I have made a grave error.
Uh-oh, what'd you do?
It's fine. Someone's gonna get my thing, and they're gonna think it's great. I'm sure. Oh, I'm thinking of
It's a good thing about this game. Literally, no one can judge.
Oh wait, that's right. This is not one where you draw as many as you can. This is one where you have like a set number of drawings to do.
Like,
Mhm.
try to do good.
Yeah.
I did
Okay.
not.
I turned mine in way too early.
It's fine, you know.
Me too.
It's like when you take a photo and you're like, let's do a funny one. It's like, let's do a bad one, actually.
I also didn't realize it'd be just like draw.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's been a while since I've played.
You can click suggestion. and
I
it'll give
did
you-
do that because I was just like,
Oh.
whoa.
Time is about
Yeah.
to expire. You may want to finish up.
Alright, I have no idea what the fuck I just did, but here you go.
Not bad, but let's see a little variety this time. You can change your line thickness with that little button, you know. Begin your
really?
second drawings.
You don't say.
Oh man. Okay. Oh yeah. Art.
Yeah, we're cooking now that I have things.
Make haste before time runs out.
Forgot there's a time limit. 3, 2, 1.
One drawing to go. Let your freak flag.
AJ, you have the stylus, right?
Begin.
Yeah. Different
Yeah.
level. Different
Major-
level.
major whammy. Oh no, that sucks. I forgot to hit the like submit button last time.
Oh,
And then
No.
no.
yeah, it like gave me the drawings, so then I clicked submit, thinking you were gonna give me another one, and then it didn't.
Oh, God.
Bummer. Oh well.
Could be like that sometimes. I got the prompt. Are we supposed to be drawing characters?
No, you just draw whatever.
Time grows short. Hurry up and finish already.
Thinking of like
8, 7, 6, 5, 4.
Good, good.
You get so into it drawing. You're like, I gotta make this a drawing.
Yeah.
It's like, no, you only have
Like, this is my
40
master.
You
seconds.
will write as many
Yeah.
slogans or phrases as you can. Something really clever or really dumb. I'm sure anything you write will be one of those. And don't let hubris consume you. Use a suggestion if you need one. Go! Keep writing, write like the wind.
Wait, what are we writing?
Just prompts for like a slogan you might see on a shirt, and just as many as possible.
That time is not for decoration. Finish quickly. Nice hustle. Let's find out if it was worth it.
Wow.
I don't know whether to be proud or embarrassed the
Your
last one I
training
typed.
is at an end. Now, take note
Oh,
of this
Jesus.
advice. The fates have blessed you with a series of pictures.
Oh my God,
Select
the quality
Oh,
here.
this is great.
I don't want to pressure you, but a lot is riding on this.
Okay, these are goofy.
Yeah, I'm going with that one.
Good. I can wait no longer. Let the tournament begin. Gauntlet 1. Versus
Take it sleazy.
Easy.
Perfect. Your vote on your devices.
Easy.
Sometimes you're just
Kill me softly. Yeah, right. They just put it in your lap.
You just gave it to me.
You know you can order the t-shirts from these games. Right?
Yeah, yeah.
Demolished.
Can we propose that to TBQ as?
They might go with it.
Yeah.
I'm like, that doesn't seem too far off actual sense of humor.
A new challenger appears.
I got a screenshot.
That's all.
That's the bell. That's
What
the
is?
Tie won't cut it.
Oh,
Defender
tie.
wins.
Oh wow.
Ah,
Oh wow.
yeah. It's a good one.
Versus.
I think we gotta kill this guy.
Easy game. I think we gotta kill this guy.
Yeah.
I forgot to change the color of the shirt. Oh, no,
Yeah.
It's part of the drawing, I think. I don't remember.
I think
Yeah,
it's,
it's part
I
of
think
the
it's the
drawing.
background drawing. Yeah.
Like just
Versus.
riding the streak.
Softly. Kill me softly.
Excellent.
Come on!
Come on. Come on. Go for the shirt. Come on.
I don't know whether in this game it's advantage to go like early and then have a bunch of people like kind of like it and just kind of get the like familiarity bonus, or if it's better
Or
to be
be
like
the
last.
goofy
just kind
one.
of- yeah,
Yeah, be the goofy one at the end.
Yeah.
The goofy last
Gotcha.
the scoring in this game is wild to me. It like doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
I think it is better to go last. Like if
Mhm.
you win right at the end, you still like go on to the next round. You don't even want to
Right.
Yeah, don't you get points for like streaks? Like if your quote
defending
was
champion
on a
will
shirt
be
That's
that
true,
lasted
yeah.
a while.
Bad luck for you, no
Yeah.
mate.
Yeah.
Because there's two winners that advance. There's the outlet winner, and then there's like the longest streak. So like, you want to go last with a funny shirt.
A new challenger appears.
Yeah, you just get in there already. You got basically a bye.
Swim
Swim into the current.
That's a really good volcano there.
Look.
I feel like it's like a real shirt. Like I feel like that's the kind of thing you would see like
That's,
at a,
that looks
at a
like
mall.
something
It
already.
just looks like a normal
Yeah.
shirt. It's great. I love it. But like, come on.
Come on. It's kind of wild that it lets you vote for your own too.
Yeah.
It is wild.
Winners.
Yeah.
I think we
Okay,
can
I had
organize
the
a
quote on the
training.
left and the drawing on the right.
Stop.
The power.
Use your devices to
Oh,
enter
gosh.
one new drawing and as many new slogans as you wish. Really put your back into it. Go.
Another drawing, guys.
Alright, more drawing.
Oh, that's not the one.
Time grows short. Hurry up and finish already.
All right. Well, we're too good at this.
Remember to hit submit, Ben.
Submit.
Mid.
No! I was literally like on it and it was swapped. All right, it's fine.
Oh,
Damn it. All right,
no.
whatever. Fine.
Time is about to expire. You may want to finish up. The second gauntlet is upon us, and the withered hand of Lady Luck has
might
shuffled
be
your
just the first
drawings
one,
and
I like.
slogans. Begin your new shirt design now. Gauntlet 2. Versus. Fight.
What is that?
Oh dear.
What an unholy combination of drawing and caption.
This is making a turn.
Social concern? We flipped it. You know what this country really needs is the opposite.
That's what makes it funny, though.
Versus.
There we go.
Did they write Paris?
Hey, they're not even from Paris, so it's fair.
In quotations.
The quotation versus.
Oh no, guys, we gotta
Yeah.
stop making shirts for Taco Bell for it.
No, we made it for Paris review.
Yeah, see, we're diversified.
Free merch for them.
Acceptance for me?
Please accept it.
Accept
The
this.
reigning champion wins time. Next time, get more votes.
Damn, that's twice in a row I've gotten like right in the middle.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
I'm literally tearing up
A
from the
new
first
champion, please.
Big body reveal.
With those eyes.
He's so sad.
Is that Braille?
I don't know what that is.
What's
I
it?
don't know.
It's his body.
It's his body. You're body shaming.
Just a concept.
My bad.
Remember, he's got giant arms and tiny legs.
Tiny arms and tiny legs, exactly.
Engage in an altercation.
That's good. The tiny head with the triangle.
I don't know why the little drawing with that is so funny to me.
It's just like, I'm disappointed in you. It's the sun.
Try again.
Try again.
We don't send out rejections, we just send out that phase.
That honestly really
Versus.
Is it a sonnet though?
What do you think is a sonnet, anyways?
I don't know. I haven't learned that in a long time.
Well, according to that North Dakota lady, it's not prose poetry.
That's true. Shout out to Jane.
Big body reveal. It's what the fans of
What the people want.
Winner.
That's what the people
Oh my
want.
god.
people do want it.
Oh, that round got me. I'm tired.
Paris review one
We
is
are
still so
poised to
good.
enter
So
the
funny.
final
I'm gonna
gauntlet.
bring it
Only
back.
The greatest t-shirts from the previous
God,
rounds are
yeah.
eligible. Prepare to vote one last time.
Accept this slop.
Oh god, we gotta get a screenshot of that. That has to go out of social.
Versus.
It's okay. I'm recording the
Come
whole.
on.
Come on.
I gotta vote for that. It's so good.
That face with the like the tongue.
The tongue face is so good. I can't-
So
Come on.
How you not gonna move it
Versus.
Oh my god. Oh god.
Back this.
I feel like we've been here before, though.
We definitely have. I was gonna say this is the same matchup.
the rematch.
It's the remix. It's the remix to Ignition.
But is it time?
No.
Oh, okay, that's it.
Oh my god.
I found my new favorite shirt. Oh, I
Slogan.
can't wait for it to be vintage.
Oh my god.
Good stuff.
Click here to share or buy.
Do you want to share it with the chat, maybe?
I guess.
I don't. Oh, there. Yeah.
I have the link.
Yeah. I just.
Yeah. Also, it says in the back here, Ellie's winning shirt was so incredible that it took weeks for anyone to notice Ellie was just a regular, non-sapient dog who happened to paw the right buttons on a phone. Even so, Ellie's shirt united the world, and Ellie became the second dog ever to be awarded the Nobel Peace Prize.
God damn. Should I put it in YouTube chat?
Yeah, let's put it in YouTube chat.
Cool. I got it.
Also, it says in the back here, Ellie's winning shirt was so for anyone to notice.
No!
Oh, you got that good one audio.
Yeah, I pulled it up on my phone and forgot that the volume on my phone is on.
Good stuff.
There we go. Okay.
All right.
Are we doing one more or are we doing something else?
I'm down to do it again.
I was gonna say, yeah, we can do these again.
Yeah.
And can I re-log in? Because when I did it on my iPad, it didn't let me use colors.
Oh, that's so.
Oh shit. Yeah.
We'll have
Ellie, do you want
If
to
it's
like
too late, I can
cut it and
keep
then
doing
redo
late.
another one? Yeah.
Yeah, we can.
I am the tournament master.
We'll just nuke the room and do it again.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We made new room. That's easy.
And then I'll get the room started, and then I'm gonna go pull my gold oatmeal out of it.
Bold move.
Yeah,
Making
it's a little basic.
during TK.
I'll be right back.
That's great.
Oh, there's the room.
I gotta be faster with the drawing. I'm not like fast enough with my mouse to do it like well.
Oh boy. Okay.
There we go. Okay.
Let's get in this room. All right, I am in.
I am pleased to inform you all that my oatmeal did not explode.
What flavor is it?
It's just old-fashioned oats that I put some sugar and cinnamon in. I gotta eat like a vegetable after this though. I've eaten like I ate like pizza last night and I've been like munching on espresso beans and drinking tea and I'm just like feeling kind of nasty. So tomorrow or later today, I'm gonna eat a whole vegetable.
A whole head.
Just a
Brock.
single vegetable. I think
One
good,
green
right?
Except. Also, I just realized I had you personally muted for this whole time. I was like,
That's
why
so
can't I hear Ellie?
The whole time.
I mean,
The whole time.
you were inspired by my muted performance during D&D. It's okay. Dude.
I guess. Yeah, I guess so.
Laurel, I think that's you. Can you hit go? It's up at the top of the screen.
What?
I think what happened.
Okay.
There we go.
Okay.
I think what happened was I was trying to like server mute you when you
Welcome.
when you guys are like on one of the intermission screens, and I like clicked.
I am the tournament master, and according to the sands in my mystical hourglass, you're too late to enter the tournament. Oh wait, no, this is running fast. You're good. I've gathered you here on T-Shirt Island because you are the best novelty T-shirt fighters on the planet. Now, if we're talking other planets, forget it. So many better options than you. So I like a million
Wow,
better. But
They've
you know,
got
we'll
multiple
Fucking
intros
roasting us
for
right
this.
away.
That's wild.
Let's draw, shall we?
Oh boy.
Begin.
This is the hard part. I was too quick with that one.
I don't know if I was too quick or I was like just quick enough.
I got 49 seconds to find that button.
Exactly, yeah. Well, I had an idea, and then I was like, okay, this is actually really simple. And then I drew it, and I was like, I don't think adding more stuff will make this drawing better.
Right.
Yeah.
I also still had it in my head that I'm on the version where I just draw and draw and draw. And...
Yeah, fair.
Make haste before time runs out.
8 seconds.
Ah, shit.
Hit those
4,
submit.
3, 2,
Submit.
1.
Oh, you're right in time.
This time,
Right in
do
time.
something
Yeah.
different. Remember to use the suggestion button if you need an idea. Drawing 2, begin.
Shoot, if I we do 2 drawings first. Or 3 drawings first, I guess.
Oh, wait.
Listen, Prisma, I think you made the right decision. Definitely go for the chapbooks first. Over any of
One of them
these.
gets big money and the other one gets like,
Yeah. These TKO shirts are not our priority.
Time grows short. Hurry up and finish already.
Submit, submit, submit. Ben. Ben.
Got it. Fucking barely got it.
The way your camera was, it looked like you were just like chilling.
No, I was like furiously trying to hit it. Okay.
I'm like, what's he doing?
Oh, again. Again.
Okay, let's do. You know, these are rated better when they're simple. Let's do... Let's go with one of those. Yeah, I do think this game is much easier when you're like on your phone, you're doing it with your finger, or you're doing it like on a drawing tablet with a pen or something.
Are you with a mouse right now?
Yeah, I'm doing it like with a mouse.
Yeah.
Yeah. The problem is that like I like having the keyboard to like type answers because I feel like that's faster, but
Yeah.
yeah, the drawings are slower.
I love to watch true masters at work. And now a fresh batch of slogans.
I had a theme with my shirts this round.
You didn't give up after one, did you? Keep writing. That time is not for decoration. Finish quickly. Oh yes, this is gonna be good.
Right.
Time to breathe life into your t-shirt creation. Live!
I'm noticing a theme on some of the like text things coming in. That one.
Perfect. I hope you're ready. Let the tournament begin. Gauntlet 1.
Submit, cry, submit.
Oh my god. It just needs a cigar.
Wee.
I made it a pattern in case you can't tell. The submit was like cut off. Big brain energy. Thank you.
Good stuff.
You need the fuck out of here. Get me out!
Oh, that's supposed to be like a taco. I just thought it was like a bathroom.
Oh, is it? It was funny.
Rude.
I just like it. Just looked like someone was completely dead inside.
Existent cold, smoky. Yes.
What? Why?
Only you
Nihilist
prevent forest fires.
Oh my god.
Only you can have an existential.
I gotta admit, like all the art ones fit so good. I had to just pick the sickest one.
A new challenger appears.
Damn, this is like
Oh,
the
it's hard.
existential round. Jesus.
Damn.
What the hell?
That's so
Shirts, they go hard. Can we get it like a designer and just put these on our store and like clean these up a little bit?
The shirt head.
I really this is the next project.
Yeah.
Why are any of us on this earth? Submit to Jake
A
today.
new challenger appears.
These could be the hats, I'm just saying.
Could be the hat.
Yes.
Really? Why are any of us on this earth?
When you're
If not to prevent forest. When Jake Uwu.
I didn't even vote for my own. I was committed to that.
What?
Fight.
What?
I'm not sure if I get it, but it's making me laugh.
Finally.
What's with the parrot?
Sloppy
Like, it's so weird.
seconds.
Finally, sloppy seconds.
I don't get the art, but like
Finally.
the combo of the art plus sloppy seconds was very funny.
Finally, we've invented sloppy seconds. Sir?
Science has been wondering how to do this.
Winners.
For
This feels like a good time for a training break.
Oh, actually, we can
Use
draw
your
again.
devices to enter one new drawing and as many new slogans as you wish. Break out that killer material you've been sitting on, probably. Go!
Yeah, okay. I'm gonna make those. Oh, I submitted fast. I thought that was going to give me a chance to like do more like slogans faster. Forgot. There's a break.
A little pause. Yeah, a little pause.
Write something.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Oh, damn, that was quick.
Make a new show.
Yeah, that felt really short.
Do it.
Yeah.
I know.
I could have sworn I looked up and it said 20 seconds and then it was over.
You're in the zone.
No.
Yeah, this is it. It is kind of absurd to give you so little time to write and so much time to like pair a thing together.
Right. Like, you really need to think about these options, man.
Yeah.
Feel good about that, hmm?
You think about the options longer than you have to like generate what the options are.
Content creation, easy. Putting it together to a t-shirt, difficult.
Difficult.
Who are you calling cute? I like that as if it's an insult. What did you call me? I'm scared. It's like, yeah. Yeah. Maybe take a nap. Wait, no. Wait, no. The ball is already coming.
It's too late.
Such a good combo.
Too late.
Working the road and you have gone the wrong way.
It's already on its way.
Versus.
Wait, no. Uh-oh. Oh, God.
We don't want it for you, but it's true.
Yes, you're right.
Versus. Go ahead and fight already.
Who's that supposed to be?
I'm gonna do a Where's Waldo moment.
Oh, that's what that is. I thought it was like a train conductor.
Yeah. I was like, it's a train.
Honestly, I picked it because he was just a silly little guy.
That's a figure. Nothing to submit.
Versus. Fake. Fight.
Okay, with boards written like that, it kind of looks like a band name or like a band logo.
Right. Who are you going to see tonight? Bork.
Yeah, I'm going to see Bork.
Buy it.
They're playing a house show down the street.
All of their pedals just make their
I think. You need to find out if you're accepted. You need to eat it.
I was very proud of that drawing. Like, actually good. Get it right.
Oh boy.
The final gauntlet is here, and only the best shirts from the previous rounds remain. The tournament ends here.
It's the hard stuff.
Okay, let's go.
Oh god, sorry.
Oh, right away.
They just right away they threw it at you. Like, hey,
yeah.
In case you forgot.
do you remember what you just did?
I think the last one is just random.
That'd be fun.
A tie on the first fight. I choose this one.
Just cause.
Just random.
Alright.
Just the way R&B was inspired.
A really good click.
Every shirt I did this round was a word, so. in front of my crab rangoons. Oh no!
Right.
Oh no, it's back!
Wow, I very quickly forgot about that one.
We forgot the existential ones almost immediately. It's like, ooh, that sneaks up on you, huh?
Yeah.
Oh my god. Thanks, Smokey.
Yeah.
There we go.
Accept my slot.
Good shit.
Okay.
Hey.
Alright.
Best writer.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Alright.
Oh yeah.
Almost 12. So Ben, what's
Yeah, I mean, the next thing that's on the agenda was Jake AMA, but there's only 6 people watching the stream right now.
Yeah.
So this is me. So I don't know how many questions we're going to be getting. Folks, if any want to stick around and play more, we can play more, or we can. You're totally free to go, right? As long as you say, as long as you like, basically, is what I'm saying. I think the next thing we have on the schedule, like reading wise, is at like another 2 hours from now. So we got plenty of time to goof up one more. Yeah, 5. But yeah, thank you all for coming. This has been super fun. It's always good hanging out with you guys.
Yeah.
Thank you.
This was fun. Thanks, guys.
I'm down to hang
This
out
was great.
a little more. I just gotta go to the bathroom real quick. So
Yeah,
I'll be
sure.
right back.
Yeah, I think I'll
Go
put
for
it
it.
on.
I
intermission,
gotta pop off though, but thank you so much for putting this all together. Yeah.
Yeah, no worries. Thanks for coming through.
Thank you.
Bye.
Have a good day. Bye.
All right, take care.
Yep. Gotta run. Bye, guys.
All right.
Thank you.
Sounds good.
We'll stick us on intermission then.
Okay, sounds good.
Unless you just want to vamp, but
Let's just do intermission for a couple minutes.
take a
Yeah,
quick 5.
yeah, I'll take a quick 5.
We'll be right back.
said that she's gonna bring us back.
Okay, cool.
Back in. All right, welcome back, everybody. We are live. We're gonna be checking out the chat for a little while, answering questions about the mag and different kinds of stuff. Answering questions from the chat, answering questions from Twitter. I got both open right now. So yeah, hit us up with stuff you want to know about Jake and what we do. If you haven't already gotten sick of us by this point. Nearly 20 hours in stream. What are we on? Hour 19?
20 hours and 4 minutes into the stream.
20 hours and 4 minutes into the stream. Yeah, there we go.
There's gonna be such a big file when I stop recording because I've been recording.
It's gonna be bad.
Time.
Yeah.
It's okay. I have like a basically empty 1 terabyte drive. I'm gonna throw all this in, so it'll be fine.
Oh,
Nice.
excellent. That's perfect for that.
Perfect. Yeah. Okay.
Oh man, 24 hours planning, making sure it all goes smooth. It is amazing that it went as smoothly as it did for a first time.
It's been going pretty
Yeah.
good.
Yeah. Yeah,
I've
Lofi
seen-
on the side. It's been great.
right.
We are very appreciative for those of you guys who've been sticking around and answering questions and throwing shit in the chat. It's been fun. But yeah, definitely hoping to get a few more in here. As always. Yeah, okay. I guess what do we want to talk about in the meantime then, AJ? You want to just shoot the shit about something else while we're waiting on folks?
Yeah, so I mean, I got a couple like filler questions I could ask you.
Yeah, let's do
since we're both here, both editors. What like when you're doing edits and stuff, what do you look for when you edit? What's your process when you're doing stuff?
Yeah, for sure. I think this really is something that like varies editor by editor, not just like within our team, but like broadly and everything, right? I think for me, like my main impetus for deciding like, do I want to take this or not is just, did I like it? Right? Which is such a simple thing, and it's kind of funny to say it, that kind of thing, but like I've definitely known a lot of folks who try to like separate enjoyment from like merit in a different kind of way, right? And they try to say like, oh, this is a good piece, even if I didn't enjoy reading it or I didn't have a good time going through it. And like, I kind of think that's a false dichotomy personally. So I try to just really monitor like, okay, but did I actually like it, right? Is it, if it's trying to make jokes, am I laughing at the jokes? If it's trying to pull at my heartstrings, am I feeling the emotion that it wants me to feel, right? Like, is it doing what it wants me to do? And am I having a good time with it, right? Am I liking it? It's really like the main thing. Beyond that, like try to look for, sometimes like deeper meanings and kind of things like that, right? Personally, I'm a writer who like really always likes like theme as like a driving force for stories. So I like stories that like express like a strong theme in fiction. But like that's not totally necessary if the rest of it is like really pulling together well.
Right. I feel like that's one thing we have like, and some other indie lit mags have, where they don't have theme issues, stuff like that. Where there's a lot of stuff where you read it, you look at it, and you're like, I like this, but I can't accept it. It doesn't fit the theme, which is like that's not a fun way to read.
No,
Like
I guess I mean I'm thinking about theme in a different way. I didn't mean like mag theme as much.
No,
as I meant,
I know what you mean.
Yeah,
no,
yeah.
I mean,
as much as like
being
it felt like it
able
had a
to
point.
accept it.
Yeah.
Being able to like accept it and enjoy it instead of being like, this has to fit the Paris in the past 1950s theme. This is the crunchy editor theme. Like,
right.
Like I get where you're going with that, but also like it's difficult.
Oh my god, that reminds me of like all the like jokes on Twitter about like submission guidelines that are just complete nonsense.
Yeah. We want your Mojo Dojo Casa house.
Exactly, yeah.
What are you talking about? I don't know what that means. Like I have this thing that's character driven. Does that mean anything?
Does that mean anything? Yeah.
Is that anything for you? Is like this is not the light bulb in the lighthouse and
right.
Like, I'm sorry, I don't know.
Send us the deepest yearnings from page 342 of your journal.
Send us the things you wouldn't tell your grandmother. There's a lot of those.
Well, not even your grandmother. It's like tell us things you wouldn't. Says the things you wouldn't tell your like great aunt. It's just something like weirdly estranged a little bit too. Like it's just like a little bit abnormal, but also like to the point where it's incomprehensible.
Right. It's like, and then you have to decide on things you read. Do they fit that? Do they fit that incomprehensible mood you've chosen for this? Like, it's kind of weird.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know if anything does really.
Yeah.
How
about you?
Like,
what's your like kind of process for this kind of stuff and figuring stuff out?
So, and I like that this is something we talked about when I was joining.
Yeah.
I put in the application. I think the thing I look at first in what I'm reading is obviously, do I like it? But the first paragraph especially is so important because I know if I'm interested by the first two sentences. And it has to have I was actually thinking about talking about this for my stream if I didn't have anything to edit. And I was like, some nonfiction stuff kind of reads like journal entries. And
yeah, that's totally a thing.
And it's like, to do that, I've seen like journal style stuff where it works really well, and then other stuff where it's just like, it just kind of sounds like talking. So what I look for specifically is something that is saying something. Like it has kind of a thesis or a general moment to why you're writing about this. So like if something happened to you, there's this changing moment, you put context to it. You put a little bit of this is why this matters, and this is why I'm writing about this. This builds to something.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking about when I was saying the theme stuff earlier, right? It's like it's got to have that why behind it. Like, yeah,
like it has to like, okay, why are you talking about your quinceañera? Now you're 45. You mentioned that. What is your quinceañera doing? No one wrote this, so I'm not shitting on anyone specifically.
No, for sure. Yeah,
had to make a very weird reference, but it gets really early when you know if you like something. It hits. If it hits, it hits.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I do love though pieces that like deceive you for a little while. I'm thinking of in particular, we had a piece in the fiction side in I want to say it was like October of 2022. It was called Once Upon a Time in Maryland. I think if I remember correctly, the author was Emily Strempler, I think was the author's name. But essentially, what it was it was like a 20-ish page story where the first, I don't know, maybe like 10 pages or so read like pretty standard kind of like historical drama kind of stuff, right? And then near the end, it takes a really intense, violent turn into like almost like quasi like Tarantino-ish kind of territory of just like it is like bloody action for action's sake, and it's like part of the catharsis of the emotion of the piece is like getting that kind of moment out of a piece that was otherwise really like buttoned down up to that point. And, like that's so, like I love having room for stuff like that too. Yeah.
It's always so good because you're reading and you're like, I don't know that I like this, and then you get like a page down and you're like, you
get that moment where like all the puzzle pieces like click together and you're like, this is why it's like this.
I like thinking about it like in the opposite of like academic writing, where academic writing you have to have your thesis right up top. You have to be like, this is what I'm going to talk to you about. With like creative writing and just like writing in general, I like the thesis to be later on.
Yeah, bearing the lead is kind of fun.
Yeah. Like you're reading through it and you're like, I relate to this, but is this how the author wants me to relate to this? And then like at the end you get hit with the, I know what I was doing to you the whole time.
Yeah. For sure. Laura was asking right here on the side chat for us to talk maybe a little bit about like where the mag came from and like how we got involved with Jake. I think that seems like a kind of nice, fun kind of next topic for a little bit.
Oh yeah, definitely.
I'll start, I guess, with like the where the mag comes from and stuff like that, right? So I started Jake actually the weekend I was graduating from my master's program. So I was I was going to like all the graduation ceremonies or whatever, and then like I think I went out to dinner with my parents one night, and then I came back, and then I was just like, yeah, I'm gonna put out a tweet with a name, and we're gonna go from there, right? We're gonna figure it out. And
We'll see what happens.
I think I reserved the Twitter account maybe like a year in advance or something like that, because I had the idea before, but I wasn't like, I was like, well, how am I fucking to do that? Like, I'm gonna probably be working by myself on it. Let's start. But yeah, I was like, all right, fuck it. You know what? We're gonna get started. There's no time like the present. And I think we got like 500 Twitter followers in like a day before we even like had a website.
Oh, wow.
Or before I had anything. Yeah, big shout out actually goes to Day Archer Avery was the person who retweeted when I first like put out a thing about it. For those of you guys who are watching and are like kind of familiar with the indie lit scene, but maybe don't know Archer or whatever, right? He was the original founding editor of Sledgehammer Lit when they were around for a little while.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, he used to be published by a bunch of great stuff. We published his stuff here, I think maybe like a year ago too. But yeah, he's been around the scene for a little bit. Super nice guy, super supportive of other writers and stuff. But yeah, he retweeted it right after Sledgehammer closed. Right, 'cause I think it was like Sledgehammer had only like formally like gone on hiatus or whatever, like maybe a couple months earlier.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, like he retweeted us, and then we got some traction like right away. And then I think from there I like set up a Google form to take submissions. I think I had like a WordPress with like some submission guidelines for a couple days, and then I bugged our now tech editor Neil. I was like, "How do I do a website?" And like
this website,
he knows a bunch of that kind of stuff. So from there, yeah, he taught me all the stuff that we need to like get the website running and make it like actually like look nice and do all the kind of stuff we need.
Right. That's fair, because my only experience with websites is literally WordPress. Like, oh, I bought a domain from WordPress, so that's that's everything. It's like I don't have the know-how to do this stuff.
Yeah, I think I bought the domain like from Google Domains, and I was like, what do I do now?
Yeah, what does this mean? Now that I have this, what is it? This feels very NFT-ish, where it's like, okay, you have a name.
Yeah.
Have fun with it, bud.
Yeah. How about you guys? How did you come to not even just being an editor for the mag, but like getting involved in like finding it on the web or whatever first?
I forget where I actually saw it first. It might have been through through bullshit or had. I remember because I was in. It was like a year after I actually started submitting stuff, and had a couple acceptances with the Daily Drunk and stuff like that, and I was just looking for other magazines that were like cool. I was like, I need places that are chill, that I can write this like, you know, character driven stuff that's not like, you know, super crazy level, like 12-page literary world stuff. And
you don't want to write about sad people in their 30s getting a divorce.
right. Like, I don't have that many words in me, man. Like, I need the flash fiction places, which was weird because when I started looking around, I didn't see many that were flash fiction. Yeah, and it was kind of difficult to find flash fiction places. I don't know if this is actually true or if I'm just like dumb. But Jake was one of the first places I found that was doing flash fiction, and I had it saved in my like bookmarks for places I wanted to submit to, and it's just like I kept missing submission windows, like with everything.
Yeah.
And I've just been following for a little while, and I didn't get like too deep interested until Barrel House.
Yeah, when we went in Philly.
Yeah. Barrel House in Philly was the events in Philly is where I take advantage of everything and just kind of worm my way into people's social circles, because I'm not very good at talking to people on Twitter.
Yeah.
So I drag everyone out to a dive bar, and make him drink and do that. And and I have trying to be so I didn't finish my degree. I didn't finish any degree. I started as journalism. They told me all the jobs with that are gone, so I switched over to English because there are plenty of jobs there.
Yeah, all the jobs are in English.
all of them. They left journalism. They went to just plain writing. And what the hell was I taught? Where the hell was I going with that? Experience. That's why.
Oh, yeah.
Because after Barrel House, I was looking more for actual resume building experience. I'd lost my job. I had a lot of free time. I was like, I need somewhere that will help me, like, understand the publishing process and stuff like that, and just stuff to work with. And I forget who it was. Someone DM'd me and was like, someone who was at Barrel House with us. I forget which of the group actually messaged me to do this, but they were like, Jake is higher.
Yeah,
like,
it's so funny because I think we might have set up the box for it because we were deciding to do that anyways. Like, it was either like right before or right after Barrel House. We put up the post for it. I think it might have been a few days before, and then we were figuring, we'll go down, we'll like talk it up, and we'll try to get people to submit to it. Yeah, and then I remember when we saw your name come through the thing. Right away, Laurel and I were like, "Wait, this is the AJ we were hanging out with like the weekend or whatever, right?" Yeah, yeah.
That's my networking.
Yeah,
I bring everyone up to a third floor smoking bar.
Yeah.
So yeah, that was how I did it, and I was like,
yeah.
I had to put together my thoughts on how I had to suddenly start thinking about how I edit stuff. I was like,
yeah.
Right, like this. I did I did not editing. I did first reading for Fractured Lit, not Fractured Lit. Uncharted. The
Uncharted.
The offshoot of Fractured Lit, I guess.
So that's all like the same like core staff, isn't it? Like the
it's the same Tommy, same people, and that was so many people.
Yeah.
And it really was like kind of stressful because I would get like my inbox had we were talking about before the stream, we had like 80 fiction submissions in like the month for Jake.
Yeah.
And for Uncharted, it was like they gave me 80 every 2 days.
Oh my god.
This is insane.
It's a lot.
This is nuts. It's like I can't do this. I got like a year under my belt. I was like, no one's telling me anything. I'm just reading. I'm not learning anything. I gotta drop. So this is definitely more of an involved environment. Definitely easier to work with, and everyone here is very fun.
Yeah, for sure. Honestly, like I think that part of the reason that we're the way we are is like I had a similar kind of experience. My first time like doing any kind of like literary editing stuff was in my master's program for a year. I was reading for Readaviter, and I kind of hated it. To be quite honest, because it was a much more formal structure, right? They're a much more established magazine who they're like, okay, this is our editorial process. We kick it up the chain in this way. We have our first readers, and then our editors, and then we do all the voting and all the other kind of stuff. And it's like totally like a good professional way to do things. And I don't smirch anyone who like thrives in that kind of environment, but like right away I recognize that I didn't. So like the like do it yourself side of literary magazine kind of stuff like really appealed to me like right away from that. I remember even like I was talking to Dave from Barrel House like right after I started the mag, because I went to the writer camp. Was the first thing I went to involved with their stuff.
Oh yeah.
Which is super fun. Highly recommend for anyone who is interested in like camping and hanging out in the middle of the woods in PA for a couple of days with a bunch of writer folks. Barrel House's writer camp is freaking awesome. It's so fun.
It does sound like fun. It's such a fun time.
It's fantastic. But I was talking with Dave like right after I started the mag, and I was like, yeah, I think for now I just want to like keep it by myself and keep it small and like just do it all piece by piece. And then Dave was so funny. He was like, he was like telling me that's a good idea, but also was like, when you do need help, you'll be able to find people. It'll be fine. And I was worried about that for a while, but it's mostly proved true, right? It's mostly proved right.
It's like there will always be people who want to be involved.
Yeah. Yeah. Ooh, that's a good one. Laurel's asking, tattoo tour? Do you want to show off any tattoos or anything?
Tattoo tour. Yeah, okay.
Not a lit thing, but definitely.
I was gonna say not a lit thing. Let's start with the most difficult one, I guess. So I got one down on the knee, and there is no way you can read that. that is John, Jawn. That's a little
nice.
A little Philly slang thing that I'm sure people have heard about in passing. Laurel said, I thought it was Jason. It's like, yeah, I love Friday the 13th, but I didn't want to get too scary. Yeah, that is that one was very bad because it's right on the knee, so every letter was a unique and different pain.
Ooh,
all of
that
them
doesn't
very
sound
bad. All of them very bad, very strange. So let's go this side. So I've got the PA Keystone, which was my very first tattoo. And that was my high school friends were like, we're gonna go get tattoos. Do you want to come? I was like, yeah, sure. I was like, I want something simple.
Yeah.
So I just picked a line. I was like, yeah, whatever. That's fine. I'm from PA. Whatever. Who cares?
Yeah.
It's very stupid, but it started the idea for what the whole arm is going to be, which is all Philly stuff.
Yeah.
Down this arm, and I'm slowly building that. So
I see the gritty.
This is the newest edition
nice.
From the tattoo convention a little bit ago. It's gritty. That is the only hockey related tattoo I'll get. Because I don't think I like hockey, but I don't think I want the logo anywhere. It's kind of corny to have the logo. It doesn't match what I like. It's very weird.
This is almost more fun of a logo anyways. I feel like
exactly.
So iconic so fast, pop culture stuff.
Yeah, exactly. Gritty got everywhere really quick, so it's
really fast.
You know what? If you're gonna have a Flyers tattoo at this point, it's probably gonna be of Gritty. So just might as well just lean into it. This one was a mistake. I shouldn't have got it here because it doesn't match. God, that's not showing up at all. That's a 13.
I'm seeing it. It's come through on my end, so
okay. I was gonna say mine is mirrored and backwards. So
it's
a little 13 that I didn't think too hard about. 13. Now I get a lot of questions about Taylor Swift, which no. It wasn't.
Is that a thing? I'm just enough out of the Taylor Swift loop right now to be like, is 13 related to her stuff in some way?
I guess it is. I don't know what. I don't know how.
Okay.
It's her.
Did you like the 13th album or something? Oh, it's her birthday?
It's her birthday, Laurel says.
In what month? That's such a generic.
I was gonna say that's only two numbers. A birthday is usually longer.
Yeah.
December 13th, 12/13. Well,
hey, it's okay. It's okay. She's one of us. She's a tortured poet, right?
Yeah, exactly. Welcome to the club.
Welcome to the club.
Submit to Jake.
Yeah. you and Josh Brolin.
We gotta find his PR, his PR manager's email.
I don't think he has a Twitter. I tried to look for it, but I couldn't find it.
Not surprising.
Yeah,
it doesn't strike me as an internet user.
Yeah.
But 13 also my lucky number. I wore that number playing hockey for 15, 16 years. So that was mine. I should have got it somewhere else because it doesn't match. And now I'm like, need somewhere else.
Fair.
And then
I also wanted to tell you, Katie, who was just hanging out with us a few minutes ago, just said that this tattoo tour feels like the Jake body reveal.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, honestly, you're not wrong.
If we get every editor in here to do a tattoo tour, maybe we piece it together. And this one is the one I get the most comments about because people think it is a speaker or an amp. That is a screen door. So one of the things I learned when I was in city development class, something like that. The developer who built some of the neighborhoods in here was just this company with the logo with the horse and carriage, and basically every house in the neighborhood had that door on it. So that was just kind of like a little local thing that I had been thinking about getting for so many years. So that is my favorite one. That is the most unique. That's the one I get the most comments about.
Yeah.
I also have a Pikachu up here, but I'm not doing that.
That's totally fair. It feels like Philly has a lot of like cool little like neighborhood, local kind of areas that feel really unique. Like I remember when we were in town, Laurel and I stayed with like a red friend of ours in Fishtown. And like that's such a cool neighborhood. Like
every residential door in Fishtown has some kind of fish for their house.
Yeah, they must have them. Yeah, they must have them like hanging or whatever outside the front. Yeah.
I was like, that's cool as hell.
Yeah.
It's very interesting. Yeah, there's a lot of places and a lot of ideas still to go on here. But yeah, that's all of them. That is all of them.
Very cool. Yeah, well we got another question in the chat from Alana asking about the chapbook design and how we came up with like the covers and the layouts and stuff like that. Which I guess I can answer kind of a little bit here, but not fully because it was actually not either of us. So we ended up hiring Elia Keske, who was on the stream earlier. She was on yesterday, both for our D&D portion and also showed off some of her art during I think it was the second big group kind of reading activity. But yeah, we hired her and we basically told her like, hey, this is what the books are. Here's a little bit about what they're about. And talked with her a little bit, said like, hey, we'd really love these to look nice like together, right? Like as a set of 4. But other than that, we kind of gave her free reign to do whatever she likes. So we talked to the authors. We have like a group chat that we use for all of our authors to do some like chapbook development stuff, give them updates about like, hey, this is when we're doing events, this is when we're doing this is when we're doing that, right? This is where we are in production, that kind of stuff. So we used the group chat and we basically said like, hey, what are some things you might want to see on your cover, right? What are some things that might feel relevant to your book? And we kind of just went from there. Yeah. So these had inputs from all the authors themselves, as well as, Aleah just basically kind of going ham and choosing like, this is going to be a good font for this. This is going to be a good layout for this. And then she did all the designs. I think in Adobe Illustrator, if I'm not mistaken, but I might be wrong. She might use a different program, but yeah, basically just went through and did all of them and then built them all basically like in one long document. So that way she could go back and double check and make sure things like looked the same kind of cover to cover as far as the fonts and titles and stuff went.
I'm looking at them now on the YouTube stream because I see they're up there at the bottom of the screen, and just looking at them again, they're so nice, and it's very cool to have them as like a set where the designs flow, they match the same thing. It's like just an awesome turnout of these.
Yeah, for sure. And like I'll also say like we were really inspired. Like we wanted to make them look like a set because there's a lot of other folks in the indie lit space who do chapbooks that we think look good as a set. So I think we gave her the covers for the Had books, I think the Bell Point Press books, and maybe like One Story was the other one we pulled as like covers, and was like something that looks kind of like this in the terms of like it looks nice together. But like kind of allowing her to kind of come up with whatever our own kind of visual identity that like kind of feels Jake.
Was there any kind of thought process to these when you were accepting these to like how they flow together, or is it just like
For the art
we,
of the
we
books,
wanted them to the books themselves. So like,
oh yeah,
does anything like kind of like flow together as like, would it be better to get these 4 as a set to like complete it?
I would say it's probably better to get them 4 as a set, but not necessarily because of the like connective tissue between them, but more because of, like the variety of them. So I wouldn't say that we have like a strong through line from book to book as far as theme or style or anything like that, but it's definitely each book is very much like uniquely its own, but it also feels like the kind of work you would see on Jake in any kind of given day, right? It's right. Ellie's book Day 3 of the 5-Day Headache has a lot of, really fantastic kind of formal play and inventiveness in that kind of front. It's got that kind of sense of humor about the headaches and stuff and like what they mean and where they come from. But and then just kind of going down the line on stream site, Melissa Martini's book Clowning Around, right, was such an interesting read. Like it was one of those ones that we all kind of gravitated to like right away as like it's amazing to take a subject matter that is kind of outside the mainstream in terms of clowns, right? Like, a lot of people have a lot of big feelings about clowns.
I was gonna say big opinions.
Big opinions, yeah, big opinions definitely abound. And then Melissa takes such a real like human approach to all of those stories, right? There's so much heart in there in that book. And we all I think gravitated towards that, right? That like kind of authentic feeling of like, yeah, okay, there's this kind of like silly, weird, big opinionated element, but also like it's just a bunch of really good stories, right? Which is always good. Always gotta love those. I'll answer that question really quick before I talk about the other 2 books. But physical proofs, we do not currently have physical proofs yet. We have some digital proofs that we're working on, but those are still kind of works in progress. We've sent them out to like blurbers and things like that, but we don't have physical copies quite yet to show off. If I did, I would definitely want to show them to you guys though. And then next up we have the other Melissa's book, Melissa Flores Anderson's Body in Motion, which if you stick around, I'll be talking about it in 90 minutes with Melissa a little bit more. That one was another one too, where we noticed kind of like the heart and the humor kind of right away, and a lot of formal inventiveness in play. It was our favorite of the nonfiction books by far. So we were kind of thinking about like, okay, if we're diversifying and trying to make sure we get every genre kind of represented well, this is our best nonfiction book by a long shot. Right? It was one that we all kind of gravitated to and was like, this is a lot of fun. This feels like such a good read, but it's also just it's really like life affirming, especially like kind of the later piece in the collection and things like that. And it felt very at home with the kind of nonfiction we've been publishing. On Jake, even if it's been our kind of like least published category, just because we get fewer subs and things like that. But it felt very much at home with the other one, with what we've published on the site in that way. And then lastly, Willow P. Delp's Poems of Color. Again, this is another one where the formal craft elements were just so awesome right out the gate. Right, we could just tell we're like, yeah, this is a poet who really, really like knows their stuff. Right, they really are playing with stuff and like moving the form of the poems around and hitting different kinds of like line breaks and things like that in a way that is like really sharp. Like you were saying, you can tell sometimes like right away when you're reading a submission, like you're like, oh yeah, this person has the sauce, right? They know what they're cooking. Right?
Yeah.
And we could tell right away with Willow's book that yeah, this is definitely one of those as well. I guess it's kind of true of all 4 of them, we could tell, but Willow's for sure was one of the ones that stood out of the pile like immediately as like, yeah, this is really, really good.
Great. I mean,
yeah.
There doesn't have to be like connective tissue for something to feel like a set. Like,
yeah,
you don't need like it's not. We don't need to Stephen King these books. They're not all set in Virginia or whatever. Like,
yeah,
Maine.
Yeah, he's mostly Maine. Yeah,
like wrong one. But no, they look great together. Obviously they're going to be great together. If you don't get all 4 of them. What? Why?
Yeah. The hardest one to get at this point is going to be Day 3 of 5-Day Headache. We sold so many copies already. So you got to act fast if you want to get all 4 of the books.
Jump on it.
Yeah, jump on it.
You ever think of doing one where all 4 authors have the same first name? for the next next run.
That would be very funny. Honestly, we didn't even realize that we had picked 2 books by different Melissa authors until we had already picked the books. We were like, "Oh wait, shoot."
Yeah, right.
Yeah, we're like, okay, that's gonna get confusing, but it's fine. We're gonna roll with it because these books are these are the best books of the bunch. We're gonna treat them as best we can, right? Try to get them the kind of support they need.
Laurel said.
Yeah,
Laurel said kind of what I was thinking. Do a Jake call. It's just all Jakes. Oops, all Jake.
That would be really funny.
Every author this month is just Jake.
Yeah. Yeah, that'd be great.
I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I think more goofy calls definitely is something we're gonna have in our future, right? Like I really enjoy every year getting in the like guest editor submission calls and things like that, and reading through all the like potential kind of variations we might have. Like, oh, we're gonna do a week of this, we're gonna do a week of that, right?
Yeah.
Because like the last 2 years, we've gotten such good calls. Like, there's been such interesting kind of guidelines and prompts and stuff like that, right? I think you can tell like a good prompt gets a lot out of writers, right?
Oh
yeah. I'm thinking even just like speaking of, we talked about had a lot this stream, but like the other day there was the Daniel Miller piece that went like semi-viral or whatever, right? That everyone was like responding to the like nostalgia thing for. Yeah,
it's down.
Yeah.
It's something where it's like it's simple, but it gets such like crazy ideas out of people.
Yeah,
they're just looking to flex. Like it's great.
Yeah, for sure. Do you have like a favorite prompt you've ever like used or worked with in your own writing? Or
that's a good question. I don't remember a lot of specific prompts I did. I think one was during the Barrel House. I had I was doing a writing workshop with Veronica from Bullshit Lit. She was leading one, and there were like a couple in there that I got a couple good things out of. Like the one where one prompt was like write a 2-paragraph thing and put somewhere in it this isn't sex. So it was like a comparative thing. So I really got a kick out of that one.
I've heard great things about that panel. I was so bummed that I missed it. It was at the same time that the panel that I was on was happening.
Yeah.
So I couldn't go. Yeah. So I was really bummed. But yeah.
I was standing between those two.
Yeah.
And I was like, which one do I go to?
Yeah.
And then Veronica was like, honestly, hey, come on.
Yeah.
Veronica called me and was like, come in.
That's not a mistake. Yeah. For sure.
It also helped.
Okay.
I hadn't read anything in a year.
I'm looking at the chat really quick. First off, I want to say, it would be really funny for us to find more people named Willow and just keep releasing books by Willows. It might be harder. I don't know. I don't know if it's as hard as you think it would be. But who knows? And then, okay. Alana's saying the piece that we accepted earlier was written originally for a prompt for Body Fluids. Are they Body Fluids Mag? Is that their name? I think it's their name.
I think so.
Yeah, and then Chaotic Fall, you're asking about the 4-book bundle. Okay, the 4-book bundle is a little bit confusing on the site, I will admit, just because of the way the website we're using works. Basically, you just have to add 1 copy of each book to your cart, and then it'll take the discount off. It'll be $5 off. It'll automatically like apply it at checkout. Oh, Brian, Alana answered at the same time I did. Good stuff. Okay.
Is there a way to add like a banner that says that?
I think there probably is.
I was gonna say any kind of.
I think it's on there that it's once you add 4 copies to your card, it does that. But
okay. I haven't.
Yeah, I could probably update the wording, make it more clear. Yeah.
What about you? What prompts have you been like really digging into?
Yeah. Let's see. Okay, I'm trying to think the last like big prompt I was using because I haven't been using prompts in a little bit. I think one of my favorite ones I remember when I was like first getting started was I had a prompt when I was in school where my professor asked us to write a scene that takes place entirely in either a car or a single room, and you had to choose a specific adjective that went with that car or room ahead of time. It had to be like clear what the adjective was. And and it turned into one of my weirder pieces that's gotten published. Yeah, so like I think I chose. I thought someone said as a joke in the classroom the combination of the words "sexy truck," and I thought that was so funny that I just ran with it. But it ended up like turning into this whole thing, like where it was like a creepy romantic gesture instead of being like actually sexy or whatever.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. But yeah, it's a fun story. I like that one quite a bit.
I love concepts
it's
like
one of
that.
the first public pieces. Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, and then Laurel, you had a thing in here too. What was the thing you said over here? Write about a relative meeting a celebrity. That's a fun prompt. Yeah, for sure.
Like I remember I had like a similar prompt when I went to when I was in high school, I think senior year. They had like signups to go visit neighboring colleges to like check out their programs for what you wanted to do. And I went to the writing program at something on the sticks. I don't even remember where the college was. I don't remember what college it was. But they had us write they were like pick an object and write like 2 pages about it. And mine stunk. It was not good. It was not great, but some of the people in there were writing crazy shit. Like one guy had a story about like a shot glass, and he wrote about like a guy drinking with the ghosts of his war buddies and stuff. And I was like in awe of some of these pieces. I was like, damn, like some of these prompts really like kickstart something crazy.
Yeah.
The one thing I try following like prompt accounts on like Tumblr and stuff. And the way nobody takes those seriously and they just kind of end up being shit posts, it's just so funny. I'm like, actually, I'm not getting anything out of this because you made it just a funny post. So goofy.
Yeah, it's really funny. I feel like, I mean, prompts are such an interesting like part of the writing world because like on the one hand, right, if you could find one that's useful, it's really nice, right? It's really nice to have that like generative piece already like taken care of for you, right? But on the other hand, right, if you're already someone with like a strong sense of knowing what you want to be doing with it, you're probably going to come up with better work, and you're going to kind of find whatever those prompts are to be like a little like training wheels, kind of like you don't need it.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah.
Yeah, like it's limiting. Like, okay, I can't do exactly what I want with this prompt because it doesn't go the way I want it. But
right,
it's a jumping off point. It's work.
Yeah, for sure. I don't know. Another thing that I really always liked, as far as like not like prompts, but like kind of prompt related stuff, was I had this game that I used to play with my roommates in college every once in a while, where basically the idea was you had to like take a movie prompt and describe it wrong.
Right? Yeah.
Right. So like you would take, for example, you would take like Finding Nemo, right? And then you would describe it as something like a man goes on a hunt with a mentally ill woman in search of his missing son, right? Because like on a literal level, that is what the plot of Finding Nemo is, right? But it loses all of the like Pixar-ness and the fun and all the other kind of stuff.
Yeah,
right?
like every kind of subplot part,
every kind of subplot, every kind of subtlety, right? But still not technically wrong. So we used to do that sometimes, and then the goal would be like you'd tell how the other person had to like guess what the movie was.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think exercises like that can be also really useful for like people just starting out and just kind of like trying to figure out like how do stories work, what am I trying to do, or what am I trying to say? Because it kind of lets you play with like plot and tone, a lot of kind of stuff like that. Without actually having to write anything.
Yeah. I mean, even that is like a prompt generator, because I remember one of the things that one of my writing professors like was big on was that like someone may have already done the idea, but they didn't do it the way you will do it. So you could take that plot of that movie, describe it poorly, and still come up with something completely different that's like creatively like a wide margin away from the source material, and it'll still be something that's like probably good.
Yeah, hopefully.
Hopefully, depending on
I'm
skill.
I'm looking over. I'm looking over the chat too. I see we've got Lana. You're talking about using AI to generate weird prompts. Yeah, I mean, I've been mostly unimpressed by a lot of the like generative AI stuff as far as like writing stuff goes for the most part. But like, I was enjoying quite a bit the other day just because we're talking about being Twitter brain poisoned already or whatever. People were showing off like the like ChatGPT like breaking down and almost turning into like weird poetic forms because it was like breaking. That was kind of cool. I was kind of more into that. And then Chaotic Fall, you're mentioning being disappointed by the subreddit writing prompts. Yeah. I haven't turned to Reddit as much for writing stuff. I don't know. I've heard mixed things. I've heard both people find like community for like finding feedback and stuff like that pretty easily there, but also like, yeah, sometimes the prompts can be a little bit kind of wonky. I don't know. Do you have any experience with using like social media kind of stuff for prompt finding, AJ, or not really?
Not really. I think the only like actual prompt stuff I went looking for was on Tumblr, because I was like, well, Tumblr is not as crazy as Twitter and things. And this was back in like 2012, 2011.
Okay, back when like Tumblr was Tumblr, yeah.
Yeah. Back when it was that, and it wasn't evolved. And the account's still there. It's just like the one account, which is like writing prompts daily or some shit like that.
Yeah.
But they end up feeling like, with their need to like constantly make content and shit and constantly do stuff for an audience, it ends up feeling like a Target prompt book, which I've had a couple of those where it's like write 300 writing prompts, and some of them are like, what do you do with an orange? I'm like, what the hell? What is this? This is just time filler. So like,
well, I see. Yeah, I totally agree. Like, I think that's exactly the problem that we're kind of circling around here, right? Is that it is an okay jumping off point sometimes, but like the more specific the prompt gets, like the more stifling it gets. More it feels like it's doing, like you said, the like work for you of like the story's already figured out. And honestly, it's the same reason I don't outline stuff until I'm already like in like a draft in or more.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I know there's a lot of like swear by having outline, but yeah, I'm definitely like a brain dump on the page first kind of writer.
Yeah. I have like random thoughts, and I'm like, can this be a whole story?
Can this be a story? Yeah. It's like that meme with the butterfly. Is this a story?
Yeah. I'm trying to prompt myself into writing something complete. Like, no. Yeah. Oh man. I wish there was like, that's what I do with the writing magazines and stuff. I tried using like actual theme calls as prompts, and it doesn't really do anything. That is the one prompt. Okay, that is actually a prompt where I got something good out of it. Gutslut Press did, when I first found them, they had a theme call that was like bones or something, bone milk. Bone milk was the call.
Yeah.
And
they put interesting calls a lot of the time.
Yeah. And the thing I wrote for them, I wrote it in a week. I went through like 2 edits, and that is my only pushcart nomination so far.
Nice.
So
That's
like
amazing,
that worked out really well. That was like my favorite kind of like bout of inspiration. So there's one there's one prompt that actually worked.
Yeah, for sure. Actually, do you want to talk at all about the like Extra Sauce magazine kind of project you've been doing? It's super cool.
Yeah. So where do I even start with that?
Yeah.
I was bullied into starting photography by by one of my exes, and who was like doing modeling and was like traveling outside the state to get photography work done. She's like, just take pictures of me. I'm like, okay. Hey, fine, good, cool. And toward like the later end of doing pictures, I found one picture that was like formatted in like magazine style just by accident, the way I edited it.
Yeah.
And I was like, this would be a cool kind of like poster thing. So I just started fucking around with that, and I was like, magazine.
Yeah.
And then like I said, I do pictures of the tailgates that happen down
Yeah.
here a lot. And
Yeah, for folks watching, AJ usually posts these photos like to Twitter and Instagram and stuff too, so you can find them pretty easily. They're really impressive. Like this, they're really fun to check out whenever they come through.
Thank you. I have no confidence unless people are telling me they're good.
That's true for a lot of us. Yeah.
Yeah, very live in the moment with it.
Yeah.
But yeah, I found a photo of my friend, and the magazine cover is him holding like a lamb chop, like lollipop, and just smiling. And I was like, edit that, cut that down, and I put another one on that, and I had like 2 just covers basically, where it was like, okay, maybe this will be a series where it's a fake magazine that's just covers of people. And then I got bored, and I was like, well, what if it's just an interview too? What if it's like a small interview? What if it's this and that? And what I expected to be a 3-page kind of interview thing, since I was unemployed, kind of evolved into just doing shit. And I was like, okay, so it's about tailgates. It's an interview about tailgates. What if I do a little history about tailgates? What if I do a little creative nonfiction about that?
Yeah.
And that ended up being 7 pages. It's like,
nice.
And then I don't know, what the hell even else is in there? Oh, a poem about breakups and tailgating, and some other photos. And me and my brother were at I think it was our mother's birthday. We took her out to a restaurant, and we're sitting there joking. We're like, remember when we wanted to do like food reviews and stuff? Ha ha ha! Yeah, maybe we do a review on this. I was like, if I give it to you, will you do it? He's like, yes. Nice. So we just let that evolve, and it turned into like a 25-page little zine.
Yeah.
That I thought was going to be a 3-page.
Yeah.
And I'm like, oh
boy. A lot of the best like projects like this kind of come together, right? You're like, oh, this is just like a little whatever, and then before you know it, it's something that's really cool and impressive. Like, yeah.
Right. Like
yeah.
It's so, and there are so many people that, like we said, people always want to be involved. There are people who are like reaching out, like,
yeah,
I want to be involved in this. And I'm like, I don't work well with people. I don't work that well with people, so maybe not. But yeah, and now I have the tailgating community that we built down there is so like open and welcoming and supportive and everything.
Yeah.
And now I have the pressure of writing a second one.
Yeah.
I'm like, I don't know what the fuck.
I guess you do and you don't, though, right? Like, you can if you want to. And,
I do and I don't. I just never do.
Yeah.
Which would be funny as hell, because I think I did put a 1 on there.
Did you? Okay. Maybe, maybe a little bit of pressure.
Put a 1 on there. It's the only one ever. Would be so fucking funny. No, I think I do have a vague idea for the second one, and the second one is going to be about McCusker's, the bar that I dragged y'all to after Barrel House.
Yeah. That's a fun spot. Yeah.
So things are in the works with that.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, for sure.
Funny.
Good stuff.
Is it chapbook?
Yeah.
So yeah, that's fun. I got a question.
Yeah, sure. What do you
for you for because I wasn't super involved in this chapbook process.
Sure.
What do you think? What was the most difficult part of like putting these together?
Okay. That's a good question. I think in some ways it was like for giving ourselves permission to like say go for it, you know, like I kind of have the feeling that like at every step of the process we were trying to be cautious, trying to make sure we weren't like, doing something wrong with people's work. Because like obviously like with writers, you always want to be like treating their work with the utmost care and everything, right? You want to be like really trying to make sure that like the edits are going to be, something that makes it the best thing it can be. Right? You want to make sure that like people are getting responses in a timely fashion, right? We were a little slower than we wanted to be with responding to stuff out the gate, because it just took us longer to read than we'd originally like allotted for. But yeah, I think just like making sure that we were like both like felt like we were prepared to do the next step, but also that we were doing it in like a timely enough way. Yeah, because like it was thinking about it timeline wise, like we started reading stuff in July, I think, of last year. So we started reading them. And then we read them for like a couple months, and then we responded to stuff mostly in like October. August? It was August we started reading them? I thought we started taking stuff in July, and then I was reading this as soon as they were coming in, but maybe everyone else took a little longer to start. But yeah, anyways, it was like in the summertime, right? And by the time we made all of our acceptances, right, it was already October, and then we had the break for the end of the year and things like that, and then we only really started like getting into production like at the start of the year, right? Basically like January, like first week of January. So like making sure that we're like being respectful of like you don't want to sit on someone's work forever, but also that we're like not rushing it out the gate. That balance is always kind of hard to strike.
That definitely makes sense. Like self-imposed deadlines and not deadlines. Like that's the most curious. Like not putting it out too fast is the funniest part. It's like, yeah, we have a deadline, but also we have not a deadline. We have to make sure.
Yeah, you want to make sure it's good enough by the deadline, right? You don't want it to be like coming out half-assed, right?
Yeah. That definitely makes sense.
Yeah,
oh my God,
for sure.
Okay. Well, I am excited for these because just looking up at them still again, it looks like such a good set to have.
Yeah, God, I can't wait! I can't wait till print day. It's gonna be so fun.
See a couple comments. Yeah, we did made art. We made those completely borked up images. They're all going up. They're all going up later. I'll make sure I post them in a few. Gonna buy the other 3 so I can have a complete set. You got it, Melissa.
Woo!
Okay. I need to eat.
Yeah, no, for sure. I have held you for a whole other hour beyond what you had originally agreed to. So thank you for sticking around and chatting with me for as long as you have.
Oh yeah, absolutely. This was a fun hour. I'll see you again when we come back for the whole team.
Yeah, definitely. See you later.
All right, later, man.
Yeah. All right. So I have on the schedule, I guess I already talked about some of this stuff a little bit when we were talking right now about like where Jake comes from, like as a mag and things like that. But the next thing on my schedule is a little bit about like how to start making a lit mag. And I got some slides that I threw together very haphazardly for anyone who's interested in starting a brand new mag right now. This is something I've always been really kind of interested in. Like I was saying earlier, like the idea of like making a mag is something that I've been like interested in for a long time, but like I didn't feel like I knew what I was doing or felt like I had like a way to get started. So I don't know, just in case this is something that other folks are wondering about or thinking about. I don't know, it's something that I've been putting together some thoughts for a minute about. I'm gonna share my screen here. And then Ellie, if you want to share that out to like the chat and things like that, I'll move this over here so you can see chat. Yeah, so I've been thinking for a little while about this, about like what makes a mag good and how do you like start a mag from ground zero, right? Because I think a lot of folks who are doing this, who are writers, who are interested in editing, right, and are interested in like running mags and things like that. On some levels, right, it's good to join a group that's already kind of in progress, or you can kind of like get a sense of how things run and things like that. But I know a lot of people probably have ambitions for their own projects, for their own kind of idea, like this is what a lit mag should be, or this is the kind of mag I would want to be involved in that might not already exist. So I was like, all right, let me throw together some slides, some thoughts about that. I've got like 7-ish big steps and some like little ones that kind of go with it. So yeah, I'll talk through some of these for a little while, and answer some questions as we kind of go through. Don't dox myself. I don't know what I did. Dox myself, but hopefully things are all good. Yeah, first off is just a very basic kind of idea, right? Which is you want to develop whatever like your hook is, right? So most of the mags that we've been mentioning throughout the stream as like friends of ours, right? Folks like Hat or Bullshit or Talk About Quarterly, right? Or our own mag or things like that. A lot of them, one of the things I think that they have in common right now is they have a really, really strong hook, right? Just by title alone, you can kind of generally tell what most of these mags deal is, right? You can mostly tell like what they're about and what they kind of want to see in the writing world. And I think starting out with a strong hook is always a good kind of starting point. Similar to like if you're writing a fiction piece, right? Or you're writing a poem, right? You want to start with your best foot forward in the title. So I usually think like some of the questions I think you want to answer about how to develop a hook, how to develop a mag. First off, you want to think about like why do you want to start a mag, right? What is your goal here? Are you trying to get a certain kind of writer more kind of space, right? Yesterday we were talking to Heather. She was mentioning getting more of her kind of like local community and her local kind of scene involved in a way that is, kind of more visible to more people outside of like a context that it is currently, right? In a way that's kind of more authentic than it is currently, right? Are you trying to see a kind of writing that you don't see having as many kind of places available as you'd like? Even right now when I was talking to AJ, right, we were saying like, oh, one of the things that's fun about Jake and about some of the other mags that we've been mentioning is like, there's a emphasis on quality without necessarily like the assumption of being like a formal place, right? It's a little bit more relaxed and chill, and that was definitely something I was thinking about when I was putting this stuff together for the initial kind of call out for Jake's stuff. Was that I wanted more places like that, right? I was like, okay, here's all the folks I like to submit to, right? I like Bullshit, I like Hat, I like Daily Drunk, I like Talk About Quarterly. Let's make another place that does similar kind of stuff and can hit some of those same writers, right? And give them another place to go. And then the other kind of things that I think go along with this idea of like what you specifically want is, first off, is like what is an idea that you might be able to leverage, right? Is there something about this idea that like makes you kind of uniquely well suited to putting this together in any kind of way, right? And I think, like I've been talking about a lot with all of the Jake stuff, right? A lot of it for us comes down to like, are we feeling confident enough in ourselves in the moment to like do the thing? I think the moment I felt confident enough to do Jake and to make it a thing came down a lot of it to the idea that, okay, well, yeah, I do have a good kind of grasp on what this community is and what people are around and what they're looking for, because I had been publishing and writing in it for a little while, right? I kind of got the sense of like, okay, these are the folks that are looking for a place. This is kind of the place that seems like we need a little bit more of. And then lastly, is there like something unique still on the table? So like I said, we're kind of in community with a lot of these other mags. We were kind of already seeing like, okay, this is the kind of space we want to occupy. The thing that I felt like was unique that was still on the table was, this is also something we were talking about. That was kind of funny. I had the opposite experience of talking to AJ, which is, he was saying he was having trouble finding places to submit flash fiction for this kind of stuff. I felt like I was finding mostly flash kind of stuff and mostly shorter form kind of stuff. And I wanted more of a place that went a little bit further afield, right? Maybe went a little bit longer, a little bit more kind of offhand, right? And be a little kind of looser, a little goosier. And with the poetry stuff too, even like, I felt like there was a lot of poetry that like I could find that was like formally invented, but a lot of the times was in your big fancy places, or if it was published in those like kind of more kind of pop culture-y, like fun places, it was a lot more like kind of traditional forms, but with a like weird twist on top, right? I wanted to see a little bit more of those like worlds kind of coming together. So that was what informed a lot of the choices that I made early on with like what kind of things I was accepting in poetry when I was still editing the poetry. But yeah, it was that plus I was actually also really inspired. I was thinking a lot about I was watching What's the name of that movie? Shoot, I'm forgetting the name of the movie. There's a biopic of Doug Kenny that came out on Netflix a couple years ago. Doug Kenny being one of the original founders of National Lampoon. I'm blanking on the name. It had a bunch of famous actors in it too. It's really gonna annoy me until I figure it out later. But anyways, it was a biopic of his editor's life, right? And obviously, like, he lived a much more kind of hard and fast life that I think none of us quite wanted to be exactly like him. But I liked the energy that was coming out of their space, from what I could tell, right? And, like, that's a magazine that has a lot of kind of history behind it, as like, okay, they became a movie franchise and they became all this other kind of stuff, right? And they kind of left their mark on their kind of corner of the writing world in a really interesting way. And I thought, okay, well, maybe there's a chance to do something like that in the indie space right now that's got a little more of that kind of attitude behind it. But yeah, I think starting out in this spot, like coming up with a good hook, right, can be really good at like getting that attention kind of really early for writers. Then we get to the next part. It's chunky. So this is another kind of like comedy reference. We were talking about yesterday. Trent and I were talking about I Think You Should Leave, the sketch comedy show made by Tim Robinson on Netflix. Beautiful Stupid Gesture. Yes, thank you. That is exactly the name of the movie. I'm glad someone else remembered it. Yes, but It's a Chunky, right? It's a sketch from I Think You Should Leave that basically centers around a how do I put this? Like a game show where it is still a work in progress. What the concept of the game show is while they're shooting the game show. And I think it's a great sketch because it shows like one of the perils of art making kind of stuff is that you're sometimes, you dive in kind of head first, right? You kind of go right into the project and then you kind of get lost and try to figure out like what's going on like as you're going through it. But and that can be perilous sometimes. It can be fun, but it can also be something that can go very, very wrong very quickly. As shown by Chunky in It's a Chunky sketch, being just a complete kind of terrorist of a mascot. But it all comes down to this thing of figure out what you can do, right? And I think one of the big things that I figured out right away, I mentioned this even earlier, like an hour ago, I figured out right away that, like, okay, my strengths as an editor are on the editing itself, right? I am really good at looking at wordcraft stuff. I'm really good at doing, reading quickly and responding quickly and writing quickly for that kind of thing. I'm less good at art and I'm like visual art kind of stuff, and I'm less good at some of the tech stuff. So I was like, okay, figuring out what your strengths and weaknesses are, what your kind of pros and cons are as an editor individually, can give you a good way of figuring out, okay, this is where I need to go find help. This is what's going to be kind of the focus of my mag. This is what's going to be something I spend more time on or less time on, right? So in my case, right, I was like, okay, I know that if I'm going to start a website, I need to have at least the tech to make a website functional. So I went and asked a computer scientist friend, right, and was like, okay, well, how do you do this? What do I need to make this work? Because I'm like, okay, you go build rockets and shit with your computer science degree. You can help me figure out how to make a website. I'm sure that's much easier. Right, and for art stuff, right, all of our art comes usually from Unsplash, typically, right? And then for the chapbooks, we went and hired a designer because we were like, okay, this is going to be a way to make sure the kind of visual identity is really strong. But like we all knew right away that, or at least I knew right away that I was not the person who was going to be able to kind of accomplish all of this at once. There's also this idea too of like many hands make the light work. So like I said earlier too, I started Jake by myself. It was just me for the first, I don't know, 6 months ish before I brought Inbal on. Something around that long. And then mostly I just did that for that amount of time because that was what I could handle, right? And I was like, okay, this is I tried to keep it kind of limited in that way to like, okay, this is about as much as I can get through. And then when it became too much, that's when I started to have to ask for help, right? And that's thankfully I had a very, very good friend who I'd been sharing work with for a long time, who I was willing to kind of beg and plead to do some editing with me. But definitely like finding times to find help can be really important. And then yeah, so I think figuring out like what the strengths and weaknesses of your magazine and your team or yourself if you're working by yourself, and figuring out like, okay, where do you need to find more people, right? That can be like super important. It can be really a valuable thing to spend a little time thinking about, kind of like at the beginning of the process. From there, you want to get the band together, right? So you got to think about, okay, if we do need help, right? Who are you going to be able to get to help you? And you want to think particularly about figuring out ways that you can maximize your strengths by giving yourself time to work on the things you're good at, and minimizing those weaknesses by finding time, either finding time to learn how to do it yourself or finding people who are willing to do it for you, who it's going to take them less time, right? So, for example, right, Neil, my tech friend, right, who helped us put together a lot of the back end for the website, I knew that he could build all of our like website infrastructure in like a day. Like it wouldn't take him very long. Whereas if I tried to do it, it would take me, months and months and months of just like beating my head against the wall, like trying to learn code and all that kind of junk. So I knew he was the right person to ask for something like that, right? When we decided to do the chapbooks, when we decided to go get cover art, that was one of the first things I asked the team was like, okay, well, do we know any cover artists? And thankfully, Laurel knew Aleah, and we managed to hire her right away, and it's been as good of a success as it's been, right? Gotten all those super, super wonderful covers out of it. And then when you're also thinking about like gathering your team and deciding like, okay, who are you going to work with? How are you going to work together? How are you going to sort of like build this project up? It's also important to think about like when in the process you want to like reach out. Yeah, definitely. Love working with Aleah. It was fantastic. When you want to reach out can be super, super important too, right? So basically the way I've been doing it for Jake for as long as we've been doing it is when we know we have a project we want to accomplish, we try to reach out usually right away to whoever the right person involved is, right? So for Neil, I think I started asking for submissions and then asked him to build the website like right after that. Ooh. Shoot, I'm gonna need some water in a minute. For Aleah, I think we reached out like basically right after we picked what the books were. I think it's when we started talking to her and figuring out like, okay, this is what we're thinking about and what we kind of want to do. Right? So you want to give your folks who you're working with as much time to do the thing as you can, right? And it's also important to like kind of keep your scope in mind, right? It's always important to like take care of not only yourself and whatever your own limits are as like a working person or as a person putting these kind of projects together, but think about like, okay, if you're asking for a favor from a friend, what kind of favor are you asking for? Are you asking them for like a, help me with a weekend kind of favor? Or are you asking them for like a long-term commitment kind of thing? Because it's really going to depend on what your relationship with those people are, right? Now, something I didn't really mention as much in this stage is that you could always do, like we did for a lot of the other folks who've joined the Jake team, like other than Inbal or Neil, right, or Ellie, which is you can hold open kind of submission calls, right? You can take submissions for team members. Well, I think this is a good tool for a lot of mags, and something we've done before in the past for Jake. I don't think I would ever recommend it for someone who's like just starting out, mostly because I think especially at these kind of early stages, like when you're first trying to do a project, right? When you're first trying to do a new thing, it relies on a lot of like trust between folks, right? And while it's not impossible to build that trust right away with like submitted kind of applications and things like that, it's going to be a lot slower than if it's someone who you're already kind of friendly with, right? Or someone who you already kind of have an affinity for, in one way or another, right? Whether you're someone who, they've been issue mates with me a bunch of times, so I've talked with them on Twitter DMs, right? Or somebody you went to school with, or someone who's just like a lifelong friend, or whatever, right? Having some kind of like a prior connection like this can really help make it easier to sort of like figure out what the boundaries of the project are and sort of like what everyone's kind of like working kind of limits are for this kind of stuff. Plus, to be honest, when you're friends with the people you work with, it's just more fun. I would say that all of us on the Jake team are pretty friendly, and I think we could all hang out one-on-one individually and probably have a good time. And I think that shows in the kind of quality of the work we put out, right? Like we pull for each other really hard, and I think it's a lovely thing. I think it's one of the things I'm proudest of our time working kind of here. yeah, I think that's how you build a good team, at least for getting a mag started. Okay, next you're gonna actually have to light up the bag signal. So, one of the hardest parts I know for a lot of magazines starting out is figuring out how to actually get people to both submit to your publication, but also to read your publication, right? But there's lots of different good methods for this, right? You could do what a lot of us on the internet have been doing lately, which is social media stuff. Twitter, it seems like, is still the place to go for this kind of stuff, but a lot of places are on Instagram now. A lot of places are on Blue Sky. It's a little more fraction than it was, maybe like a year or two ago, but social media is still like one of the best ways to like just reach writers quickly, because there's so many of us out there looking for where's the next cool place to send things. Newsletters can also be super, super helpful. I remember a little while back, maybe it was last summer. Yeah, oh my god, it is so the worst part. I think it was last summer. We got a shout out in Chill Subs, which massively increased our the eyeballs on our stuff, both in terms of readers and in terms of like submitters. It's been super helpful having that little kind of boost from other folks, right? And people who are just interested in it anyways, who are from the writing community, who you don't necessarily know, right? Obviously, you can start with your own friends and your own family and your own like people who are involved in the scene, but eventually you're gonna have to find more folks, right? And I still think like old-fashioned kind of newsletters are one of the best ways to do that. I would recommend, like, if you're friendly with anyone who runs a newsletter, right, and you're looking for more kind of ways to get the word out for that kind of stuff, reach out to them, see if you could do an interview, see if you could write a little like blog post for them or something, right? Definitely always can be helpful. Like I said, we got kind of lucky, right? We got a lot of folks kind of pointed our way right away, partially because of that J. Edgar Avery tweet. Riff and Aon Press also got a bump from Chill Subs. Yeah, for sure. Shout out to Riff and Aon. You guys do fucking great work all the time too. Definitely, right? But yeah, newsletters can be super helpful. Chill Subs has been fantastic. I think it's definitely helped a lot of the smaller mags find more of an audience. Even just like being on the database itself seems like people find stuff quickly. But yeah, like old school newsletters, I think still a lot of people will read them, right? They'll find like, okay, here's a list of like 10 places to submit. They'll like, okay, I'm going to submit to all 10 of them, or I'm going to submit to the 5 that are open, or whatever it is, right? I still think a lot of folks use that, so I would recommend it. And then there's like other general kind of social channels, right? So we were just talking right now. I was talking with AJ, right? We met because we bumped into each other at the Barrel House conference, right? And we were hanging out for a while. Lots of other events like this have in-person elements. I think are still like a way to really kind of like meet a lot of folks, right? A lot of cities in the U.S. in particular have like really strong indie scenes if you know where to look for them. Usually it's the bookstores and the bars and things like that, but could be a lot of different places. Always recommend checking out there as well. But yeah, looking at kind of like non-traditional channels. Colleges still too. I think a lot of college writing programs will have places you can go and things like that. They'll have readers and things like that. Come in and talk about their venues. So any kind of social channel you can find for just interacting with other writing folks and other editor folks can be super, super helpful. All right, but now that you've done that, right? Now that you've gotten some writers looking at you, you've got your team ready, you've got all of your like, okay, here's my process. Then it's time to gear up, or don't. I'm not your dad. But you want to start thinking about like, okay, what's the practicalities of it? What am I actually making here, right? As far as like magazine, indie lit mag kind of stuff goes right now, right? I feel like for a lot of us, the big question has always been in the last, whatever years since internet is a thing, physical versus digital, right? I think a lot of writers still really, really value physical writing, right? And getting a book that has, paper copies and, you can see your name in print, and it's a really special kind of moment. It's definitely something I felt a special moment about every time I've seen it, right? Every time I've had it for my own work. But it is also, something that's much more costly and much more kind of time intensive in a different kind of way than just building a website or building like a web kind of journal of some kind. Because like you could get started on a web journal and you could be on Substack or software like that and be operating within an hour, right? Versus physical, you have to like go find printers, you have to price things out, you have to raise funds somehow, you have to do whatever, right? I think that's a big decision to make at the beginning, right? And I think it's not a decision that anyone really can make for you, right? There's not really a right or wrong answer in here. For Jake, the reason we started digital first was because it was something that I could do cheaply, right? It was like, okay, I could buy the domain name, we'll do the web hosting for free, and that'll be that, right? I could just go from there, use a bunch of free tools like Google Drive, Google Forms, things like that, and get started. Eventually, we ended up on Alita, right? Which we're also not spending a bunch of money on rather than Submittable, right? But even then, right? Like we're keeping it kind of as lean as we can. We only moved into print and doing the chapbooks when we felt like, okay, we've got enough of a process down that we can do this. We can raise some funds and we can get going. Thankfully, this was our plan for a fundraiser, and you guys all funded us before we started streaming for this weekend. But which we are immensely grateful for, I have to say once again. But yeah, figuring out like what's the easiest way to do this, right? What's the cheapest way to do this? Can be a really good idea for a lot of folks starting out with an indie mag, right? Because I'm guessing most of us who start mags aren't coming from such independent wealth that we can start like jumping right out the gate. Like, let's make the fanciest. Like, we'll hire the most digital graphic designers. We'll hire the most professional printers and all this kind of stuff, right? Not all of us could be catapulted, I guess is what I'm saying. I guess not. That's kind of really fair. That's kind of mean. One of the other kind of gear questions I think that comes right away, I mentioned this already, is figuring out how you're going to get submissions from your writers themselves, right? So I know a lot of places still use just like standard email subs. I think that's a great option if you're the kind of person who can manage an email inbox in that kind of way. I personally am not, which is why we never took email subs, except for maybe like 1 or 2 email subs that people have errantly sent our way in the past. But yeah, I started with a Google form originally that auto-sorted things into folders in Google Drive, just because that was a little bit easier for me than figuring out how to manage email subs and, oh my god, I lose the submission, and then, oh, did I respond to the submission yet, and blah 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 blah, right? I work really well with like Excel sheets and like color coding things, and Jake's kind of backend has kind of looked like a version of that, more or less since then, right? We had like a standard Excel sheet, which became Airtable, which now is Base Row, but it's all basically just like fancy Excel sheets, like fancier Excel sheets, just because it's easier for me personally to keep track in that way of like, okay, I can color code this, I can mark up that, and I keep all the information in one place. Which also kind of leads into my next thing, which is managing projects, right? Figuring out how you're going to manage yourself and manage your deadlines, your scheduling, all your other kind of stuff, right? Can be really tricky. I know a lot of folks will use like digital calendars, like a Google Calendar or something like that. We did that for a little while. We're mostly now just kind of sticking with the Base Row stuff. Like I said before, which has a pretty good calendar on it. There's also, paper calendars, there's other kind of solutions in there as well. But there's lots of different ways you can kind of like keep yourself organized, like any other project with a lit mag. It's just about figuring out like, okay, what's your way to like keep your head kind of pointed in the right direction for stuff. Excuse me. Well, submission methods. One thing I did not really talk about or mention as far as submission methods go is Submittable. And the main reason I didn't mention Submittable before this point is that I think for a mag that's brand new and just starting out, most of the time Submittable is the wrong answer. And the reason I think that is because although it gets a lot of attention pointed your way really quickly, right? Because authors will be able to just, search and sort and be like, oh, okay, they're closing at this time, and then let me just get my work in or whatever, right? Your problem as a starting editor, as someone who's like building a new mag most of the time, is not necessarily volume of submissions. It's more about like, how can you keep a lid on the submissions that you are getting in, right? One of the things that was really important to me starting Jake out, right, is that we had fairly fast response times, and it's fluctuated a little bit since then. We started with everything will be within a month and most will be within a week, to I think now ours says something similar, but maybe we got rid of the 1 week portion. But we try to be pretty fast. I would say our average response time probably now is somewhere around 2 weeks to 4 weeks or 6 weeks, 2 weeks to 6 weeks, depending on what genre you're submitting in and kind of what the length of the project is and things like that and how busy we are. But I think that's a much more kind of important kind of step in the beginning, right? Is making sure you're like being responsive to writers, rather than just getting as many through your case as you can, right? Because like I said before, you want to be really careful with other people's work, right? You want to take care of it and really kind of build it up, and make it feel like you're taking care of them, right? You want to make them feel like they're part of the team when they're submitting to you, right? You want to make them feel like you're taking their work seriously, because you should be taking their work seriously. So I would say most of the time submittable is the wrong answer for that reason, but also because of the cost, right? Like most mags who are just starting out, if you're not a catapult or if you're not independently wealthy, you're not gonna be able to afford a submittable unless you charge submission fees. And I kind of think submission fees are stupid. I think most people shouldn't be charging submission fees for most projects. Anyways, that's all I got to say about like gear kind of stuff goes. And then one of the last couple things I want to talk about too is this idea of like getting yourself ready to go. So I mentioned a little bit about this kind of at the top of this talk, but you want to think about learning the process and learning the skills you need to succeed at like being a lit mag editor, right? So I've talked a lot about like all the different hats that you have to wear, kind of as an editor, starting a mag, right? About like finances and tech and all this other kind of stuff. But I've kind of ignored the main reason most of us get into doing this, which is because we like to read and we like to write and we like to think about words. So figure out how to get yourself better at that, right? Get yourself better at the skill of like actually being an editor, rather than all the other kind of like ancillary kind of small businessy kind of skills that go with being a small mag editor. You can do it a lot of different ways. So I think two of the most kind of common ones, right, is trying to practice just doing, more of an objective style of editing as much as you can be objective in this kind of field, with both your own work, right, or the work of kind of other writers or other writers you're friends with. Joining writing groups can be super useful for this, or just having, meeting individual other people who you trade work with can be really useful for this. But maybe people who you weren't necessarily super close friends with when you start working together, right? If you have other folks that you can be like, okay, I can be a little bit more kind of emotionally removed and be more like looking at things on a craft level and just a craft level. I think that can be really good for like kind of getting your feet wet and figuring out like, okay, how do I make this sound more like what it already wants to be, rather than figuring out like, okay, I'm an editor and I want all the pieces that come from my mag to sound like this. So you're not like stepping on their toes, making it sound like you, right? It's a really kind of fine balance to figure out like, okay, this is what is going to work for my magazine, but this is also what's going to work for the writer, kind of making their work feel more like their own work. One of the things that I really like as a tactic for doing this in particular, for individualized kind of editing, things like this, and something I do a lot with the Jake kind of editing that I do, is I think the process of asking questions can be really, really useful, right? Thinking about like, okay, why is this piece working in the way that it is? What is this element doing in this spot? How is it contributing to the overall meaning or reading experience or things like that, right? And seeing if you could kind of come up with an answer for like why pieces are where they are, right? Why is the puzzle kind of fitting together in this particular kind of way? I think it'd be a really good starting point for a lot of work, particularly for prose work. I feel that that way for editing poetry as well a little bit, though, although I admit like I'm not as much of a poet. I don't have as much experience with like history of forms and things like that, so I sometimes miss things a lot more easily than other poets probably could. But learning as much as you can, right, and kind of figuring out like, okay, this is what the shape of a lot of stories are, can be really, really useful, right? This isn't to say like you need to be super dogmatic. You don't have to go like full save the cat on anybody or anything, like but trying to kind of meet a piece where it's at, I think, can be really, really useful. Can be really, really valuable for a lot of people. The other way to do this, besides practicing on like one-on-one style editing, right, is to do what AJ and I were also both mentioning earlier today, which is to join joining the staff of a larger mag, right? Join a mag that has been around for a little bit, whose work you like and you respect, and seeing like, okay, well, what is the process like for running their stuff, right? What do they do? How do they, handle the tough decisions about like, oh, I kind of like this piece, but I'm not sure, right? You can learn a lot from just sitting back and listening to smart people talk about stuff. It's certainly something I felt like I've done a lot is just, asking for help from folks who are smarter than me, folks who've been doing this for longer than me. And it's definitely helped me a lot for like figuring out like, okay, this is what my editorial style is going to be like, right? This is going to be the kind of process I want to employ with my writers. And I think it can be really useful to get your feet wet doing something like that first. This isn't to say you shouldn't dive right in, because I think if you're ready and you feel confident in your ability to edit, right, go for it. But if you are someone who's like a little more struggling with that, if you are someone who's like, I don't know what to do, I don't know how to start this, but I kind of have a vague notion I want to someday, joining someone else's group can be an easy way to get going. Okay, and then the last actual page in here is opening the floodgates. So you actually have to start like doing the thing. You start taking your submissions in, right? You've got your submission manager or your email address set up for it, right? Let the writers know. Start sending things in. Be open for submissions, and then figure out how to send responses. A lot of folks, when they're first starting out, will write bespoke responses to everybody. And while I think that's a great practice and it's something that's really, really wonderful that for the mags you can accomplish that, it is also a lot of work. So it is very hard to keep up with. And at some point, you're probably going to want to build some template letters. And you can build your template letters however you want. I think most of the time, most writers prefer a shorter template kind of response. If it is a template response, then something kind of longer and wordier. But, still being respectful. Something like, hey, we read your submission. It wasn't for us. The end. Right? It's something that I think a lot of writers kind of like and respect for. I will admit, this is a bit of a do as I say, not as do as I do kind of moment, because the template responses I wrote for Jake are very much not that. They're a little bit more kind of like jokey and over the top and built in a way that is kind of taking on some of that like Mad Magazine, National Lampoon-y kind of flavor that I was hoping for when I was first getting started, but is pretty like clear and succinct in terms of like, hey, this wasn't for us. This isn't a reflection of the quality of your writing, but it is more a reflection of the quality of like our taste and sort of how it just is a mismatch. But I try to keep them on the short side, right? I think the longest one is for the template responses is 2 paragraphs, right? Basically one where I say like, this is what I liked and this is what I wasn't sure about, and then the like generic platitude part for the second paragraph. But most of them are 1 paragraph, right? Most of our template letters that we use for when we do use template letters are, very direct, like, hey, this is a mismatch. It wasn't for us. Maybe send them something again, depending on which one we send out. And I think that's a good place to go, right? I think letting writers know, hey, I didn't like this piece, but I want to read more from you, can be really, really helpful, right? It helps build out that kind of like recurring writer base and writer pool. So even if you don't like a piece, right, you still end up getting more submissions overall, and you get submissions that are kind of more tailored to what you actually want, right? But so I wouldn't send us more writing to everybody, right? I would really reserve that for those folks who you think have a good shot of getting into your magazine at some point, right? And that can be whether they're prior contributors, it could be whether they're people who published in another magazine you like, or it could be just like a piece that you were close on but you didn't have room for or whatever, right? I think that like send us more work when you're ready tool is like, I think that's one of the best tools in like a response kind of belt, right? It really, really helps the writer know that like, yeah, we took your work seriously, we really liked it, and this is why we're not sure about it, right? Or this is we want to try again, right? And for any writers who are listening who are non-editors, most of the time when editors send those out, I think they do mean it, right? They do want to see more work from you. This is more just a reminder to the folks who maybe are not so sure about that and right, just want to be nice. It's not mean to tell people you don't want to read more work from them, or to not. Sorry, it is mean to tell people you don't read more work from them. It isn't mean to not tell them yes, send us more, right? To just be kind of null on the issue is, I think, not a mean thing to do necessarily. And it's okay to give yourself permission to kind of have that room and that space. And then once you finally do have your pieces together, right? Then you're on assembly time, which is one of the more fun parts, right? So again, like last hour when I was hanging out with AJ, we were talking about like the assembly process of putting together different mags. He was talking about for extra sauce, right? He was figuring out like, okay, I had these photos and they were going to be in this layout, and then I figured out, oh, I had this these pieces of writing, and they were all this different kind of lengths and things like that, and that's kind of how he figured out like, okay, this is a 25-page mag instead of a 3-page mag, which can be really useful, right? Or on the other hand, right, for our Jake stuff, the website itself. One of the benefits of being on the web, it's kind of a double-edged sword of being on the web as far as the journal goes, is you can kind of be as long or as short as you want with any individual piece, as long as you have the kind of bandwidth for it. So we publish things on Jake that are, I think, as short as like a few words, like maybe like 4 words. I'm trying to remember how long. I don't know. Laurel, you're still watching, right? No, okay, maybe not. Okay.
What were you saying? Sorry.
Oh yeah. No, I was just gonna ask. Do you remember how long Elena Ender's piece was that we took? That was like a sentence long poem.
Oh, the dynamic preparation one?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was just like 1 sentence, or not half a sentence, basically.
It was like 4 words or something like that. It was really short, I remember, but
well, what it is it was dynamic preparation. I bring a Prezi to a knife fight or gunfight.
Yeah, I bring a Prezi to a fight. Yeah, okay. So yeah, it's like a single sentence, right? It's very short, right?
Mm-hmm.
So one of the benefits of being on the web is, right, you can take pieces that are that kind of length, right? They are really, really short. Or you can go the opposite direction. Like we've taken pieces on Jake that are, upwards of 20 to 25 pages of fiction writing, which is long for a journal, right? I think most journals nowadays kind of cap out around like 3,500. It seems like a pretty good like average for a lot of places. But being open to taking stuff that's a little bit on the longer side means that you can get some really cool work. People are having struggles like finding a place for otherwise. You have to be willing to read works that's that long sometimes, but I don't know. I personally am every once in a while, and I think the site's better for it. Yeah, but I think that's kind of it. Those are most kind of my big thoughts as far as like being a new mag editor and like getting a new mag off the ground. I think if you do all of these things right, and you really like communicate with everybody as well as you can, whether you're talking social media communication, whether you're talking just an emailing back and forth with your author, something like that. I think if you follow all these steps, you should be, pretty close or all the way there to building a successful venue. And I hope to see folks who are watching. If anyone out here is watching and still starting a new mag, hope to see your guys' mags out there soon. I'm always looking for new places to submit myself. Perfect. Does anyone have questions about like early lit mag stuff or other kind of Jake related like behind the scenes junk? Because I pulled a lot of the curtains back on this. Sorry. Oh, wait a second. I guess it's still transitioning here. All right, no worries. Well, in the meantime, we are hanging out. We are coming close to the end of our live stream. In about 20 minutes, we're going to be chatting with and hearing a reading from the last of our 4 chapbooks coming out. Melissa Flores Anderson is going to be reading and chatting about Body in Motion, which I've already talked about a little bit earlier in the stream as like, a piece of work that really impressed us like a bunch from right out the gate. And I can't wait to chat more with her about it. I mean, we've been talking about it for the last few months, kind of going back and forth on notes and stuff, but to be able to share with all of you is really special. I'm really looking forward to that, right? And getting to hear, what kind of questions you guys have in the community and what else kind of Melissa is sort of thinking about with it at this stage. in the meantime, let's do this. So, did that already? Look in here. Ta-da. Okay, let me see. Is there any left in the rapid response box that we missed out on? That's always a good thing to double check. And like I told everyone we'd be done at 2 o'clock or whatever, but I want to see if there's anything left. If there's anyone new. Nope. Looks like we read through all of them. One more needs a response, but other than that, we are good to go on it. Cool. I'll also just say really quick, for any folks who are kind of like waiting on responses for like the general fiction stuff, I apologize. Part of the reason we're behind is that I have been getting this kind of day prepped in front of everything, but I'll be back to reading those kind of in a more frequent kind of manner as soon as we can. But definitely that I think there's so much good work coming in, and I can't wait to like dive back into the stuff that's in the inbox that I haven't read yet. Perfect. Poetry maybe closer to 5 weeks. Also catching up this week. Yeah. We're kind of all over the place with our sub kind of stuff, just because we've all been working really hard to bring this day to you guys and bring the chapbooks to you guys. But hopefully everything starts to even itself out pretty soon. Okay, we got like 15 minutes to kill. You know what? Unless Melissa, you're already in the chat, right? Would you be interested in hopping on early? Oh, thank you, Alon. I just saw your message. Yeah, I think that's a good idea. I think we should try to chop up like as much of the stream that can be useful to people as possible, right? Whether it's this part, maybe some of the editing parts, maybe the readings, right? I think there's been a lot of good stuff kind of dropping up, and a lot of good information coming out in this stream. I would also really I think out of all of the stuff that I was watching, I would super advise you guys to go back and watch Willow's reading and kind of craft talk afterwards about their project, because man, that was so cool. They were talking about so much good stuff yesterday with Laurel on the stream. Definitely a great kind of writing resource, and something I was really happy that we had. Knives, yes. Knife cutting, yeah. Yeah, I'm excited. I mean, there's even stuff that I missed in the stream today. Like I was asleep during the kind of middle of the day, so I missed Nat and Trent talking about clowning around. I can't wait to hear all the fun stuff they had to say about that wonderful book. But it was a lot of fun. This has been a really fun stream for you guys. It's been almost 22 hours now on the air. Which is crazy. It's been quite a lot. Okay, let's talk a little bit more about other stuff. Let me see, is there any other stuff to respond to? Nothing really on there, nothing on there. Kind of hopping around different places. Oh, Melissa's down in the lounge. Okay. I'm gonna go check on her real quick. Ellie, can we put up a bumper really quick? Or Laurel, do you want to check on? Oh. All right. Excellent. So, welcome back. While we are waiting these last few minutes for Melissa to get her stuff set up. Oh, she's having an audio issue. She's got a text from her. Hopefully Laurel can figure that out. But in the meantime, while we're waiting, I just want to once again say thank you to everyone who, is watching currently or has been watching. At any point during this like crazy long live stream project that we've been running here, it's been really a treat to be kind of like hanging out with all of you guys, playing games, chatting about books and everything for almost a day straight now. And it's been really great, right? And it's been in support of these wonderful chapbook authors. You can buy their books right now on Jake's brand new web store at jakethemag.square.site, where you can get both physical or digital pre-order copies of Body in Motion, Poems of Color, Day 3 of a 5-Day Headache, and Clowning Around. 4 wonderful books by 4 wonderful authors. Each kind of with their own unique kind of style and take on what it means to be literary, to be anti-literary, or to be, good in any kind of way as far as being a piece of writing goes. You can also pick up, we have lots of merch available on the store as well, including, these sweatshirts that I'm wearing right now with this Jake eats short stories for breakfast jacket, as well as a whole bunch of other designs. There was the deer t-shirt that AJ was wearing earlier. There's the little Jake logo shirt that I was wearing earlier in the stream as well, and a t-shirt that matches actually this design that's on this poster in the back here. Give Jake your odd, give Jake your strange, give Jake your casual and deranged. We have those designs all available on t-shirts, sweatshirts, posters, I think we have mugs as well. And so one other thing. I think it's it. Yeah, I think it's t-shirts, posters, mugs, and sweatshirts. But yeah, there's lots of different stuff that you can go get if you really want to support the mag. This is a great way to do so. You get a pretty nice, comfy piece of merch, and you get a little bit of money going to supporting indie lit. Okay, looks like Melissa's having some audio issues that the other folks are trying to resolve currently. Hopefully she'll be on in just a second. I'll keep promoting the other Jake-related stuff, though. So obviously you can get all of our stuff or all of our books at the Jake the Mag store, like I mentioned before. You can also just read the mag itself. JakeTheMag.com. We have lots of great work by hundreds of different writers at this point, which has been really just amazing to see how much of a kind of nice community has grown. All out through this kind of goofy idea that I had on the weekend I was graduating, because I was kind of bored and wanted to see more fun stuff in the world. But it's been really grown, like this really nice kind of community around it. We've got lots of great work up. You can find, obviously, I think the best place to start if you're not sure like where to go or what to read. I would start at the categories page, right? You get a little breakdown of all the major kind of categories we publish in. But also, if you scroll down, we have designated sections for our best of the net pieces that we've nominated in the past, as well as some of our past guest editor collections. Some of the guest editors of which you saw earlier in the stream. I'm thinking Katie, Elia, LM. I think that was it as far as folks who were guest editors came out. Oh, Nat put together a guest editor call for us earlier this year. So you can go read all the collections of stuff that they put out there as well. Those are all some really fun places to start. The special collections in particular, right? Most of those are, 2 to 10 really wonderful pieces from writers who may not have been people who are in community with already, right? They might have been, people who were in community with those guest editors beforehand, rather than folks we knew or writers we knew. So it's cool. There's some of our most kind of interesting, diverse work on the site is in those sections and those kind of guest calls. Actually, I think other than the piece we accepted tonight, literally everything from Alex Carrigan, who showed up both in the reading and then also later in the games, had come out of guest editor stuff. So it's nice to have a piece of his that's really truly ours, and not just the guest editors too. But absolutely, there's lots of cool work in there as well. Thank you, Alana, for shouting the designs. I'll also say all the designs on the merch was made, I think, almost entirely by Inbal and Laurel. It was made in-house before we even hired Aleah as a graphic designer, just because we were like, okay, well, what can we do just on our own? And yeah, I'll agree. I think there's a lot of really cool stuff in there. So far, I think this has been our best seller, the breakfast one. But yeah, I'm really fond of the Cowabunga Wolf too. A lot of fun stuff. Okay, let's see. Oh man, they're really going through it. Okay, lots of editing. Jeez. Oh, I got really concerned for a second. I was looking at our like live management chat, and there was a bunch of like symbols showed up at one point, and it looks like Laurel's cat Cheaty had like walked across the keyboard and given a bunch of like cat typing. Always a good time. Yeah. But yeah, you can always follow us, at the mag itself, jakethemag.com. Follow us on social media. Most of our handles are published by Jake in most places. A few places it'll say Jake the Mag instead. If for some reason you are not already on our Patreon, but you are interested in joining it, that's another great way to kind of support us month to month. We are at patreon.com/JakeTheMag, where you can join for as little as $1 a month, or for much, much more. We will start to do more and more stuff for you. It's also a way you can pre-order the chapbooks if you haven't seen it on the seen what you're looking for on the web store as well. We're gonna prioritize stuff that's already kind of coming through, but you can access it there as well if you'd rather not. If you'd rather give us money on like a kind of more kind of long-term basis instead of just kind of one-time offer kind of thing. Yeah, I'm trying to think through all the promo stuff. I guess most of the promo stuff. Let's see. It is 55. You know what? All right. Ellie, would it be more helpful for me to keep vamping right now, or do you think it would be more helpful for me to go try to help tech stuff? Okay, yeah, let's go back to the music for just a couple minutes. Let me go see if I can help as much as I can with the audio. Okay, sounds good. We will see you all in about 5 minutes, hopefully. All right, we clear? had to go like re-plug in my lamp because I unplugged it to like use my laptop earlier.
Yeah, I just was like, oh no, we had this audio problem when we tried to do our call, and I was like, it's still happening. I don't know why my laptop does not like Discord, but I think we figured it out. So
Yeah. Okay. Sounds good. Wait, Ellie, are you unmuted? I was waiting for a minute, but yeah, we can hop right in. Oh, no worries. Okay. Well, welcome back, everyone. We are ready to start the final reading of the chapbooks. So, let me introduce our guest. Guest. I can say guest instead of just guest. No worries. Okay. Melissa Flores Anderson is a Latinx Californian and an award-winning journalist who lives in her hometown with her young son and husband. A 3-time Best in the Net and 1-time Pushcart Prize nominee, her creative work has been featured in more than 40 literary venues and anthologies, including Swamp Pink. Did you just want me to list Swamp Pink or other? I know you had so many other ones.
I know I was trying to make it smaller, but
Yeah.
I've been well, I started out with Roy Press. They were one of the first people that published me, and now I'm an editor there. But I've been published in a lot of indie places, so Bullshit Lit, Jake multiple times, Roy, Fayant Press.
Yeah.
I have something coming out with King Lud Rag this year, which I'm pretty excited about. This is like a longer piece. I've been kind of all over the indie world. A lot of the ones that you mentioned, Drunk Daily Magazine. I haven't gotten a Had Skull yet, so that's like on my list.
I know.
So.
It's been on my list too. I get you. But yeah, she's a reader and editor, as we just said, with Refinera Press. Is also co-authored a novelette, Roadkill, out from ELJ Editions. Is it out now or is it still on its way? I think it's out now, right?
We were hoping to drop in February, but it got pushed back to March, so it should be out. I think like March 26th. So before the chapbook
right before us. Yeah, that's fun. Yeah, but yeah, coming soon. Roadkill from ELJ Editions, and the chapbook Body in Motion, which should be reading from and talking about here today. Follow her on Twitter or Blue Sky at Melissa Cuisine, or on Instagram or Threads at The Irish Months. You can also read all of her work at melissafloresandersonwrites.com. Welcome, Melissa. Yeah.
Thank you. I'm excited to be here.
Yeah, super fun.
A little bit nervous. I always get nervous before readings, but I'm really excited to talk about the chapbook and to read some excerpts from it. So.
Yeah, for sure. So do you want to dive in with some reading first, and then we'll chat about what you've been reading?
Yeah, sounds great. So I have selected a couple excerpts from the chapbook that I'll read, and then I'd love to read a piece from Jake that's online if we have time, so we'll kind of see how it goes. So the first piece that I'd like to read is from the chapbook, and the chapbook explores a lot of themes about identity, how we see ourselves, and how others see us. So this piece is called Another Scandinavian. It was first published with Latino Literatures, which is an online journal. They published it last September, and they actually nominated it for a Pushcart for 2024. So this is just a piece that I really like, and I'm so glad that it's in the chapbook. So, Another Scandinavian. Daniel and I ducked out of the rain into a posh bar in Port Stewart. The place had a long counter with modern stools that looked to be made of clear acrylic, and in the center of the room sat a few empty couches and armchairs around an abstract art rug. The white leather furniture had silver accents, and it seemed like the kind of place I didn't belong. We took a seat on one of the sofas, and our wet clothes and hair dripped onto the fabric. Daniel's hair curled up into blonde ringlets against his forehead, and I wanted to reach out and touch them. Seems like a bad idea to have a material like this in a place that rains all the time, I said. Like, I didn't pack a leather jacket to bring here. Daniel laughed at that, and my confidence grew a bit. Do you have a leather jacket, he said. Are you a Hell's Angel on a motorbike? I'm not, I said. And I think you mean motorcycle. I'd ended up with Daniel after some of the other Americans from my exchange program had been so rowdy they got us booted from our regular spot. Too rowdy in a country where I had seen 16-year-olds pissing in the streets the night after completing their A-levels. But I was glad to be alone with Daniel, who had green eyes and a wicked sense of humor and an Irish accent I enjoyed hearing. I had just enough to drink at that point in the evening to relax against him a bit, to touch his arm as we talked. I settled into the cozy vibe between us in the near-empty bar. We might have been on our second drink when someone Daniel knew came in, a guy named Rich from Manchester. The guy ordered a gin and tonic and sat across from us. The lounge was spacious and the clink of the glass against the table echoed. Your accent, Rich said. You're not Spanish? I thought you were Spanish. No, I'm from California. My dad's Mexican, my mom's white. I'm probably more Irish than you. I'm not Irish at all, Rich said. I'm proud of that. He and Daniel talked about European soccer clubs for a while before Rich turned back to me again. So your family are wetbacks? I knew the word, of course, but I'd never had it so directly pointed at me. I stumbled to find a response and looked to Daniel for support. He was Irish, after all, and they'd faced oppression from the British for centuries. But he'd grown up in Limerick, far from the segregated neighborhoods in Northern Ireland, in a well-off family that hadn't been touched by the Troubles. Daniel shrugged. That term's offensive, I said, and stood up to leave. Daniel followed me to the door. Cut him a break. He didn't know any better. But I knew that wasn't true. I'd been feeling it all semester. My brown hair, dark eyes, tan skin made me stick out in that Northern Irish coastal town where all the other kids at uni were white, even the Americans. I could count on one hand the number of minorities in Coleraine. One Chinese girl born in Britain, one black guy born in Britain, 2 Spanish exchange students, and me. I realized that night that no matter how I saw myself, as half white and half Mexican, all American, other people saw me and made snap judgments without knowing me. And I'll stop there with that one.
Yeah, no worries. You can read for as long or as short as you'd like for these pieces for sure. We got a whole hour to fill, so I'm happy to hear as much as you're reading as possible is always great. Yeah, so I guess with this one, one of the things that always really struck me about it from the first read till now, and something I've talked with you about before with it is this kind of sense of like feeling kind of like of being like on the precipice, right? Of being on the precipice of like different age groups, obviously like being kind of like a young adult, but also, the identity stuff that drives the piece really. How does that kind of like influence the way you think about this piece or your work in general about like kind of being on like the edge of two different kind of states of being, I guess?
Yeah, I think a lot of my writing, whether it's the creative nonfiction that is in the space of the chapbook or my fiction writing, I do a lot of flash fiction and as I shared, longer fiction as well. I feel like a lot of it deals with that intersection of identity of kind of not quite knowing where you belong or trying to push against the boundaries of what people have told you is where you belong. So I think for this and another Scandinavian, that the rest of the story kind of talks about an experience I had when I was lucky enough to be in South Africa as an intern when I was a journalist, and then kind of what it was like after. So I grew up with the last name Flores, with my dad's last name, and one of the pieces in this story, Bloom, talks about that, kind of what it was like to grow up with that Mexican identity in California, which is a place that seems really diverse, but there can still be. I felt like sometimes I was made to feel like I was different or I didn't fit in, or people didn't expect me to be smart or do things because of that identity. And so another Scandinavian kind of addresses what it was like when I changed my last name, when I got married to Anderson, and people kind of didn't know how to classify me anymore. So yeah, I think this piece just kind of captures that really well. And this is definitely a theme in a lot of my fiction of kind of feeling caught between two different cultures or just not sure where you fit in, and also just trying to prove people wrong when they make assumptions about you.
Yeah, definitely. Right. I think that feeling of the being caught between, right, not wanting to fall into the assumptions that people are making about you is super relatable. Right. I think you do a really great job of pulling that out. It's one of the things I really always appreciate about your work. Yeah, for sure.
Thanks.
I guess where are we gonna go from here? Let's talk a little bit more, I guess, about the I guess pulling together these two different kind of experiences of your life, right? Because I think that's one of the hardest parts of all of writing kind of nonfiction and memoir kind of stuff in particular, right? Is figuring out like, okay, which of these moments are scenes, and which of these moments are just part of your experiences and part of your like personal kind of growth and identity and stuff like that, and stuff you don't want to share necessarily. Was there something about these two particular like instances that stood out as like, oh, this would be good for putting together in this narrative way, or was it more like this is what I'm comfortable kind of like putting out there about myself, or how did you kind of decide these are the pieces that kind of go together in this fashion? I guess kind of what I was thinking.
Yeah, so I think so. I really started writing and submitting a lot. Maybe I mean, like a lot of writers, I think I started during the pandemic. I was working from home. I wasn't sleeping very well, so I started writing a lot. And when I first started writing, I only wrote fiction. But it was fiction that was a lot based on real life experiences. But I went with fiction because I felt like it was easier or safer, I guess. And then I think the first nonfiction piece I wrote was actually I wrote it's in the chapbook. I wrote it for Void Space, which is an interactive online journal. And I had been toying with this idea of writing about a health experience that I had. So I had gallstones, which is a super common thing that a lot of people have had. But for some reason, it took doctors 10 years to actually give me the correct diagnosis. So I, for like 10 years, I didn't have great medical insurance. I was a student, grad student, and worked at a newspaper. And so I had this experience of like, go to the doctor. They told me it was like, oh, like it's costochondritis. You just like injured your rib cage working in a warehouse. Or like, oh, you drank too much in Ireland when you were studying abroad. You damaged your liver. So it was always something, and it never quite seemed like the right diagnosis. And then it was finally like 10 years later, I went and they're like, oh, you have gallstones and your gallbladder is about to explode. So you need to go to the ER and have emergency surgery. And I was struggling to find a way to write this story. And then I wrote it as a choose your own adventure. And so for me, I felt like I wanted to tell that as a nonfiction story, but I used it in a different narrative form that I think really drives home, like what is like when you move through the healthcare system, when you're different than what, maybe most of the doctors look like, or maybe, what most of the people who are doing, pharmaceutical trials, like what they look like. And so I found a way to do it as a choose your own adventure. And the premise is pretty much like, if the patient had been white, if the patient had been a man, if the patient had been rich, like the patient would have pushed back and would have received the right diagnosis the first time. So I think after that story came out, I actually had people who sent me DMs who were like, that story is so powerful. Like the form that you gave that story really drove the point home. I had people who had the same experience with either a medical diagnosis. And I think that was the moment that I realized that sometimes writing something as creative nonfiction can be more powerful than writing the fiction. And so for me, sometimes I think it's just a matter of like what I am comfortable sharing as nonfiction, or if I can kind of piece it together as like a standalone story. And I would say in this chapbook, there are some pieces that are like, they just came really quickly and they're really, they are really vulnerable. But I'm hoping that this will resonate with people. And this actually might be a good segue to read a bit of A Body in Motion, if that works for you.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I was going to say, ask one more thing. We can move into Body in Motion next, or I was going to ask you about a different piece in the collection, really.
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
Speaking of, the idea of like multiplicity, right, and going through all of this idea of like, okay, well, we have all these different kind of like what if scenarios kind of pieced together, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, one of the things that stood out to us right away when reading the book, at least stood out to me when I was reading it in the first initial reading all the slush readings or whatever, right, was getting the kind of opening of Patient Versus Back, and then later getting Multiverse Melissa, which also has that kind of multiplying kind of element, right, and getting all this kind of like what if element. And it's cool, right? I think having that craft element kind of persist through it, even in these like vulnerable spaces, you can put it not to like demean or anything, but you can kind of put a box around it in a way, right? You can kind of like get a handle on it in a way that's a little bit easier than I guess other kind of difficult subject matter could be if you were trying to write in a more kind of straightforward way.
Yeah, I think I think sometimes it helps me to process things, but I also think maybe it helps other people to accept the vulnerable pieces of this. And so the piece you're talking about is Multiverse Melissa, and I actually did want to read a bit of it, so I could jump into a bit of that if you guys
want
like.
To jump in here, or are we going to jump to Body in Motion in the title story instead? Either one. Yeah.
Okay, well, I can talk about, I'll read a little bit from Multiverse Melissa. So this story is kind of, I don't know if other people do this, but I have all these moments, you have like these junctures in your life where you make a choice, like, where I went to college, or like the first job I took out of college. And so this story is a little bit of reimagining the different lives that I could have had. So I'll go ahead and get started. Multiverse Melissa. Melissa is Mexican, Italian, Irish, and German. She has dark hair and dark eyes and skin that tans quickly in the sun, but is prone to acne flare-ups. People ask her all the time what she is, and she's learned to say she is half Mexican, with the caveat that she doesn't speak Spanish. She is the daughter of working-class parents, took out student loans to pay for college, and is exceptionally introverted. She has always received good grades, good performance evaluations, but she sometimes thinks she has tricked people into thinking she's smart. She had a complicated relationship with her body growing up, and only in her 30s did she start to gain confidence that allowed her to move forward in relationships and in her career. She likes superhero movies and the idea of a multiverse with other versions of herself that might have gotten it different. One Multiverse Melissa has green eyes and hair that turns blonde in the sunlight with golden skin. She is 5'8". She shops at the Esprit outlet in Victoria's Secret. She curls her hair and ties blue and white ribbons in it like all the other cheerleaders who sport the Mustang uniform. She has a crush on Greg Griot, the captain of the basketball team, who sits behind her in English class. She smiles at him and laughs at his jokes. He asks her to a dance, and she's nominated for the homecoming court. They dance while the sign by Ace of Base plays over the bad speakers in the gym. Outside on the blacktop, they kiss in the dark. Another Multiverse Melissa gets scholarships. When her college media studies professor or teacher asks her to be a production assistant after graduation, she says yes, and moves into an apartment in Pasadena, because she isn't worried about how to make rent, because she doesn't have to pay back any student loans. She has her first movie credit before she turns 22 on an indie film that premieres in Santa Monica. She lands a writing job for a sitcom on a major network that runs for 9 seasons. She collects Emmys and 1 Golden Globe that she displays in her office in Burbank. Some other Multiverse Melissa applies for graduate school in Ireland. She doesn't worry about the cost of it or the distance from her family. She studies literature at the University of Galway. She is there because when she studied abroad for a semester during college, she fell for a man named Michael, and 3 years later, she hasn't stopped thinking about him. She finds him listed in a phone book and discovers he is in medical school in Dublin. She calls him and he remembers her. They fall in love and he moves with her to California, where they live near the beach. He slathers himself with sunscreen, his pale white skin not accustomed to the heat. And then I'm going to skip to a little bit further up here. Yet another Multiverse Melissa takes the LSAT. She receives recruitment brochures from Ivy Leagues, not because she received a great score, but because they're looking to diversify their campuses. She moves to New Jersey to attend Princeton, and everyone around her assumes she got in because of her ethnic background, not her aptitude. She takes each microaggression and melts it down into steel in her bones. She becomes an immigration lawyer and helps DACA students. Some of the multiverse Melissas always do the leaving. Their heart has a switch that can be flipped off as easily as it can be flipped on. They have one rule they adhere to: don't fall. And they don't. Ever. At least one multiverse Melissa spends so much time thinking about what might be going on in other versions of her life, she forgets to move forward in her own reality and timeline. She gets so stuck on who she might have loved, she doesn't let anyone love her. She worries about picking the right place to go to college, so she stays home. She does not learn to swim. She does not ride an airplane. She does not drive across bridges. She sits alone in a quiet room, frozen with indecision. The last multiverse Melissa has no concept of a multiverse. She never rethinks a decision. She has no regrets. She is happy with her little bit of life in a little corner of a universe where she can see the moon and sun and stars on quiet mornings. She is of an age where she finally understands what people mean when they say, "It is what it is." And this is a piece that Jake actually gave me some editorial feedback on that I think really made the piece stronger. So,
Yeah, I mean, I hope so. That's always our goal when we give feedback. Yeah, I mean, this is one we could talk a little bit about the development of it, because it's what you kind of sims up to us kind of in two different ways, right? Because you sent it in both just as a flash nonfiction piece, but also as part of the chap. So I guess what was your thinking behind that about trying to publish it with us in two different ways at once? Was it?
Well, I think I sent it like you guys had a call where you're like, "Oh, we're gonna do like 24-hour responses," and I was like, "Well, my chat's probably not going to get picked up, so I might as well send it." And it seemed like it was like the kind of thing that you guys would like, is like a kind of a weird piece, and it's pretty meta. And I do really like it. Like each of the little vignettes is definitely tied to like something that happened in my life or like a decision that I made. Like the piece about like I did take the LSATs and then I decided not to go to law school. I had a professor who invited me to be a production assistant / nanny after college, but I was like, I can't afford to live in LA.
Right.
So I moved home and my life took a different direction. And so I really like the idea of kind of somewhere in another multiverse, like Doctor Strange.
Yeah.
Or the Spider-Man movies, that there's all these other Melissas who did something different than me, and hopefully they're all happy.
Yeah, hopefully. Yeah, I mean it's always fun to think about those like what if scenarios. And I think one of the things I really love about this piece, that's different from Page Pushes Back, right? Is that I think Page Pushes Back is like it does something that a lot of what if stories do, which is totally like a valid choice and I think a good thing for that piece, which is it dwells on a lot of the kind of like negative possibilities or on a lot of the kind of like things that could go wrong in a what if scenario. But one of the things that I kind of like about Multiverse Melissa that we talked about in the editing process too is that like a lot of the different variations all feel, like you said, like they could be happy, right? They could be having their own kind of success or positivity or whatever. So yeah, I think I don't know. It's nice to have ones that could have happy endings, right? That both the real life ending is a happy ending, but also some of these alternate possible kind of endings are their own kind of happy, right? They're not going to be the same happy, but they're different. I don't know. Do you find yourself drawn to like writing happy endings or this kind of thing? Like I don't know. I know it's kind of a tangent subject sometimes in like lit spaces. Like
so, when I first started writing, I wrote a lot of fiction, and a friend of mine who's also a writer, he read some of my stuff early on, and he dubbed my stories sad girl stories because like everything I wrote tended to be like a little bit sad and depressing. But I do think one of the things that I tried to find in the chapbook, like there's a lot of like heavy stuff in this chapbook, but I ended on Bloom, which I think is a really hopeful and positive piece. And so what I think I tried to find in my writing is that balance of like dealing with serious issues or like, like life is tough sometimes and there's just a lot of shit to get through. But
Yeah.
there's always these moments that are like I don't know. I go out and walk every morning and I see a sunrise like 4 or 5 times a week. And I try to just remind myself like it's just quiet and it's beautiful. And I live in my hometown, so I'm like, it's a place that I know really well. And so I think in my writing I write a lot of characters that also kind of like they find those moments of peace and of happiness. And so I don't think like life is not all big moments. Sometimes it's just like those quiet moments that you find. And so
that's a really great way to put it. Like these moments of peace. Yeah.
And I would say I've written more happy endings as I've done more writing. I mean, I like to think that even if something's not a happy ending, sometimes there's like a hope or there's that positivity at the end. So
yeah, it's definitely. I mean, it's one of those things. Like I don't know. I thought about this a lot, just in terms of like some of the lit spaces I've been in different times of my life and things like that. Like I've definitely had. I don't know. I've been around writers before who seem to think that the only way to write its ending is to write like a sad girl story, right? Is to go that kind of like kind of dark or tortured kind of like, yes, this is like the bury my soul. But like I think it's nice to have moments of resolution that are like those quiet moments of peace, like you're saying too, right? Like I think having that full kind of range of emotion is part of what I think is really great about the chapbooks, right? We have the pieces that are kind of more serious and heavy, but we also have the pieces that are a little bit lighter in terms of their optimism, right? They have that kind of like end of the tunnel kind of moment. So yeah, that's nice to hear that you appreciate doing those as well. I think it's something that we all like in your writing for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then well, I would say a body emotion is one where I mean, it was a really tough moment. I wrote this story pretty shortly after I was supposed to go to AWP in 2023 in Seattle, and I ended up in the hospital like 3 days before I was supposed to go. So I didn't get to go. And so I wrote this story, and it was kind of just about like what it was like being in the hospital. And I wrote it when it was still really fresh. But I think there's like a lot of humor, and maybe I mean it's biting humor, but I feel like that was the way that I dealt with it. I can read a little bit of it if we have time here.
Absolutely. Oh, we've plenty of time. Yeah, we're 25 minutes in. We have enough time to read basically whatever you'd like to say.
So this piece of body emotion, like I said, I was supposed to go to AWP. I was super excited. I was like, I'm gonna go to a writers conference and pretend I'm a real writer. And then the Saturday before I was supposed to go, instead I went to the ER. So I'm just going to read part of this. A body emotion. Here, you are only a body. You have no future, no hopes, no dreams. You are a heart that beats too fast, 2 lungs that cannot breathe in deep, a liver that is too fatty, blood vessels that are clogged with plaques. Maybe. More tests are required to confirm that last one. You do not have a past except for what pertains to a diagnosis. They want to know if you've traveled recently. How are your blood sugar levels? How much exercise do you get each week? When you answer 2 miles about 4 or 5 days a week to that last one, you see the disbelief in their eyes. Some ask follow-ups. Every week? Others say, is this a recent undertaking? And when you say no, you can see that they still do not believe that a body like yours can move through space that easily. They believe that a body like yours must sit at rest too much, is inevitably falling apart. The first expert who looked at you in the ER said he couldn't get a clear read off the ultrasound of your heart because you're a larger woman. He repeats the phrase the next time he sees you in front of your husband, and you accept that reasoning because all your life you've been told that your body should not be what it is. Your body makes people uncomfortable. It makes people pity you. It makes people miss your wit and your intelligence and your perseverance. Your body hides trauma from before you could name all the parts of it, when someone untethered your mind from your flesh and left you unable to work them in tandem. In the hospital, transport arrives to take you to a test in the basement where the radiation technicians sit. You're wheeled and left outside a door for someone else to claim. The ultrasound tech rubs cold jelly on your groin and pushes a wand deep into the fat of your inner thigh. The latest theory is that you could have blood clots in your leg. You want to tell a joke about it, how this is the least sexy experience involving lube and a stick near your crotch, but the ultrasound tech wouldn't think it was funny. You tell yourself to remember the joke to tell your husband next time you're alone, which could be days from now. There's no privacy in the hospital. After the test, the ultrasound tech helps you back into a wheelchair you don't need because you can walk. She does not tie your gown or button it back up for you. You are in the hospital, and people expect to see glimpses of random body parts. And besides, no one would want to look at your body anyway. It's clear what they all think of it. It does not deserve dignity or respect. They believe you have not respected it, or it wouldn't be in the present form. In the hospital, you're not a mother, a wife, a higher education professional, a writer who was meant to be heading to AWP for the first time in 3 days, a new employee who has barely any sick leave on the books. You are only a patient. The man in the white coat, whose name makes it easy for your husband to twist it into Dr. Jerky, does not know that you have a child waiting at home for you. A child too young to fully grasp mortality, but old enough to understand death. A child who hasn't finished kindergarten yet, who cries when he scrapes his knees and can't play his favorite video game, who runs up and spontaneously kisses your belly and shares his gummy snacks to show his love. In the hospital, you do not sleep. Someone needs to draw blood in the middle of the night, and they wiggle the needle around until you have a purple bruise, and then they still need to pull it out and pierce the top of your hand where it's most painful. Then as you start to doze, the IV pump for the person in the next bed starts beeping incessantly. The nurse comes in and stops, only to have it start up a few minutes later. When it stops and you start to doze again, someone is back to check your blood pressure and your pulse and then to give you a dose of medication. In the morning, you think you should not call your son because he's getting ready for school and you're scared about the next test and don't want him to see your fear. But then the nagging voice tells you that you need to tell your husband and son you love them because what if? What if things go sideways and you don't come out? Your body has already proven it doesn't like to do what is expected of it, and you cannot go into the procedure without seeing your kid on a grainy video at 6 a.m. Your husband is supposed to be there when visiting hours start, but someone comes from pre-surgery and tells you to strip down. You take your small diamond studs off, and they tell you to remove your wedding ring. But you can't do it because your fingers are not as thin as they used to be, so they put medical tape around it. You text your husband that you're leaving for the angiogram, and you don't know when you will be back. The tech in pre-surgery is the first person to talk to you like a human being. He asks if you have children, and you talk about your son. You haven't seen him in 2 days. Ironically, you were supposed to be gone for 2 days at that conference. The tech has 2 children, a 10-year-old daughter and a 17-year-old son. His son has applied to college, the college you used to work at and where your husband works now. The son only applied to one place because he had a guaranteed admission through Eastside Promise. You were there when the program was implemented. You wrote the press release about it. The tech puts a foil blanket on you and an oxygen monitor on your finger. Your pulse is kind of high. Are you nervous? You wonder why everyone keeps asking you that. Isn't it normal to be nervous and anxious in the hospital when you don't have a diagnosis and someone has said your heart isn't working properly? You lay under the foil blanket for what feels like a very long time. You can't see any clocks. You left the phone behind. Someone comes to check on you and asks if you need to use the restroom. Let's get you up so you can walk around for a bit before we go to the procedure room. They expect you to be stuck in bed for a while after the procedure because they expect to find clogged arteries and to have to administer a stent. Or worse, something so bad they have to send you off for open heart surgery. You walk to the bathroom where there are drips of blood on the floor that no one has cleaned. You wash your hands up to your elbows, worried about sterilizing where a catheter will be going into your artery. The nurses let you walk into the procedure room. The other nurses question how sick you could be if you can walk into the room. They explain how they will prep you for the procedure. They will shave your wrist and 2 spots on your groin, sterilizing all areas. The doctor will insert a catheter into your wrist unless that doesn't work and your groin will be used instead. Music by Santana plays and someone talks about Will Smith and Chris Rock, even though the Oscars with the incident were a year ago. Rock has a new special out. Your husband watched it alone the first night you were in the hospital. Someone gives you a dose of something through your IV. Benadryl. This will make you a little drowsy. Someone gives you another dose of something through your IV. You think you hear fentanyl, but you aren't sure because you're sinking into the bed. It feels like a soft fall, like if you laid down on tall grass and seeped just into the edge of the dirt. You aren't asleep, but you can't see the screen projecting the movement of the catheter that is pushing through your artery. You wait for the doctor to say she needs to insert a stent to open up a blockage, but instead she says, "Good job. All done. Nothing there." And I'll stop there. And I did say I was going to talk about my tattoo. So after I had the angiogram that proved to the doctors that nothing was wrong with my arteries, I had this little scar on my wrist from where they inserted the catheter, and I used to like just touch it all the time in meetings. And I had thought about getting like a tiny little heart tattoo over it. And so in October, I went to see U2 in Las Vegas.
Yeah.
And I told my sister, who has like full sleeves and like 1,000 tattoos, that I was going to get a tattoo. She's like, "You won't do it." So we went out to brunch and I drank a whole bunch of mimosas. And then I was like, "Let's go get my tattoo now." So I did think about it for a while. It's a tiny little heart.
Yeah.
This is as small as they would let me have it. I wanted it smaller, but they said that I couldn't get any smaller. So
I mean,
it's kind of my proof that people are sometimes wrong when they judge me.
Yeah.
And also, I kind of wear my heart on my sleeve, so it works.
Not literally, yeah. That's great. Yeah. I mean, okay. I guess kind of because we're already chuckling a little bit, anyways. I'll ask. I have like two very different kind of questions for you that go very different kind of tones. One of which I want to ask you about is one of the things that I think I love about this piece is the like jokes, right? You have the joke about making a dirty joke. You have the sort of jokes about like your husband watching the Chris Rock special because you overheard the people talking about it in the surgery room and things like that, right? And I think one of the things I love about this piece and about a lot of the other pieces in this collection too is that I feel like a lot of the humor comes from these like kind of small, really human kind of moments, right? These kind of like moments of recognition where you're like, oh yeah, that's a thing that like we are not usually thinking about, but it is like definitely a part of our day-to-day kind of experience, things like that, right? Is that usually how you're thinking about like humor and jokes and things like that when you're building them in, or are you thinking more about like, oh, this is a good spot to like release some tension, right? Because I think obviously these really serious subject matters, sometimes you want moments to like kind of relax a little bit. Is it more one? Is it more the other? Is it kind of a mix of things? Like, where's the humor for you, I guess?
So with this story, I mean, I think part of what I was trying to capture is like in this moment, like when I was in the hospital, I didn't know what was wrong. I didn't know how serious it was. I mean, it ended up, to be clear, I'm okay. The doctors ended up diagnosing me with congestive heart failure. And I was like, my heart was beating like, or whatever it was doing was a little bit less than it was supposed to. And they decided that it was probably a virus that caused a little bit of damage. And then they told me like, eat less salt and take a beta blocker, which apparently I probably needed my whole life because my heart has always seemed like it's been beating too fast. Because when I first took the beta blocker, I was like, I feel like way more calm than normal. This is weird. But like in the hospital, I felt like it's so scary. And there's so much happening, and then there's just so much mundane stuff happening, like going through my head. Like I'm like, I need to talk to my kid because I like maybe the doctors are going to make me have open heart surgery, and then something might go wrong. And then I'm like, oh, like Santana's playing over the speakers in the angiogram room, and they're talking about Chris Rock because the special just came out, and you know, like it was just like all this like stuff that was going through my head when I was there, and I just remembered it all. And so I think that's part of it. Like my response in times of trauma is usually, or like when I'm uncomfortable or scared, is usually to like make a joke or kind of some like maybe a little bit of self-deprecating humor. And I think a lot of that comes through in that piece. When I write fiction, I feel like I find it harder to be funny. I don't know.
Yeah, that's fair.
And I do voice writing for my day job where I write speeches for people, and I find it really hard to write jokes for other people.
Yeah.
So
that's fair. Yeah. I think it's really interesting, like the way that the humor plays in this book. Like I said, to me, it mostly reads as, like you said, like this is like what you're thinking about at that moment, right? It feels like a very like, this like, well, of course you're thinking about this. It's right in front of you, right? It's very like natural. I think that's part of what I enjoy about it so much, right? Is it feels so like well integrated with everything on that kind of front. Like I said, I want to shift gears completely with the next kind of question, which is kind of very different. I want to go back to kind of talking about like sequencing kind of stuff because this story comes right after They Don't Come Back, which is at least in part about what your family's response to this stuff was, if I'm remembering correctly, right? Right, and told from the POV of your son. So what was it like, I guess, to write about this experience in these like two very different ways, right? One where you're taking your personal and you're getting the mundane and the funny, maybe, but the other you're taking this very like, you're treating the situation with the gravity it kind of deserves, right? Where it's like, okay, it is this thing that could be very serious, could be very, bad.
Yeah. Yeah, so They Don't Come Back is the story that precedes A Body in Motion, and I wrote it probably around a similar time, and it's from the point of view of it's creative nonfiction, but it's from the point of view of my then 5-year-old. He's 6.5 now, and we had already kind of grappled with. I actually have a piece that was in Jake that's nonfiction called One Dead Day. So my parents had a dog that passed away. And so we had grappled with that when he was like 3 years old. And I thought like he wasn't processing any of it. And then like out of nowhere, like in the morning, he starts telling me about how like Pete the kitty's mom and dad died and he has to raise Pete the kitty now. I'm like, what is happening? It's 5 o'clock in the morning. Like, why are we talking about mortality?
Yeah.
And then there was, there was like
love to
another
bring up the
time,
weirdest
right?
combos at that time of day. Yeah.
And I think there was another time where he talked about, like if the dinosaurs all died from a meteor, could that happen to us? And I was like, no, of course not. Like scientists will figure out how to stop the media before it destroys everybody. But I feel like sometimes people dismiss how much small kids pick up on, or they don't give them the space to like really process. And so I think that's kind of where They Don't Come Back was about, because when I was in the hospital and for the weeks when I was home, like I could definitely feel like it was weighing on my son. And even now, like he still talks about when I couldn't breathe right because I had to go to the hospital. Like he still talks about that, and he does bring up sometimes like his grandpa is 75 or 70, 75, and he's like, my grandpa's pretty old, and people that get old die. And so I'm always surprised at how often we're having these conversations in my household. And so this story, They Don't Come Back, was really kind of written from that point of view of, a kid who understands some of it, but not all of it. And a lot of it was just taken from like things that I heard him say or things that my husband told me he said when I was gone, and kind of those little moments that I had talking to him when I was in the hospital. And I can read a piece of it if you'd like.
If you want, we definitely read. We have some time.
Can't
to
read
more.
much of it. I start crying.
No, that's totally okay. Yeah, I don't want you to feel uncomfortable. Yeah.
So this is called They Don't Come Back. Grandma's dog died. I don't remember when, but I miss her. My cousin Bella came to visit from Texas, and her dog died last month. They had the dog since before Bella was born. Bella says everything that dies comes back when Jesus comes back. I learned about Jesus in preschool from Miss Jamie. He died because of the frost. I hope dogs don't come back as zombies, because then they'll want to eat my brain. Maybe Bella's wrong about dogs coming back. We're both 5, but I'm older because my birthday is in 2 months and hers is in 5 months. I tell Mama at bedtime that I miss Grandma's dog and that Bella said she'll come back. That's not true, Sweet Pea. She's gone forever, but we'll always love her and she'll always be in our heart. We'll remember her forever. Bella said, shush, it's time for a song and to go to sleep. Mama sings, Oh My Darling, and I wiggle my hand against my blanket. I tell Mama it's my lazy hand. is always lazy except when I'm at school and I have to write or when I'm playing my video game. Stop, Mama says, and she puts her hand over my hand. Mama lets me play on my Kindle after ice skating lessons while she's on the phone with someone. When she hangs up, she says it's time to do my school project. We have to make a leprechaun trap. I don't want to catch a leprechaun, but Mama says I have to do it because we won't have time during the week. We cut green shamrocks and gold pieces, and I get tired of gluing everything, and I just want to play. But Mama makes me stay, and then I have to write 3 whole sentences about my trap. Mama's phone rings, and I sneak behind the couch to play on my Kindle. Mama hangs up the phone and goes upstairs to talk to Daddy. Grandma's going to come over to watch you for a little bit, Mama says. Daddy needs to take me to the doctor. To the ER, I ask. That's what she told Daddy. I know those letters, uppercase and lowercase, but I don't know what they mean. We're just going to the doctor so they can check on me because I don't feel well. Grandma comes over and she lets me play a game on her phone and watch kids' YouTube. She cooks me a grilled cheese sandwich and lets me have a bowl of cereal. She gets a call from Mama. How do you feel about a sleepover tonight, Grandma asks when she stops talking to Mama. I can't find my suitcase, so Grandma puts my PJs and toothbrush in a bag. I can't leave without my blankie and my stuffed cat, Petey. In the morning, I see Mama on a video call. She has a blue shirt on and something sticking out of her nose. Blue is her favorite color. What's that, Mama? What's in your nose? It's just a tube with oxygen to help me breathe a little better. When are you coming home? Where's Daddy? Daddy went home last night, but he's on the way to visit me again. The doctors still need to do some tests, and then I'll be home. Tonight? I don't know, but Daddy will be home with you tonight. Grandma's kitty runs by, and I have to pet it, and I stop talking to Mama. I want a snack. I'm hungry. I want to go home. Grandma takes me home later, and Daddy is there. He says we'll get pizza for dinner, but I don't want that, and I cry. So he says he'll get me a Happy Meal instead. Mama calls and says I have to bring my leprechaun trap to school tomorrow, and Daddy needs to give me a bath. Daddy doesn't give me a bath. He just tells me to put my PJs on and reads me a story. I miss Mama. Sundays or Mama bedtime. Okay, I'm gonna stop there.
Yeah, that's totally fair. I could tell. I was starting to feel it myself. Yeah, that's a really powerful part of the book for sure. Yeah, so we already talked a little bit about how this connects to kind of body motion and the kind of the story as a whole. But I guess another thing I could think about too as a kind of connection point to different parts of this is I think this story does this chapbook overall does a really, really good job of like kind of showing different points in your life in kind of different lenses and kind of different ways, right? And I think one of the things I really loved about this piece about They Don't Come Back is that we get to go kind of backwards after we've gone forward a little bit, right? We get to go like from that kind of younger point of view forward to your life and then back to a younger point of view because we're switching to your son, right? I guess when you were thinking about putting together the book like as a book, were you thinking about this terms of like how many years you're going to put into like what stories or this kind of thing, or was it just kind of like a figuring out like, okay, these ones kind of fit together nicely because I like the themes together, or how did you kind of decide like to bring the kind of project as a whole into one, I guess?
Yeah, I think, the chapbook does encompass, it has some stories from, I guess it kind of does cover a really broad spectrum when I think about it, because I have Bloom, which kind of talks about being younger in high school, like in elementary school and high school. And then another Scandinavian was like during college and grad school. And then A Body Emotion really kind of settles on the time frame of, it was just a year ago. So kind of, my middle age
like Microfiche
era.
Is like a really
And Microfiche kind of talks like that goes all the way back like 2 generations and kind of looks at family history. And it talks about, like the lore that you have in a family when you're growing up. And so for me, I feel like the pieces came together because they were all like, I think identity was kind of the key theme. Like it was talking about trauma and health and kind of identity and how it just all sort of comes out in different ways. And I think for me,
you said this before, but family too, right? Like family is a really strong theme in all pieces.
And I think for me, the microfiche piece is kind of looking at like I allude to it, but I don't talk about it in this book, about suffering trauma as a kid. And I think for a lot of my life, I thought I just like put it in a little box and I didn't think about it, and it wasn't affecting me and it wasn't affecting my life. And after I had my son, I started to realize like, oh, like, no, it's still there. And it pops out in really weird places. And I had another piece that I think initially I had in the chapbook called Layers, that was published with ELJ Editions and an anthology. And so Layers kind of talks about how when you suffer from trauma, like all these different layers get built up on it. And then suddenly like it will just splatter all over the place when you don't expect it. Like it will happen when you least expect it. And so I feel like a lot of these stories kind of touch on that of like if you've suffered from trauma and you go to the doctor and the doctors kind of give you this like half-assed diagnosis, like you just accept it because you don't know that you can not accept it, and then you can push back and you can ask for more. And so I think I started thinking about kind of my family history and how like none of this started with me, because I see like what happened in the previous generations. Even if I don't know that much about them, like the microfiche story is essentially about my grandmother, who I only knew for a little bit. I mean, she died when I was 2, and it was about her, like what happened with her family. And so I feel like I am now starting to realize like how those things kind of filter through different generations, and I'm trying really hard to not pass any of that on to my kid, and like, you know, let him have more I guess a more balanced life. And my parents were really good about it, actually. Like my parents were still married. I had a pretty stable childhood, but there were things that happened that just that we had to deal with. And I was lucky to have a really strong fan base, or a really strong family base. But I feel like microfiche explores some of that, of like, you know, how does this get passed on generation to generation?
Yeah, for sure, right? And I think that's I guess that's part of also, like, I mean, we were talking about like all the connections between the different pieces and stuff like that. So I think that's part of why I really like They Don't Come Back showing up kind of in this kind of like middle kind of juncture of the chap too, is that it's showing not only about how it goes kind of backwards in your family history, but also kind of forward, right? With the kind of way that you interact with your son. You try to like shield him as best you can, right, as a parent.
Yeah. And I can read some of microfiche if anybody wants to hear some of that. I think we have a little bit of time.
We got a little bit of time left, if you want to read a little bit, for sure.
So microfiche. A young girl with mousy brown hair, 12 or 13, sits alone in an apartment in Wisconsin. The Great Depression is about to begin. Frances isn't in school anymore. She works laundering clothes to supplement the household income. Her mother has been gone for months, so she also takes care of her 2 younger brothers, Mac and Christian. Mac goes to school, but Christian has become despondent since their mother has been gone. He's 6 and doesn't say a word. Her father's moods storm when he drinks too much. He's Irish and has too many kids for one man to handle, so it's not his fault. That's what the neighbor says when she slips a heel of bread to Frances when her father has been gone for more than 3 days in a row. And then one day a stranger comes to the home in the middle of a Saturday and takes her 2 brothers off. No one explains what has happened or why. She is taken, too, to a home for girls. She is sent out to the homes of wealthy residents to work as a maid in a stiff, starchy uniform. She spends her days in the big houses with views of the lake. She polishes the real silver and uses lemon oil on the handcrafted wooden furniture. The wives wear satin and silk that she has no idea how to clean. She only owns plain cotton fabrics that she washes by hand, worn soft and gray. The houses are bright with wide windows and make the home she lives in with 4 dozen other girls seem so dark and dank. The other girls talk in whispers about their tragic stories, but Frances doesn't know her story. She holds out hope her mother might reappear, and her father and brothers. And so I'll just stop there. So yeah, this is kind of like With my grandmother, we don't know a lot about her history. She did live in an orphanage for a while in Wisconsin. And so this is kind of my imagining of like what happened and how she got to California. And the only thing that I do know is that there's this microfiche article that one of my uncles had found that talks about her parents and kind of a tragedy that happened with them. But we have like no context. There's no information.
Yeah.
I've never been to Wisconsin to look up the public records.
Fair, totally fair. Yeah, it's interesting. It's always thinking about like family history things and like where you want to pull meaning from it, right? And how far back do you go and things like that, right? I think it's a really personal decision that like really can change a lot about your life depending on how much of it is involved. Like I don't know, for me, it's a lot of it is like I know I usually focus on, well, who are the relatives who I've actually met and spent time with? That's like really my personal thing. But it is kind of interesting to hear about some of those relatives who maybe you didn't as much, right? To learn about that. So you said you haven't gone to Wisconsin to go find out more about your grandmother. Have you learned about like other members of your family tree more, or things that you found interesting, or?
So I have 3 of my grandparents they were all immigrants, and they came to the U.S. like in the 1910 to 1920 time frame. And so my mom's father actually came from Italy when he's like 7. And we know that he had like I read about it in microfiche, but he had an entirely different family in San Francisco. They have like half like aunts and uncles that I don't know. And for my grandmother's family, we just could never find anything because they're like being in an orphanage, there was not much information. And then with my dad's side of the family, both of his parents came from Mexico as kids. And so there's just not a lot of history there. We have this like, my grandma was from Baja and my grandfather was from the Sonora area, but we don't really know much about their history either. And when I was a kid growing up, my grandparents and my father would talk Spanish around us when they were like talking about stuff they didn't want us to know about. So
yeah, that makes sense.
There's always but yeah, so I don't know a whole lot about that. It's kind of like beyond my grandparents. I don't have much of a history.
Yeah, that's totally fair. Yeah. I think that makes sense. It's usually the breaking point for a lot of folks. Well, we're running pretty low on time. We got about 5 minutes left. Is there anything else you want to read or talk about, or shout out before we finish up?
Can I read one little short fiction thing from Jake?
Yeah,
I think I have time to read A Sort of
4 minutes.
Homecoming.
We can read A Sort of Homecoming. I think we got time for that one.
I mean, it's kind of a sweet story, and it's fiction, and it's one of the pieces that I published with Jake that I really love.
I think it's a good way to round it out, for sure.
If I can find it. I had it open, and now I'm like, where did I lose it?
Here, I can find it quick.
I had too many windows open earlier when I was trying to prep, and then I had to like download the app.
I will send it to you. I got it right here.
Okay. And this has been really fun.
Yeah, It's been great.
Did you send it in the chat?
Yeah, I sent it in the personal chat. Yeah.
Okay, so this is a piece that I had published with Jake. It's a little bit of flash fiction, and so I really like writing flash fiction. I never wrote any of it before like 2 years ago. This is just like a little sweet piece. So, A Sort of Homecoming. August 20th, 1998. We stand against the glass overlooking the tarmac at the gate for an American West red-eye flight from SFO to JFK. Your hand at your side, my hand at my side. I want to touch you in a tender way, but I don't know how, so I punch your arm, and you punch me back. I tuck my hair behind both ears, and I pick up my backpack to check again on the passport that has no stamps in it. You don't have a passport yet. You better write me, I say, looking away from your hazel eyes, your spiky brown hair, the lips that I've started to consider lately as a place mine would like to land. I don't write things, you say. Email then, or ICQ. An announcement comes over the PA, and my parents and sister shuffle closer. My sister is your year in school, but you and I are closer in age. We've known each other 6 years, but back then you were someone's little brother. Hardly worth a notice. But somewhere through the years, you became my friend, my most reliable and present friend. Even in our circle, everyone knows I get shotgun in your red Honda Civic. At the airport, you are in one of your go-to outfits of a Quicksilver t-shirt and a pair of khaki cargo shorts and socks with slide sandals. I have on a pair of jeans, a blue t-shirt, and a pea coat despite the August temperatures and outside because of the jacket. Despite the August temperatures outside because the jacket wouldn't fit in my suitcases. I say my goodbyes to my parents and my sister. I expect you to pat my back, but instead, you pull me into a hug. And I breathe in the aftershave you've recently started using. I want this moment to be the start of a love story. And I'll stop there so people can go to the website and read it.
Sounds good. I mean, I think we did a really good job today of like giving them little teasers, a little taste of lots of different stuff from you. That they'll have to either come to the site and read the rest or come buy the book.
Yes.
Yeah. So definitely come out. You can get Body in Motion is available for pre-order right now on the JAKEBOX store, and it'll be released April 1st. We'll be sending out in the mail for everybody. Melissa, thank you so much for hanging out with me for an hour here, talking about all your work. It's been great.
Thank you so much. I'm glad to be here, and good luck with your final hour of the 24-hour live stream.
Yeah. All right. Thank you so much. It's been great. All right, Melissa is just about finished. So for our final hour, we're going to do something that is maybe a little unsurprising, but we're going to do some more readings. This time instead of bringing on just a bunch of prior contributors or friends of the mag and things like that, we, the editorial team, are going to share with you some of our own work. We thought that might be a fun way to close out, this 24-hour JAKEPalooza. So first off is going to be Trent. Let me just let him know he is up. Press the button. There we go. Trent. Oh. No, damn it. There we go. Okay. Perfect. Okay, Trent is in here. Perfect. Okay. So our first reader is going to be Trent Brown. He is a writer from North Carolina, one of the fiction editors of Jake, and a volume shooter at Pickup Basketball. His short fiction has found its way into more than a dozen cool lit mags, like Had, King Ludsrag, and JMWW. He has a novel and a novella that he wants you, wait, not the person behind you with the hat, to publish. Trent, take it away.
Cool. I felt it was even sillier listening to you read it. Cool. All right. I will admit that this is a reading while my university plays a very tight basketball game with Virginia, and I have it on my phone beside me. So this first, I was gonna read two. I figure I have how much time do I have?
We'll call it like 10 minutes each of us. Yeah, there's 6 of us.
All right, cool. All right, both of them are flash. Cool. All right. So I was gonna read. This first piece is called Resort Magic, and it was published in All Existing. I think in January, maybe in December. All right. Mr. Smiles looks at me, standing there in the parking lot of the combination KFC Taco Bell in a magician's outfit, because he is a magician, in the hottest part of an eastern North Carolina summer day, with a frown on his sun-worn face that is shadowed by a bowler hat. He's upset at me because I've turned down his game. It's the kind of game you find at a carnival. Here, why don't I just rewind the tape for you? Sir, for just $1 I will tell you your name, he had shouted to me and Oliver, my 8-year-old, as we crossed the parking lot. For $5, I'll guess your age. You ever thought about switching those around? I jokingly asked as he approached. He looked at me like that made no sense at all. For $10, I'll do the greatest magic trick you've ever seen. Huh? Really? I asked, not taking it seriously. Really, he replied. We're good, man, I said, and Oliver looked at me like, really? but to the opposite effect of the way I just asked it. Sir, I'm not asking for free money. I could sure use it, but I'm not asking for a handout. I'm offering you a once-in-a-lifetime chance here to see Mr. Smiles in action. Mr. Smiles, I said. That's cool. I mean, I can just grab you some food, man. I said this with a sigh for total transparency and reading clarification. He looked at me like I just killed someone. Mr. Smiles does not ask for handouts, was all that he replied. Well, we're good, I said. As we started to walk off, we reached the point at which you have already... As we started to walk off, we reached the point at which you've already met me in the timeline. Smiles was there, frowning. We ordered our food and sat down in an old, uncomfortable booth that puked so much manufactured nostalgia at you that you forgave it. Everything weird happens in parking lots, does it not? I asked Oliver as we sat down to eat our assorted fast foods. He was a good kid, a damn fine young man, and he just said that he hoped Mr. Smiles didn't get too hot outside, and that he wished the man had just said yes to the food, but also that I just said yes to the magic trick. He was a fine kid. From the big window of the restaurant, I watched Mr. Smiles walk into an adjacent parking lot that housed the Big Lots. The next day, Jules wakes me up with a terrified whisper. Danny, she violently hisses from somewhere beside me in the bed. He's in our yard. I turn over and rub my eyes. Who's in our yard? As they begin to function, I see that she is on her knees looking out the window above the headboard. That guy you told me about yesterday, the magician guy, Mr. Laughs or whatever, it has to be him. Mr. Smiles, I ask? I still don't raise myself up, I don't know why. I just look at her from my pillow perch. Smiles, whatever, do you want to wake up and fucking look? She asks. What's he doing? For God's sake, he's just sitting in the lawn, looking out at the road, I guess. When I was in the bathroom, I just happened to catch a glimpse from the window in there. He was looking at the front door and pacing around, looking like he might have been practicing a trick or something. I don't know. There's a pause between us. It's a lot to consider. Aren't you going to do something, she asks? Or get up at least? Jesus Christ. All right, I say, throwing on pants and a sweatshirt. Sir, good morning, Mr. Smiles says, jumping up and turning around as I exit the front door. Mr. Smiles, what are you doing here? I ask, trying to be light with the situation. I could not sit with the idea that you would turn down giving up just $10 for the greatest trick ever known to man. Couldn't stomach the thought of not offering you another chance, so here I am, here to offer you one more chance. $10. One bill, 2 5s, 5 2s. Mr. Smiles does not care about how you go about making up the 10. Mr. Smiles, I say with all due respect, and completely hypothetically, what if I were to just ask you to leave? He frowns so hard that I think his lips might curl off his old face. All-time frown going on here. I will give you one more opportunity, sir, he says, because you said it was purely hypothetical. Is there anything you could do, like a precursory trick, I ask? Just to see what I'm getting. He pulls a tiny flower pot out of a pocket in his coat and makes it levitate. That's good, Mr. Smiles, that's really good. But this is a run-of-the-mill trick, right? I think we saw this one on our honeymoon from a resort magician. That's resort magic. Here's when Mr. Smiles gets really fucking angry. Like his head might explode. The frown starts to actually come off of his face. Like this was the worst insult imaginable. And then the world pops like I blinked too hard. And then it's just me and him again in the yard, and he's smiling at me and he says, go inside the house. So I run and find what could only be explained as a bachelor pad. There's no sign of a wife or a kid ever having existed. I run back outside and he's just gone. In the grass, some of the yard is burned to spell out something that I have to back up to read. Resort magic my ass, it reads. I nod in agreement and realize that it keeps on going for another line. Mr. Smiles accepts Venmo, PayPal, or Cash App. I get out my phone and start to pay him, but I stop, because if I don't pay, he might come back and fuck my life again. And the interesting thing about a really good magic trick is that you want to see another. Okay, that was number 1. Hope you enjoyed that. And then this one is much shorter, and it was published in HAD last year. And I'm really looking forward to having my second one published in HAD soon. This one is called, But Then I Remember What Mark Wahlberg said about if he'd been on the plane. I've read Falling Man, the Tom Junod story. The man didn't choose it, but still embraced his fate, I think he says. And the DeLillo book, Everything Now is After, Bill Lawton, something like that. I was 4 years old when it happened, so if I saw it, I didn't have the capacity to remember what I was looking at. But I forced myself to read these stories in these books, and watch the YouTube compilations, and turn on the History Channel documentaries, consume it, get as close as possible to it so I can feel it. And now, here I am, 12:36 a.m., and now it is September 11th, more than 2 decades later, and I'm lying down to go to sleep, and I'm nearly out, and I hear an airplane. It is flying low. But we live close to an airport, it's not a big surprise. And yet, I'm imagining, all of a sudden, that this plane flies through our second-story window, and I'm on the nose of the plane, and we're moving now into the trees behind my house. But the noise of the plane softly fades away above my head now as it ascends towards its far-off destination, and I'm still here, safe and sound in my bed. Maybe that's the reason why I read and watch all this stuff, I realize. It's not about them or the falling man specifically. I just want to have that for imagination's sake. I just like to make everything about myself. But then I remember what Mark Wahlberg said about if he'd been on the plane. And I think about the impulse we all feel to tell some story about a personal interaction when some minor celebrity dies. Or I think about my own Afghanistan tweet. Or I think about Ruth Konda forever. And then I realize that this is just what we do. We make it about us. And now I am back on the nose of the plane. We've made it through the trees and we're skirting across the highway, sparks sparking around us as we, the plane and I, head straight for the mall. And I'm wondering if they'll make my body go through security when we reach our destination. Cool.
Amazing.
Oh yeah.
God, love that piece.
Yeah, thank you. It was really silly. That was the first time I wrote for a publication. I was like, I think Had will like this, and it worked.
Yeah, such a good feeling. All right, thank you so much, Trent. All right, next up, Inbal, or Ball if you're nasty, is one of the fiction editors and has been involved with Jake since he was but a twinkle in my eye. An Arizona-based Jewish author, she received her Master's of Fine Arts in Fiction from Northern Arizona University in 2022. Her eccentric short stories have been described as wet and can be found in Punt Velat, The Fabulous Words in Art, and the Rise short story anthology. Please give it up for Inbal Gilboa.
Hi everyone. I was debating quite a lot about what I wanted to read because I don't really write short stuff. Ben knows I send him a lot of my stuff. I write a lot of fairly long short stories that I end up having to trim pretty severely before I send them to a publisher. So I just figured I'll read as much as I can from one short story, and you guys will just have to yell at me to stop when I need to stop. And then, I'll cut off at some point, and if you guys really, really, really want to read it, you can go check it out in the Fabulous magazine.
I'll start waving my hands like this.
Yes, please. I also said, I realized that in my bio I described my stories as I quoted my stories as having been described as wet, and I was like, oh, that's kind of weird without context. So I was like, okay, I'll read Buddy Line, which is like, that's the story that was published in the Fabulous, and you'll understand why it's called wet. It's never just one thing that goes wrong with cave diving, If it were, it'd be easy to fix it yourself under there, or mount a rescue effort. The problem is, problems court more problems, and each one gets harder and harder to solve. Let's say that you get separated from your group. That's problem number one. And then, while looking for your group in the dark, you start breathing fast. You start panicking. And you're using an open circuit system, a rebreather. That means your apparatus recycles air, mixing it with oxygen to make it last longer and prevent oxygen giggles. And the more you're breathing fast, the more carbon dioxide you're adding. So you're starting to get hypoxia, narcosis. And that's 4 problems. You're alone. You're running out of oxygen. You don't know up from down, and the longer you spend down there, the longer your ascent has to be. You drown. It's a landslide of errors. Even the most experienced divers will make just one mistake and get wrapped up in it. And I'm as experienced as they come. Only 5% of diving deaths happen while exploring caves. I don't know how many that adds up to, given the couple thousand cave divers in the sea. I just knew that I was going to be one more tick on the barometer. This was in Sulfra, not very friendly. You can snorkel if you'd like, or dive fairly deep without too many issues. But if you really want to see the tunnel in all its glory, you need to have technical diving experience and a dry suit. Diving in the fissure between two tectonic plates, nothing like it in the world. But to do it, you have to go straight down, something nearly vertically, with a strong current bearing down on you like you're shuttling through plumbing. They don't call it the toilet just to snicker. I was stupid. I was excited about it, but I wasn't stupid. I've never completed a transverse, you know? I don't care about the achievement. I don't care about bragging rights. All I care is the calm of being down there and surfacing alive afterwards. The only reason I agreed to go down there at all is because one of my cave diving friends, we'll call him Fjords for the sake of his family, had already been down there and completed a transverse just the month before. Claimed he found this narrow chute right after the toilet, which he called the gasket. Fjords used to be a plumber, and he thought it was funny. He said that it went deeper than the rest of the unexplored tunnels, but that the exit was higher than the entry, so that you were ascending as you went. If something went wrong, you just had to keep going through. I said I'd go, but only if he fed it through a guideline first, and if we were buddy-lined the entire time, because of the current pushing down. I didn't want to get turned around. He said he would. Pardon me. Let me mute that. He said he would. It wasn't just Yours and I, though. Yours was the only guy I knew. Andy and Emily never ended up going into the water. They were less experienced than Yours and I, so we said we'd go through first, and only once we were on the other side and making ascent stops, they'd push off. That way, if one of us drowned and blocked the path, they wouldn't get stuck trying to follow us and drown trying to swim against the current. The day of, it was good weather. Iceland is a beautiful place. Have you been? Nice calm seas, nice gray skies. It was very early in the morning, and the water was cold, but not too much for our dry suits, and Yours had the guideline. What we were doing was not exactly permitted, so we wanted to get in and out as cleanly as possible, like open heart surgery. Get in, get in quick, fuck around, and leave as few corpses as possible. We went in, Yours ahead, and then me. You know, you can talk with a rebreather in. You have air in your mouth and your lungs, so you can make sounds if you like. The problem is enunciating. The problem is enunciating, but you can shout. You can scream. First bit of the dive was daisies. We had a little problem with the line getting hooked on a ledge and pulling Yours back. It wasn't a big tunnel. Cave it split off from was narrow, so there isn't really much room to move around when someone gets stuck. That's what I was most worried of, I'm afraid to say. I really should have been more concerned for Yours, who was my friend and had a family who cared about him very deeply. But he had taken us down there, and though we agreed to go, it was easiest to focus on him, to think, if anything went wrong, it's on Yours. People ask me all the time while I go cave diving. It's a dangerous hobby. And for what? Some caves underwater. Most divers like the exploration. It's a new place where so few people go, completely alien. That's certainly part of it. The discovery of a cave unfurling out in front of you like a limb. That's a feeling like no other. Other people like to focus on the physical, being in that dark, at those depths. It's a kind of altered state. It makes you feel loose and happy and alive. For me, it's about the sound. Have you ever put your ear to a seashell and heard the sound of the waves? Diving is a bit like that. There's so much noise around you if you open yourself up to it. Clicks and whistles, low, echoing bellows carried from so far away that there's barely any sound to find you. The roar of blood in your ears. If you listen closely, and there's so little to do except listen down there, I think sometimes you can hear someone speaking to you. Like when you were a teenager upstairs in your room when you thought you heard your mom calling your name, but she was out getting groceries. The water, it's always saying your name, saying... I remember exactly what went wrong. We were halfway through the cave, according to Yours, and suddenly he just got stuck sideways in the tunnel. I think the problem was with his tanks. He had taken different tanks in the original transverse of the gasket, And these weren't any bigger, but they were a slightly different shape than he was used to. When the cave got narrower, they jammed. He tried to run past, but that just got him stuck facing the wall, and he made this sound, this bark of panic. I started worrying that he dropped the rebreather and inhaled water, so I went right to him. First things first, I took one of his tanks so he could fit through the passage. He was breathing hard enough to be putting too much carbon dioxide in his open circuit system. He had to calm down. I noticed that he didn't have the guideline on him anymore, but I wasn't thinking about that. It wasn't like I could speak to him, but I put my hand on his shoulder, and I held the rebreather in his mouth so he wouldn't drop it no matter what. After a while, he seemed to calm down. He didn't look at all steady, but he nodded and shook his head in response to hand signals, and I figured that staying down there would be worse than pushing. I didn't trust him to lead the way in his state, and theoretically the transverse was straight ahead, so I squeezed past him and I led the way. It took 20 minutes before he stopped following. I was turning to look at him every few minutes. Oh. Okay. You know what? If you want to know the rest, it's on the Fabulous magazine, and we have many authors to go through, so.
Yeah, you can go like maybe a minute or two longer, but like I was like, this seems like a good spot to kind of stop and like give readers a taste of what's next, right?
Yeah, let's go ahead.
Yeah, awesome. All right, thank you so much, Inbal. That was great. Next up, we've got Laurel. So Laurel Reynolds, she is a Twin Cities poet stuck in a love-hate relationship with Massachusetts while getting a master's from Brandeis University. Their poems have been featured by Devastation Baby, Fifth Wheel Press, Moss Puppy Magazine, Minnesota Public Radio, and more. Laurel is a poetry editor here at Jake and the author of Swallowing the Ash from Bottle Cap Press 2023. She's currently training her cat and living radically. What are we reading today, Laurel?
Yeah, so I'm going to start with, I had for grad school a class that was on King Arthur, and then it was like, you have to write a 20-page assignment, and I was like, can I do poetry? And it was like, sure. So the first one I'm going to do is titled, Lancelot Smokes a Cart and Explores a Lot of Bodies. If you ride in a cart, you should hit a cart, reasoned a well-seasoned knight. He knows medieval marijuana can't save Camelot, and the Green Knight is the worst at Puff Puff Pass. But damn, can he roll a blunt and fuck a cunt. Lancelot misses the full-bodied warmness of the lake, and no contained body can ever compare. All he can do is find and savor everyone, smoke a joint and watch the royals scramble. So that's one of them from this, and then I'm gonna do one other from this. And it's going to be published by Bullshit Lit in a little less than a month. So that's exciting, along with one other one from this chapbook, but that involves a lot of emojis, and so I would rather people look at it than me try and read that one. So the other one from this little chapbook is, Isn't This What It's All About? Popping pussy and taking names, walking into lakes purse first and moving immovable objects. Behead a knight and watch him walk while we, the bourgeoisie, feast. Meet a knight of every color and lance his back when needed. Bet on gold who sachets away to hell and swoop in on the leftover lonely maidens. Each tourniquet after a tournament a sash. Etch our names into the wood right here, together. We only die alone if everyone leaves. Stay. I won't break your name on this ground, won't drop it into the sky. So those are a little taste of the King Arthur chap. Then let's go. I'll pull it up quick. But earlier we were talking about Taylor Swift, and actually the first poem, or like my first interaction with Jake, was Ben accepting a Taylor Swift poem, and I feel like I have to read it now. So this is called Taylor Swift Releases Midnight's 3 a.m. edition, or my friend and I watch that episode of BoJack Horseman. I felt the need to confess. I didn't pray. I screamed. I laughed at them from hell and high water, stained and choked on glass windows. I left a haze in my wake. I wish they left my girlhood somewhere I could recover it. Spoiler alert! Sarah Lynn dies in the 3rd season out of 6. I was dancing around to Fearless and Glee when eyes were set on me. At 19, I took a shiv to my manuscript. I blinked and every narrative was stained with them. I want to send my abusers a 17-minute mixtape with only the note, "It's me. Hi." I never forgot those choral pieces. I can still sing a high A. I can still earn praise. If Sarah Lynn's life was only worth 5 million, mine must be pennies on the poem. I'm tired of that vigilante shit feminism. I don't want to be the anti-hero in my own story. Being bitter, bruised, and breaking never brings anything better. I'm not a promising young woman. I've been Bojack. I've been Penny and Sarah Lynn, character actress Margot Martindale and Beatrice. I've probably been Mr. Peanut Butter too. I don't like it. I don't want this. I was dancing around to Fearless and Glee when I said, "That's too much, man." I burned every psalm and buried each prayer. I screamed in parking garages for new gods. We were paper dolls in sandstone homes. Stop immortalizing the dust or ash. Let us stop dancing, please. My girlhood, my girlhood, my girlhood, my girlhood, my girlhood, my girlhood, my girlhood. I down amaretto and drown in Malibu while listening to some hyperpop bullshit. I want my favorite songs back. Their favorite female voice part was always altos. I only sing in the highest harmonies now. Breathy, poppy, and pretty. So yeah, that was a piece that Bed accepted for the site. Thank you guys. Back in, I guess it was like almost a year ago now or whatever. I think it was like early 2023. Yeah, so then I'm gonna jump over to the Taylor Swift one is actually in my chapbook with Bottle Cap. And then now I'm working on what I think will be a full-length like sci-fi. So I'm going to jump over to that for my last couple of minutes. And I'm going to start with, we lived on Saturn and didn't care when Earth burned. It could have been 3 Saturn centuries ago and our grandfathers would have raved like it was Burning Man. The Americans missed Nevada and Florida least, and they preferred frosty feet to sand or swamps. Everyone skied on the rings like they were the Alps, except the hotels and rentals were free. Everyone works and everyone makes nothing. Someone, I'm not sure who, told me that people didn't like that at first, and that the rations reminded people of their time on Earth. That rations meant war and war meant death, apparently. Departments of Defense don't exist here. We build arboretoriums and paint murals and record new songs and no one gets paid. Guns are for water or tag, and a bullet is only lipstick. Not like those other guns would work here anyways, but they don't exist. The textbooks have pictures of them, but not many people learn Earth history anymore. They only teach us that when we left, the others didn't want to come, that the life ships were half empty. So then another one in that idea is going fun in the past of like the story plot, whatever. And this is my ancestor left his wife on Earth. He boarded the life ship with his daughter and rationalized the goodbye hugs to his son. Watered the roses with prayers and soldered his wedding ring to the door knocker. The World Court decided that if one guardian wanted to stay on Earth, the minors would be split evenly. When the number was odd, the final child would flip a coin to decide. No one knew who would live. One story says that if they had saved all 17-year-olds' tears, they could have refilled the Atlantic Ocean. My great-grandfather claimed he alone would have brought snow back and overflowed the Arctic if water conservation was legal. He would have led militias through guerrilla warfare if citizens still had guns or he had hope. If the World Court hadn't grabbed kindling and voted to burn Earth before she lit herself. Okay, so then I'm gonna do one more. Let's do The Computer's Abandoned Binary 2. So this one, still sci-fi, but just like kind of separated. The Computer's Abandoned Binary 2. They found out disco balls and strobe lights worked better. Learned to duck walk and never scan back. dipped and dived on coated walkways, weaved through costless cables, curb stomping pedos and homophobes like tomorrow isn't a fact. It never was. Some called it a dystopia, while clover and wildflower lawns restored local bee populations. No human was hungry, and no animal had an unwanted pregnancy. AI found Schrodinger's cat alive or dead in every universe, but never at the same time. Computers cultivated community gardens, and kids picked cucumbers at dusk. They walked home to lockless doors and fridges full of fresh food. Teachers taught, and every student had a personal virtual assistant. Parents worked 20-hour weeks, and cash ruled nothing. The future is the future, but we know right now everything works. It's simple. An AI team and 13 researchers discovered new colors in the rainbow. They found every shade between red and ruby, every wave between indigo and violet. Their abstract reported that they expect hundreds of hues to still be uncovered. So thank you. Those were my poems.
Ooh, thank you, Laurel. That was great. All right, next up, we got AJ. AJ Maiorana is staring at the walls in Philadelphia. He has had work published in The Daily Drunk, Gutslut Press, and Bullshit Lit. AJ is the nonfiction editor here at Jake and has a small zine series focused on Philadelphia communities, which, if you are interested in, you can go back and watch earlier in the VOD. We were talking quite a bit about earlier in the stream. Take it away, AJ.
Speaking of which, I think the first thing I'm going to read is from the zine, because I've been enjoying reading it for a bit. I'm going to take my headphones off when I pull this up, so I don't hear myself. All right. This is Everclear. I smoke Lucky Strikes in the parking lots. I think about how you'd hate that. You told me I reminded you of your father. The heat just became too much. The smoke got in your eyes. Do you remember what it tasted like? I could show you sometime. A little swig of vodka, a little bit of smoke. A year is such a long time that it's not much time at all. Enough to pick up an addiction, to crave nicotine, to learn and unlearn a person. It doesn't happen all at once. It rests on coals and takes in heat. It takes its time crawling down your throat, burning warmth in your gut. And now that you've had it, you know how it hurts. 1,000 miles is a long way away. Too far to hold on to someone. Too many gas stations, too many cigarettes. How many miles did it take to unlearn me? How many parking lots? I smoke in the lots. In the cold of December, I'm trying to unlearn you. Trading addiction for addiction. Filling the space in my chest with meat and fire and malort. I'm trying on smoke. Seeing what fits. Will I need a year to remember myself? I could show you sometime how I've been sitting with the heat. If I don't reach for the pack, maybe I could remind you of me. One down. All right, next thing I'm going to do is, this is You Return to Your Childhood Home. It's a little flash fiction thing that was recently published in Bullshit Lit. So, get on with that. The air conditioner is broken again, so you sit on the front step, bend over yourself, rolls of fat tucked under the loosest shirt you could find, an eyesore with an old shitty cooler of beer. Years from now, the kids running by will laugh about the stranger, who they'll remember with a white tee covered in mustard stains. How many strangers do you remember? How many still exist as half-real things, checking over their shoulders, a burning cigarette in hand as they wait at someone's front door? None of the neighbors are familiar anymore. They all left or died at one point or another. Your mother is the last holdout on the block. Too stubborn or lazy to consider moving away, even when her favorite stores closed down. Even when her legs stopped being able to carry her past the street corners. You imagine her as a neighbor. One that some people doesn't believe exists anymore. Her presence in the open becoming more and more scarce as the years went on. The people who knew her personally dwindled down to nothing. The adult inhabitants of houses will ask each other if they remember the woman sneaking outside to stand in line for the ice cream truck. That was so long ago now. And the ice cream truck comes by less often, and the children are all grown up. The pavement's different too. Dried gum and oil stains had crusted the pebbling concrete until the city replaced the sidewalks with a smooth, clean surface. Pristine as a fresh coat of snow and far more comfortable against your bare feet. Every so often, a stiff breeze rolls down the street, which is more than happens inside the house. The merits of cross ventilation are as solid as a hot gust of air. The wind blows gaps in the warm smell of trash that comes through the screen door. You wonder what the neighbors already whisper, what stories they've already shared between themselves. Across the street, a man hovers on his threshold, staring at you through his screen door. He guides his son through the door, never taking his eyes off you. You wrench the cap off a bottle and tip it in his direction with a smile. Number 2. And I've really only got one more, so I'm probably not going to take my full 10 minutes. I don't have that much to read either way, but this is going to be my last one. And this one's called You Should Learn, and it was published in Mr. Bull a little while ago now. I think it was back at the end of 2022. But yeah, this is another little short one. Ooh, I just caught myself in the YouTube, and I am bright. Okay, anyway. I take the gun from him and step into the shooting lane. It's heavier than I expected. I let the barrel sag, watch it tilt before correcting it. I let it rest on the shelf while the paper outline of a man rolls backwards away from me. It's not the small snub-nosed weapon I had eyed at the counter. Not the gun that reminded me of the one I had found at my grandfather's bedside table. That was a girl's gun, they assured me, exchanging a laugh. So I hold this gun, limp until the target reaches the end of the track, swaying back and forth, waving off its momentum. He lifts one side of the earmuffs, barking over flashes in the surrounding stalls. Arms up, just like on Uncle Mark's farm, he reminds me. I struggle with the weight, to lift it to eye level. I feel I should let it rest. My arms pass on the burden, and I'm lifting completely with my chest. The handle of Uncle Mark's silver revolver barely fits in my hands. The smell of spray paint fresh on my fingers. Dad supports my hands and holds the revolver steady. His instructions are warm and smell like cheap beer. Take all the time you want. This ain't like hunting a live animal. It ain't gonna run away, Uncle Mark encourages. I've touched the glassy eye of the dead deer, mounted in the farmhouse. I swat at flying bugs while Dad and Uncle Mark shoot at white rings painted on the sycamore trees. He stands back and waits, watching me like a deer about to spring into action, leap away from danger. I clench my teeth, preparing for the sound, and squeeze the trigger. Okay, that's mine. Thank you, guys.
That was great. That was great, AJ. Love those.
Thank you. And you can read all the rest of my crap on my Twitter.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to go back and read the Mr. Bulbul piece like in full again, because that's it sounded great. I can't wait to like look at it on the page too. Sure.
Yeah,
it's lovely. Yeah,
it's a fun one.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right. Next up is Heather. Heather Ann Pulido is a Kakane Iloboy author from Bago City in the Philippines. Her work appears in Roy Fainéant Press, Street Cake Magazine, and the Hulu Review, and other journals. She is the poetry editor here at one of the poetry editors here at Jake, and has been nominated twice for Best of the Net. She believes in the inevitable fall of capitalism and the supremacy of her Lola Lupau's Barako. Is that how I pronounce that? Close? Okay. Correct any of the pronunciations I had there. I'm so sorry for anything I might have butchered there, Heather.
It's okay. Sorry, I accidentally exited the voice, so I had to re-enter.
It's all good. Yeah.
I caught the last few lines of my bio, and yes, I believe in the supremacy of my Lola's Barako. Barako is a kind of brewed coffee here. So, for this morning, my morning, afternoon, I believe. I'm going to read a couple of poems. I'm going to start with two that have not been published, and I'm going to end with my pieces published on Jake. So I'm going to start with this new, not new, performed piece that I've not yet performed. But I am just remembering now that this was published in Yuzu Press, a Singapore-based press. It's called Like Candy. While we waited for the green light at the crossing, you said, I like you, 'cause you're cool. You don't try too hard. I sucked on those words like they were candy. It was 1 week after my classmate called me unhip for not having watched Star Wars and The Lord of the Rings. But I read J.D. Salinger and Haruki Murakami. I could drink from 6 to 6 gin, rum, and whiskey, as long as they're in a cocktail. I never went home drunk. I just crashed on someone else's couch. That was 5 years before I let you into my TV-less house. Before I let you crash on the couch that was my bed. Before I fed you takeout I couldn't afford 4 nights in a row. What made you think I wasn't cool enough for you anymore? I haven't even told you. I only read The Catcher in the Rye because I saw you holding the book. And it sucks. So that's Like Candy. And my next one is a poem that's about my city. I'm from Baguio City in the Philippines. I kept talking about it hours earlier during my spot in the live stream. So I'm gonna go ahead and read you something I wrote to introduce people to my city. So the title of this piece is An Official Baguio City Timeline Made of Nicknames. City of Pines, ancestral land of Ibaloys, sometime capital of Benguet Province, former U.S. Hill Station, summer capital of the Philippines, North Luzon's melting pot, city of Camp John Hay, Camp Allen, and the flooding City Camp Lagoon, Burnham Park City, home of the Panagbanga Flower Festival, tourist town on weekends, city with one big mall that has it all for you, Baguio City, city that exports garbage, the Sun Trash Slide City, city that bans igorotphobic comedians, city painted red with mama, city whose market is always burning, Ukay-Ukay capital, Harrison Night Market City, home of the Panagbanga Shawarma Festival, education capital of the North, walkable city if you ask the locals, city with one big mall that cuts trees for multi-level parking and amusement parks, UNESCO Creative City for crafts and folk art, model city for contact tracing, city of classist lockdowns, city that exempts politicians and actors from lockdown protocols, red tagging city, BM country, city with a small airport, student suicide city, city that tourists in cars decry for traffic and car centrism, city where parks are just as scarce as parking lots, city of fines, city of stronger typhoons and hotter Decembers, city of mushrooming cafes and restaurants, the only city I've ever lived in, my mother's birthplace, the only city I have ever loved in. Home. So that's a poem about my city, and I have just 2 more. Next one I will read is a poem published by Jake. mentioned earlier in the stream that Jake was one of my dream pubs because I saw you on Twitter and I read a flash. I think it was about author photo by Sumitra. And when I read that, I said to myself, I have to get published in this magazine because they publish rad stuff. So I look at like my what do you call that? My inventory, like my stack of like finished work, and I thought, yeah, I'm gonna find maybe the coolest shit I have, the weirdest stuff I have. So here's the first one I'm gonna read. It's called Good Hair Day. The ends of my hair, just above my right shoulder, are always curling outward. Bad news for a bi girl with a bob. Last month, I bought a blow dryer and a round brush. This week, I bought a 2-in-1 discounted heat protectant and styling spray. Nothing works though. Not that I try too hard. I always give up after 2 tries. But today, I woke up with my bob in the right place. Too bad with my swollen knee. Nobody's bound to see it except my roommate, who just went out on a date. So that's Good Hair Day. And my last one is one of my ultimate favorites that I have ever written, and it's called How to Be a Daughter. How to be a daughter. If you ask my aunts, to be a daughter means to gouge your heart out of your chest and add glitters, add sprinkles, add prayers, add salt and pepper to taste, add Sealy from Lala's front yard, add liquid seasoning, add a bright red ribbon, add Christmas lights, add a crown of roses, add a pageant sash, add your most expensive perfume, add your sealed balikbayan box, add your perfect quizzes, add your hardbound thesis, add your boyfriend, add your phantom wedding invitation, add your imaginary children, add your imaginary children's imaginary children. Fuse it all together and hang it on a silver string. Tie it all together and drape it around your father's neck. But don't pull. Don't pull. Don't pull. Okay. That was my last one. And
Thank you
I
so
hope
much,
everyone,
Heather.
Hey.
Yeah, that's great.
Thank
I will
you.
say before I kind of close up, that was a piece that we love here at Jake, right? We are so happy to have nominated for Best of the Net. Now that we have you on the team, after that nomination, like when we saw you applying to us, it was something we were like, "Oh, this is awesome, Heather, wonderful, yeah." So thank you for being a part of all of this. This is great.
Thank you.
Yeah, for sure. All right. I didn't write myself a bio for today, and I don't think I'm going to read like a formal one. So I'm just going to say, hi, my name's Ben Shahon, and I'm the ringleader of this circus. I'm going to read a couple flash pieces from my Bottle Cap Press book today. It's called Collection for No One to Read. Came out, I don't know, like a month and a half ago, something like that. This first piece actually originally appeared in TPQ issue 4. That's called How to Have a Supremely Good Time. Loosen up. Live in the moment. Feel the rhythm of the music. Talk to someone. Be charming. Stop talking about the Paleolithic era. Or your father. Ask people about themselves. Have something to drink. Get on the dance floor. Try not to think about the inevitable heat death of the universe. Eat some 7-layer dip. Make out with someone. Let someone tap you on the shoulder. Spin around at a totally normal speed. Slur something. Point finger guns at a frat guy. Refuse to throw the first punch. Throw the last one. Watch him fall in the pool. Be hoisted up into the air. Feel vertigo. Ride on someone's shoulders for a while. Fall into the pool yourself. Sink to the bottom. Suck in too much water. Get pulled out. Cough for the rest of the night. Throw up in the bushes. Have a few more. Listen to your roommates tell you to stop embarrassing them. Flatulate. Kiss someone. Stumble into the bathroom. Leave the kind of mess you wouldn't want to clean up. Think about your father. Remember you have to print your boarding pass. Stumble down the block alone. Trip on the loose concrete. Stay on the ground for a while. Get picked up by your roommates. Ask them about their dads. Burp. Stop at Taco Bell when a roommate has to pee. Wait on the roommate. Talk to a stranger for a minute. Joke about being Baja blasted. Go into the other room with a stranger. Hook up. Feel ashamed. Come out smelling like Taco Bell bathroom sex. Agree when a roommate tells you that you need a shower. Stare at your feet. Imagine your own death the rest of the walk. Drop the keys at the front door. Fiddle with the lock. Shove the front door open too hard. Look at the dent in the knob made in the wall. Fall face first into bed. Wonder who will come to your funeral. Cry yourself to bed. Wake up the next morning. Get on the plane to fly back home. Yeah, that's how to have a supremely good time. I don't think that sounds much fun, but I had fun writing the piece at least. This next one is a piece called "One Moment, Please Hold." Before George answered the phone, he took a deep breath in, then exhaled. He knew what was coming. The same thing that happened every day at the Human Operations and Logistics Department for the Society of Technology Offering Progression. Everyone asks to speak to the manager. Hi, this is George. How may I be of service? I'd like to speak to your manager. One moment, please hold. George held the call, disconnected his headset, stood up, walked a short lap around his cubicle island. The route was short, only 40 paces or so, but provided enough of a buffer to look like he had contacted Jeff. George did not want to contact Jeff, however, because, God, don't you send any of those fucking Nimrods, George? Do you think I have time to deal with them? What do I pay you for? George completed his lap, returned to his seat, replaced his headset, and clicked back on. Is this the manager? Yes, ma'am. My name is Peter. How may I assist you? You sound just like that last guy. I can assure you, ma'am, that I'm not. The records say that you spoke to our associate, let's see here, George, he said, staring at the ceiling and trying to find the exact angle to launch a pencil to stick it in the tiles. And as I said, my name's Peter. I don't like your tone. I'd like to speak with your manager. Ma'am, is there anything else I can do for you first? I think you've done enough. Okay, ma'am. One moment. Please hold. George stood up and did another lap. 80 steps for the day. Hi, ma'am. Thank you for calling the Human Operations and Logistics Department for the Society for Technology Offering Progression. How may I help you? What's your name? George froze, having forgotten that she would ask for his name. Eric. Derek. Eric? No, Eric. I get that a lot. Ma'am, if it's not too much trouble, can I ask your name? Don't you have it on file? Well, no, my notes from George and Peter say you never gave your name. You know what? I've had enough of your attitude. I'd like to speak to your manager. One moment. Please hold. George tried John, 120 paces. Bill, 160. Patrick, 200. August, 240. Elliott, 280. Not even 9:10 a.m. yet. But by George's 8th lap, Jeff spotted him and asked what he was doing. George explained and Jeff grunted out, "Good, keep it up," before disappearing into the labyrinth of the 10th floor offices. George sat back down in his gray chair, rolled on a gray floor in his gray cubicle, and picked up the gray phone again. He decided to push how far he could go. Hi, ma'am. Thank you for calling the Human Operations and Logistics Department for the Society for Technology Offering Progression. My name is Kimberly, and I'm the Vice Progressive Assistant to the CEO. How may I help you? Well, I'd like to speak to your manager. One moment. Please hold. 320. Jadot, 360. X-Flibber, 400. Ner, 440. Inspector Insect, 480. 520. Dave, 560. George was really building up a sweat now. When he returned to the chair after his 15th lap, the woman had hung up. George laughed, picked up the next call. Thank you. That's one about how much I hate the idea of working customer service jobs. That seems not fun. This last one is a little less silly, a little bit more on the serious side again. I think it's a good one to close out the evening with. It's called Under the Lamp. When you walked me home from the party that night, I wished you would ask to follow me upstairs. I would have asked had I not felt too tipsy to remember. But instead, you stood there under the street lamp, watching me climb the steps alone, your hands in your pockets, as I fumbled with my keys and dropped my clutch. When I got inside, I ran up the stairs to see you out my window, walking away slowly, never once looking back to my apartment as you moved down the street. Not that you would have been able to see me with the lights blacked out and the curtains nearly drawn. But I held the phone close, waiting for it to buzz with the words that you wanted to see me again, even though you said you would have walked anyone home that lived so close. I didn't believe you then, and I'm not totally sure you did either. You were so sweet on that walk, and as soon as you approached the top of that hill, out of sight, your sweetness arose once again under the glowing summer moon. The next day, I scrolled through my phone to see the photos we took that night. Our smiling faces, the video of our mutual friend Jack took of us dancing, the voice memos of us singing along to Mr. Brightside. Coming out of our cage, we did just fine. My stomach bubbles the way it only can when you drink too much. I marvel at the receipts of the fast food hamburgers we stopped for along the walk, berating myself for having eaten something bound to make me feel so sick. But then I remember just how charming you were in convincing me that it was the best place in town. I waited for 3 days before I scrolled through my contacts looking for your name. What I didn't realize until now is that you never gave me yours, and I never gave you mine. All right. I think that's a good place to close it up. We've got like 5 minutes technically left before we hit 24 hours, but we're getting pretty close. I want to just say really quick before we shut everything down for the night. Thank you once again to everyone who participated in any capacity tonight, from our readers, to those folks who came and played games, to our chapbook authors, to you guys on the Jake team yourselves. Inbal, Trent, Laurel, AJ, Heather. It's been so fucking great having you all here, hanging out for, got on, crazy amount of time for one big session like this. We also definitely have to thank, more than anybody else in this stream, Ellie Anton for being the, god moderator, for keeping everything from dying. Because holy shit, you stayed up for 24 hours and kept this stream physically running, which is a feat. You haven't passed out once.
No,
that
I
is
did. I passed out
Oh, you
once.
did. You passed out once. That's insane.
For
That's
20
only
minutes.
once for 20 minutes. Yeah. What the hell?
Couldn't have done it without you, Ellie.
Yeah, we definitely could not have done this without you, Ellie. Yeah, and thank you once again to everyone who came through and watched. Anyone who's still here checking in on us, at the 23rd hour and 55th minute of doing this. I hope you all continue to read and support Jake. It's been really just such a wonderful time working with everybody here and putting out all this great work, this great literature. We got chapbooks for sale. I don't think we're quite sold out of Day 3 of a 5-Day Headache yet, but we've sold quite a few copies since we added some more. But we have plenty of copies available of our other 3 books, Clowning Around, Body in Motion, and Poems of Color, all of whom I think are wonderful books, and I think you guys should definitely tune into those author readings if you missed any of them. They were wonderful, all 4. Okay, I just looked it up. We have 35 copies left of Elliott's book, so not quite as close to sold out as we were before, but still quite a few copies have already been claimed. Yeah, thank you again. Other Jakes who are still on the call, we got 4 minutes till we hit 24. Does anyone have anything else they want to say or share? Or I think I covered all the bases, right?
I want to say thank you. Sorry, let me make myself a little less shiny. Thank you, Ben, for starting this magazine. It's been an absolute blast of last couple of years, and I'm really glad to have met all these wonderful editors and readers and staff and everyone else who's involved. It's been very, very fun, and I hope it lasts for quite a while longer. I hope that this is our first 24-hour live stream of many, as daunting as it might seem.
Yeah, oh my god,
Also,
just keeping it all organized.
Yeah, I forgot to say thank you. We ended up going so much over because of the D&D thing that I never said thank you to the people who played. That was wonderful. Thank you for playing.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, we were having a lot of fun. I mean, Aleah loves D&D, and she had to be on later anyway, so it's not like she was about to go to sleep. But yeah, no, we had a lot of fun. I'm glad I was able to play D&D, and I want to really echo too, like, Thank you, Ben. None of this is possible without your little idea, and then also not even letting it just be a little idea. You've been like running for a year and a half going, how can I make this work? I want to do this thing, and building something so great. So thank you.
Oh, thank you. Thanks, guys. Yeah, all right.
2 more minutes. Thank
Yeah,
you to
we're
everyone
two-
who has a to your cats. Thank you to your cats for showing up on stream.
Yeah,
I've
oh
seen
my God,
so
we have
many
so many
different cats
cats
in the last 24 hours.
Technically, we hit 24 hours on OBS, but yeah, we have a couple more minutes until we hit the 4 p.m. to 4 p.m. Pacific time.
2 minutes. What can we do for 2 more minutes?
Quick boot.
How many
Jackbox.
states can you name?
How many states can we name?
None of them.
Alabama, Alaska, Arizona. Yeah, I got
Everyone
4
stares,
so
Stephanie.
far.
Never finish it.
yeah. Keep it up.
I don't know the song, but yeah.
I
Me
can't get
either.
past the like F. Florida, I go whoa.
I think if I graphed it like in my head by the map, I could do it. But it just wouldn't be in any kind of order. It would just be like, okay, I'm just like moving through the states geographically.
Okay, I'm putting it on my map. Rhode Island.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I could do it. I think I could maybe do that.
Can't even do that. Can't do that.
Let me see.
Let's
Actually, let me see how far I can go with this. Let's see. Okay. Washington, Oregon, California, Arizona, Nevada, Idaho, Montana. And then down south would be Wyoming, Colorado, New Mexico, Texas, Oklahoma, Kansas, Nebraska, South Dakota, North Dakota, Minnesota, Wisconsin, Indiana, Illinois, Ohio. I'm missing something. Arkansas. Then we go Mississippi, Alabama, Louisiana. I think I forgot to say. I don't know. Someone check my work. I'm like, I think I'm going through most of the Midwest. Am I missing Midwest states?
I think we just hit 24 hours.
We just hit our 24.
We hit 24.
24 hours from the scheduled start of this.
I said roughly 24 states. We hit 24 hours.
Yeah, there we go.
There we go. That works.
It was
Perfect.
intentional the whole time. We planned it.
You thought this was not planned. We were talking.
This was the entire time. Yeah.
Pull up the script.
The geography lesson the whole time. We're actually a geography magazine.
It's been a front.
Yeah, but thank you everyone for watching. And I think we'll close out here then.
Oh wait, hang on. I have something. Give me.
Oh, you have something. Oh no, what do we have? Oh no!
Look, I got unmute my television.
All right, sounds good.